One day, the entire world was struck by a calamity. Towers and dungeons appeared out of nowhere, creating monsters, and these monsters attacked humans, plunging the world into disaster. The South Korean peninsula, in particular, became infamous as a region where dungeons and towers appeared endlessly, and monster attacks were more ferocious than in any other country. It was literally hell. But in the midst of darkness, the brightest lights are born. These lights are called heroes. South Korea fought against the monsters with the power of these heroes, and they were slowly able to bring the dungeons and towers under control, using the industry that grew around the calamity as a driving force to recover from the crisis. Time passed. South Korea became a world-leading power, rivaling the United States. It became a country in the center of attention, where beings from all over the world gathered. South Korea, as a countermeasure to the increasing number of monsters and dungeons, founded an institution for heroes using cutting-edge magic and magical engineering called the Cube. The Cube is where hero cadets from all over the world admitted students who passed aptitude tests that no normal person could pass, and that's where the hero who would save this world and his rival were found. That's the entire explanation of the story. And how do we know that? Because this world wasn't created by a god, but by our protagonist, or rather, the author. But a problem had occurred in that world. They were calling for the top freshman, Kim Soo-ho. At that moment, the protagonist realized he was in the world of the novel he wrote. He wondered what the hell was going on, and comments were being made about how handsome he was, that he was very talented, that he was the best in the class. He could even hear that all the students accepted that year were brilliant, but among them, the best was Kim Soo-ho, who was the protagonist of this world, the person who would lead them through that chaotic mess. He had the traits of an honorable hero who defended good and justice, but he had a special secret that he was hiding from everyone. And they also called to the stage the second best cadet, Chin, of the fourth generation. He had the potential to rival the protagonist, but in the future, he would become a villain and a firm believer in the doctrine of elitism. They might all be cadets right now, but later in the story, Chin becomes a villain due to his inferiority complex towards the protagonist. The light and the darkness would clash. After recounting this, he wonders, then who was he? And someone asks if it was alright to call him by the name Chun Dong. Repeating that name, he realizes he never wrote about anyone called that. He thinks that maybe, if he saw his face, he might remember him, but on the screen, only a question mark appeared. He shouts, asking what that was. It was clear he was an extra in his novel. He had no appearance. His name was old-fashioned, and he barely had any presence. Nobody cared about him. He was completely normal. A character with no point of contact with any of the main characters, he believes he became just a background character to everyone. One day, our protagonist received an email with a proposal to remake his novel, which had been put on hold because he had fallen into a slump. He accepted because he thought it was just a request from a fan, but this would become the main cause of everything that happened. In his room, he thinks he was getting used to this face after 2 weeks. That's right, and 2 weeks had passed since the question mark started appearing. He now confirmed that this was not a dream. This place is the world of the novel, he wrote. He tried using all sorts of different methods these past 2 weeks, but he hasn't been able to figure out how he was brought here or who left him here. He believes that due to the circumstances, he will be staying in this place for a long time. His plan is to be here for 10 years, since that's the point where he stopped writing his novel. But thinking about it, he believes it's crazy. He can't understand or accept that he'll be here for 10 years in this place, since he also has a life outside. He didn't want to die in an unfinished novel, but he resigns himself for now. He can't think of any other way to escape other than by reaching the main storyline. If he could just get to the middle of the plot, he might be able to get out. In the meantime, he had to try to live as closely to the story as possible, so he should go to Cube Academy. This is a floating island located in the East Sea, where approximately 50,000 people, including heroes, cadets, and prospects, lived. A city founded by talented people with skills in magic and manufacturing from all over the world. The existence of Cube is one of the reasons why South Korea is called a powerful nation, and the core of that city is the Hero Training School. Even among the hero candidates who have talented special abilities, only a small elite number can become a cadet. In the academy, he doesn't know what skills his character has or if he will be of any use in that dangerous academy. Chapter 1. Training Class. In this class are the antagonists, villains, minions, and rivals. There's also the protagonist's spot. Every character there will form groups, and because of that, they will face countless complications. He thinks it will be an ordeal to spend 10 years with those guys. He doesn't know what to do. Arriving at his dorm, he doesn't even know how the day passed, and in his room, there was a box. He wonders what it is, and upon seeing it, he realizes it's a laptop. He's surprised as it informs him that synchronization is beginning. The settings were being downloaded: stats, talent, chronological order, appendix. He believes these features were the same ones he had written, and the synchronization was complete, shattering crystals and transforming. Looking at himself in the mirror, he wonders if that's his face. He doesn't understand anything, not even the screens appearing at his sides. He thinks maybe it was an awakening. That was the awakening phenomenon that occurs when one surpasses their limits. After an awakening, you are able to see talent, skills, aptitudes, and other stats. You can become stronger with methods much more efficient than before. To put it simply, you can see your status window, and by paying more attention to this window, he reads the words, synchronization, from Kim Sudon, to Fallen. He doesn't know who those are, but it was probably the reason his face was no longer a question mark, but his stats had dropped lower than what he had before. But he had a skill he didn't even remember writing in his novel, which said, the greater Fallen's importance in the world, the more SP you gain. You can convert 1 point into 1000 SP. That only meant one thing. He had to increase his importance within this novel. It was clear that he had to intervene in this world to get stronger. He thinks it's nonsense, and upon seeing an achievement unlocked, he understands. So they wanted him to participate and risk his life to find clues to return to his original world. He realizes that if the story reaches its midpoint, he might not return to his world. Even if he did nothing, he could be stuck there forever. So he had to unlock the information involving the protagonists, and to do that, he had to become strong enough to withstand the main story, accepting to invest the stat points. Although in the original story, you can't raise your stats any way you want, the only method to do so is by using extremely valuable resources, and if he wanted to get the most points, he needed to invest in luck. Luck isn't just about limited to the chance of finding an unknown reward in a dungeon. You can also get money, stats, bonuses, interpersonal relationships, and so on. It's a cheat stat that applies to every aspect of life. Of course, an unchangeable stat like luck is designed so it can't be raised with points, but since his ability let him convert 1 point into 1000 CP, he thinks he should give it a try. And sure enough, he had converted 1 point into 10,000 SP, and a mystery box appeared, which had raised his luck to 9.1. He thinks it was a spectacular result. Since the protagonist had 9.0, he thinks he should invest the remaining SP in perseverance, because he needed to endure the Academy's extreme training, and the luck effect increased it from 6.0 to 7,207. He really thinks luck was the story's hack, but he gets a warning, as an error that could seriously affect the plot had appeared. And, from now on, the variable stats could not be modified with points. He thinks it was unfair, but he supposed there were also limits to the cheats. But even so, he managed to save his luck in perseverance, and he still had 10,000 DCP left. He thinks he should think before using it. Later, in class, the instructor introduced himself. His name was Soyuk. He would be their instructor in charge for the year. He introduced himself as being ranked 9,737 in the world. After his short but impactful introduction, he explains that the cube was not an enjoyable place like many believed. They would be evaluated solely based on their grades and, if they gave up, they would be held back. Statistically, less than half of the cadets graduate, since that institution only wanted heroes. They would be judged by exact and strict standards. Since everything was explained, they had to get up and follow him. This was the first part of the schedule, the main weapon selection. Everyone is shocked when they enter. It was a dream for them, but he shouted that he never gave them time to be surprised. They had to run for their weapons. Once they chose their main weapon, they wouldn't be able to change it for at least 6 months, so they had to choose wisely. And the main characters chose a sword, a bow, a rapier, and a whip. The MC thinks everyone was very decisive, so he had to be the same. Besides, he had to be careful. His stats were too low to handle the weapons used by the cadets. Even if he raised his stats by using his weapons, the result would lag behind compared to the effort required. So there were a few conditions tied to his weapon selection. He thinks of a weapon he used in his original life, the weapon that would take the least amount of time to adapt to. Thinking and thinking, he chooses that one. Even his classmates wonder what he was doing. Was he joking? And the cadet is surprised. He asks him if he was really going to choose that. The professor, reading, thinks that his file said he used a sword before at the military academy, but he states that he decided to make a change with a serious look. He believes that in the cube, all decisions are made by the cadets, so it didn't matter. That was his decision. But he had to take responsibility for his actions. He should never forget that. And the other people think he was crazy. They ask why he came to cube if he was just going to choose a pistol. They didn't understand. Some think they should give him a beating. Others just believed he was trying to get attention. Fallen feels that pistols were still a good weapon. In that world, he explains that normal civilians who can't handle magical power used this type of weapon. It uses magic bullets that are stronger than normal bullets. But that's why they were looked down upon. In that academy, their limitations were clear. No matter how strong the owner was, the bullet's power was limited. And the second reason is that pistols have a short history. In that world, myths and legends come to life. Artifacts from myths and legends exist as real-life armaments, and the greater the origin and the deeper the history related to the item, the more the weapon's rank increased. That's why cadets at Cube normally choose ancient weapons over modern ones, relying on their own skill instead of magic bullets. Even if they reach their limit, they could use their armament's power to go one step further. Of course, this ideology had nothing to do with the protagonist, since he had never wielded a weapon. So, his best option was something he could use immediately, and the fact that he's using it will make him stand out enough to earn SP. And since he had already chosen his weapon, it was now time to get his talent. This is an ability that could be considered a specialty. Most people only receive one talent, but there are some exceptions who possess more talents, one active and one inactive. Upon arriving at the room, they ask Yum if she was training, but she challenges him. It was obvious, that's why she was at the training ground. He tried to be friendly. By comparing their similar sniper attributes and how they seemed to be the only ones in the class, she said yes, but inwardly she cursed him. She wonders what kind of reaction he wanted from her. Remembering Fallen, she couldn't accept him. She couldn't even consider him a sniper, since his range didn't even reach 1 kilometer. She thinks he probably gave up on the idea of becoming a hero, but the protagonist had very good hearing and heard what she was saying, demanding that she not say such things lightly. She got angry because he told her not to tell him what to do, and that if he wasn't training, he should get out. The protagonist believes that the novel's protagonist was going to become a hero because of his talents. That's how important they were in that life. Besides, he knew it cost 10,000 CP to receive a talent. He couldn't miss the chance to inherit it. He wonders if he could acquire a talent, and it appeared to him as sniper, and he had used 10,000 CP to receive a talent. The expense was automatic. The talent could have more range with any weapon, not just pistols. So in the future, he could be more versatile. Besides, it was an evolution-type talent. At that moment, it was a bit pathetic, but in the future, it could be a great advantage to have chosen that talent. At that moment, he felt more prepared, but he was still scared, as he now had to survive with what he had until the main story ended. Here, the protagonist explains that he had the attributes of observation and search. He could observe all the characters that entered his field of vision whenever he wanted. He could fearlessly search a timeline on the computer in his retina. Meanwhile, Nayun was finding her classes to be torturous when the door opened, ordering them to head to the square in 20 minutes for practical training. She was overjoyed. Some were surprised. The protagonist didn't look very happy. The instructor believed everyone knew the drill, so without delay, he would announce the team formations. The teams would have a total of 4 members. The formation would include 2 warriors, 1 sniper, and 1 support. Unless special circumstances arose, the team would remain the same until the final test. The distribution would be fair, placing both low-rank and high-rank cadets on the same team. And now they were going to announce the team rosters. The protagonist couldn't believe it. He was on the same team as that person. As is typical in these stories, close to the protagonist, there are those who interact or clash with him to move the story forward. There are many members of the main cast, however. Even among them, Yona was definitely special. She was the main heiress of Korea's #1 guild and the successor of a prestigious house. At first, she opposed the protagonist, but she is gradually influenced by him and becomes his reliable ally. And that connection is very important to the story. If he managed to connect with her, he would get SP for intervening, so he was determined to get her attention. They introduced themselves. They were Joseph, Un, and Yasuki. She, though she initially wanted to ignore them, smiled and asked them to look out for her, and also asked about the last person on their team. That's when Fallen appeared. He thought he shouldn't be shy, since she hated people without confidence. Joseph Un asked if he was the famous guy who chose a pistol, and the professor asked them if they had time to be chatting. He had already sent the monster locations to each team's phone. They needed to hurry up and get going. Now, the team was running through the grass. They were just a few minutes from the monster. The protagonist felt like he was dying. His vitality stats were trash. They were much lower than a normal person's. Just keeping up with them was killing him. He thought those guys were amazing, and they had arrived at training area number 8, the beach. And the monster appeared, the black-humped octopus. They proceeded to plan their mission. They knew the octopus's body wasn't that strong. The problem was its hump and its head. When it sensed danger, it launched baby octopuses to attack its enemies. It's a bit creepy, right? It was literally throwing its own children to defend itself. These babies were dangerous as well. Each one of them could easily kill a normal human. The others suggested that the gunslinger should handle half of the spawns while they took on the octopus, but she shot that down. She was going to handle it all by herself, and since that was settled, they should begin. Fallen understood immediately. That girl was trying to exclude him from the mission. And so, the mission began. First, Joseph Un had to lure it to the beach by making as much noise as possible. It worked, luring the monster, which came frantically running back. Just then, the octopus threw its spawns at them, and a whip appeared. Josen thinks that was a terrifying power. He also mentions that he was already ranked 7th among the cadets. He was thanking him for the save when she attacked, and in a moment of carelessness, he found himself in trouble. A bullet saved his life. The protagonist explains that the more he participates in story events, the more SP he would receive. But since he was just an extra, that was going to be very difficult for him, which is why he had to participate in these kinds of events. She was yelling at him, since she had told him not to interfere, but an attack was coming fiercely towards her and dozens of monster babies were approaching. Fallen thinks that they weren't even strong, plus they had low intelligence and their trajectories were obvious. The only moment he could shine was now, activating his talent. By using this, the flow of time would slow down for 3 seconds. That meant that for 3 seconds he could easily see their movements. The next step was to shoot through them. The openings were completely clear. The members of the team attacked without hesitation, unleashing their magical power. Fallen was exhausted. He thinks it was very difficult, and Team 5's time had been 58 minutes, 58 seconds, placing them in the current ranking at number 16. Also, all the battles were recorded and sent to each student's smartwatch. Student Jonah was extremely annoyed, as she had only placed 16th, and she was even more angry because Nayun had placed ahead of her. Here it's clarified that the white-haired guy was staring at Nayun a lot, which seemed to anger the girl, and they strike up a conversation. She points out that Nayun ranked 4th while she was 16th, but Nayun probably thinks she's so great. It's incredible just because she was with the gunman. That's why she ranked so high. She believes that it was true. They had taken 10 minutes longer to run and get to the place, but on the other hand, the configuration of the type of battle had been set high, and he had killed all the creatures. She wonders what the hell that guy was. The protagonist is now determined to increase his physical ability, and a lot of time had passed. He wonders by how much. It had increased from the mission, and his attacks had increased by 20%. His perception by 0.03%. And thanks to his luck, he had gained 27 DCP. He thinks that was very good. He was progressing at a great pace, and now he thinks he should go rest. Upon reviewing the video, she can't understand it. He had fired 60 bullets in 2.8 seconds. That was impossible for a normal person, even for a cadet. His agility was extraordinary, and just then she got a message from Chin, and just by reading it, you could tell she was in love, while he didn't care much. And the white-haired guy also said that her team was trash. The next day, they were at the guild headquarters. They wanted to tell her that she had a visitor for Friday, but she didn't care. She was fascinated with Kim Suho. This was Sun, a government director, ranked 307. Fawning over him repeatedly, she could perfectly understand why all the guilds were targeting him. She wanted to get that kid, no matter what. And upon reviewing the next video, she sees Fallen. He catches her eye because he was using a gun. The butler tells her what they were saying about him at the academy, but she denied it. He had the ability to be an awakened one. That kid was able to understand his talent before his awakening. One can know what that talent possesses. That's why there were many cases where the weapon didn't match the talent, and years could be wasted without being able to find their weapon. She thinks that boy was special, finding his enlightenment at only 17 years old, although his weapon wasn't very appealing and she wasn't entirely sure. But she believes that if he was a diamond in the rough, he should shine just the same on his own, even though the Academy's nickname for him, Heretic, seemed excessive. The next day, the training began anti-personnel. It consists of groups of 2 using training weapons. Although, because of that, the training was easier and resulted in fewer injuries. Fallen was the exception. They asked rank 934 to stand up. He was the only one who was fighting an instructor, because firearms couldn't be made into training weapons. Therefore, he had to master anti-personnel training with an instructor. She yells at him to put his guard up. In life, you couldn't just give up like that. Seeing the blow, Fallen activates his skill and manages to dodge it again and again and again. The instructor thought his stance was garbage, but he was tracking her movements with his eyes alone. It was a skill that allowed him to predict an object's movements, but this ability only shows the trajectory. He had to be the one to dodge. The others mocked him, since he was just jumping around in such a disgusting way. After a while, he gets a drink from the vending machine. Seeing that she was still looking at him with such disdain, he thinks he should try a different technique by throwing the drink at her. She asks him if he wants to fight, but he doesn't deny it. In the last session, they had to carry him, so she just wanted them to get along. In his mind, he thinks that just now, by being lenient, he had earned 40 CP. He wonders how much he'll get from a conversation with one of the main characters. She thinks it was fine, so she should just take it from him. Besides, he shouldn't speak to her so casually without permission. That was his first warning. As she walks away, she feels something in her bag. She thinks he's an idiot. She was going to throw it away, but she accepts it for now. Fallen knew this. Since her personality loved junk food, but because of her reputation, she never bought things like that. He thinks that from now on, he needs to talk more with the main characters. Besides, an event was approaching that he could take advantage of, since the next part of the story was coming, when the attack on the National Arms Museum began. This happened because there were people who made a contract with the so-called Jinn. They exchanged their souls for great power. This incident occurs with the motivation to assassinate a certain individual at the National Arms Museum. However, the Jinn are thwarted by the main character who, coincidentally, was there looking at the exhibits. The protagonist, Kim Suj, and also his companion, Nayun. That's why he thinks it's feasible to get involved in that episode. He just needed to figure out how to get into the museum, but he gets called out for not being in his dorm. He apologizes, and a message appears on his laptop. Here, they explain that there are clubs at the academy. They were called scholastic activities. They are like small organizations operated by cadets, such as Martial Arts Academy, Music, Agriculture, Painting, and so on. In the cube, there are around 100 clubs of all kinds. Also, the clubs went beyond mere self-improvement. They function as a socialization platform for cadets. That's when the club he wants to join is introduced. Its leader welcomed them to the travel club. He was the club president. His name is complicated, so we'll call him Freckles, who was a bit nervous because there were so many good students that year, but his friends encouraged him. He explains that the primary objective was to go on trips outside the cube, 1 to 2 times each month. He also mentions they will go to Seoul. This was the trip that interested Fallen, since that's where the museum and the first main storyline were located, but there was something else too. Each person was assigned a partner, and guess what? Yes, he was paired with Jana, who immediately informs him they will go their separate ways, and upon seeing Fallen's confident response, she challenges him, since he'd been told not to speak so formally. And just like that, he arrived at the museum. Seeing Nayun admiring the weapons, he also spots Kim Sujo, the main character, and they strike up a conversation. We realize he's very friendly and attentive. He even invites them to see a section of weapons, but Fallen knew there was no time for that, as the glass from above shattered and warnings appeared. Monsters had appeared outside the museum, causing panic among everyone present. They all wanted to get out of that place, creating a commotion in their desperation to survive, even knocking over a little girl. But Nayun banged on the glass, telling everyone to calm down. The heroes would arrive soon, and if they went outside, they would just become monster food, setting off the building's alarms. She also demands that Fallen grab a weapon, because a presence had already entered the building. It was a Jeans, the Hound of Lucius, a villain who was created for the MC's growth. As it attacked, Fallen believed it would be just like in his novel. Jeans would be easily defeated by his MC, but something was very wrong at that moment. Sujo had been slammed into the wall. With his eyes trembling, he realized something was off. The story he wrote wasn't supposed to go like this. Nayun, worried, asks if he's okay, shouting his name repeatedly, but he finally takes a breath. Fallen thinks that he's okay, but needs time to recover. Nayun was about to help him, but the Jeans wouldn't let her. She starts to despair. He wasn't using any healing skills, he was just enduring the attacks with his sheer strength as it charged at her. But Sujo reappeared, only to find himself in trouble. The Jeans' body had changed. However, arrows save him from imminent death, and Nayun's head and body are slammed into the wall. Fallen thinks that this is not good at all. At this rate, both of them are going to die. He yells at everyone to get out of the building. He doesn't understand why this is happening, but he calms himself. He had to shoot too, but he realizes he couldn't even scratch it with his gun. But he has an idea. Activating the characteristics of the mana bullets, obtaining a level 6 destructive power in exchange for 104 DSP. Here, it is clarified that the Jeans had a dark power attribute, and its weakness was light. Fallen was exhausted and couldn't go on, but he believed that he had bought enough time. And Sujo appeared with his sword imbued with light. Suju asked her if she was okay, but she just pushed him away. Fallen tells her not to worry, since her appa would soon come to comfort her. This immediately changes both of their expressions. On the outskirts of the place, the monsters were being easily defeated. Here, they more or less recount what had happened, and also tell her that the ones who had defeated the jinn were them, Nayun and Sujo. Upon hearing those names, she runs over there immediately. She thinks it's her lucky day. The protagonist, seeing her, tells her that Sujo was inside. She thanks him. Fallen feels exhausted and doesn't know if that situation has changed the story. He believes he hasn't influenced anything to change the story, but he also remembers that his novel was now a remake, and if that was the case, it was possible that his knowledge of the future was now useless. And he sees that he received a message that informed him that the previous plot was boring. That's why the villains and problems in the story had increased considerably. In the afternoon, the professor arrived, asking them to rest and informing them that Nayun had gone home to rest due to the incident, and then he left. Sujo asks him why he told Nayun about her brother, but they would talk about that later. Then Fallen, upon returning, investigates the matter and realizes that everything was normal, except for an event in the past, which he had supposedly written so that she would become stronger and a reliable ally for the hero. But that day he fell into a coma, and now he couldn't be a reliable companion for Sujo. And it's said that in the story, it became boring to have so many reliable assistants. That's why the story had been changed. Nayun was at her house and her father arrived. After talking for a long time, she requested to go see her brother before he was discharged. The protagonist believes that he possessed the seed of the demon, and after some time, they turn into demons with that seed. In his settings, the incubation period was 6 years, so half the time had passed and there was only one solution for that situation: to kill the demon before the body awakens. But he wonders, who will do it? He can't leave it to just anyone, nor were there mercenaries who would agree to kill the 4th-generation heir of a rich family. Besides, it's impossible to know if there are no indicators showing that he is infected by a seed. Even Sujo would be too weak to kill a fully blossomed demon. So, the only option he had left was to kill him himself, while she was telling him everything that happened that day. Then she came out, and with a cold gaze, remembered Phelan's words, and said his name. Elsewhere, the lady was checking the cameras because she wanted to see what had happened. She knew those two were very good, but that guy named Phelan really caught her attention, the one from rank 934. For his part, he was looking at his laptop and discovered he could see the scope of where the novel takes place. But someone called out to him. She asked if he wanted to spar. Seeing him refuse, she treated him like a chicken. He couldn't refuse after she said that about his family, but he didn't want to because he didn't want the trouble of hurting a classmate. She got even angrier, and the instructor appeared, denying the sparring match because they weren't allowed to. Doing that without training weapons, they had to return to their positions. Fallen didn't think he should apologize yet. First, he had a goal. He was training as hard as possible to be able to kill his older brother. Even if their relationship improved, she would only feel betrayed in the future. That's why it was best to stay away from her. Later, he's at the Truth Guidance Club. The president was Gion. In this club, they analyzed monsters and strategy research. Women, and even men, thought he had a very handsome appearance. He had the ability to capture the audience with his face. But Fallen expressed that both abilities were demonic. He recounts that several events occur, like student kidnappings and monster invasions, and that guy was the one, leading those actions with the skill Lilith's demonic charm. And that guy's primary target was Jana. He showed the intermediate monster, the mountain tyrant, and its possible weak points, and he directly asked Jana about the weak points, but she reported that they weren't known yet. He asserted and wanted them to share their opinions, and asked everyone to go to the party after class. When it was over, everyone was going, even she was going, because she wanted to get useful information about that monster for her guild. Fallen explains that she was from the essence of the Straight Guild. 50 years ago, during the monster outbreak, the family of Jana founded it, and they were currently one of the main guilds in Korea. But he knew that the guild's vice master was becoming very strong lately, to the point that she, the traditional heir, was being threatened. She confirmed it. That's why she wanted to get as much information as possible about that monster, but he would tell her he knew it. She had to accumulate achievements to become the guild's heir. The small emblem on its heel was its weakness, but he wouldn't give her that information for free. Her guild operated Essence Armaments. He wanted her to get him the Desert Eagle. She, upon hearing all that, asks him what the basis for his claim was. He had to have materials to confirm it, right? Fallen, smiling, says that he didn't have any. She leaves angry, thinking it was just a waste of time talking to him. In the protagonist's mind, he believes that if she trusted his words, he would gain a great ally. And she, in the garden, was talking to her secretary, expressing what the protagonist told her about the monster. The next day, the protagonist finds out he has a debt of $300,000. That was the maximum loan the Academy could give. He thinks that, if things continue like this, it will take his whole life to get that money. But, oh well. Time to get to work, he said. He had two ways to earn money in this world. The first method was through stocks, but since he had no money, he couldn't invest in guilds, nor was he of the appropriate age, and the second was to go to the well-known hunting grounds. They were dangerous areas, plagued by monsters. Unlike dungeons and towers, their difficulties varied widely, and by selling the monsters' bodies, they could earn money easily. However, he had just barely surpassed the stats of an average man. He wonders if that would be enough for him to go, and just then, he gets a notification that a package had arrived for him and wonders what it could be. The next day, in the Wangu area, he thanked him for using the portal. And as he walked, it is explained that this province has a relatively low danger rating, so even foreigners from all over the world came to visit to hunt there. This led to the city being called the Mega International City. All sorts of people gathered there to form parties, especially mages and swordsmen. We are also told that they made a lot of money in that place, and Falun wondered if he should find a nearby agency to join, and someone appeared, asking him if he had come to the hunting ground to hunt monsters. He handed him his card, and his name was Park So. Upon reading that name, he is surprised. He would not only become the best agency director in South Korea, but he also became Kim Sao's representative. He is surprised to have met him in that place, and he accepted the deal and would sign the contract with him. He explains that this world was still in the initial stages of the novel. There would be many people who were nobodies for now, but would soon become big shots, and making connections in advance wouldn't be a bad idea. As they walked, he asks him if it was really necessary for him to go as well. He calms him down. He was never going to abandon him in a dangerous situation. Falun believes that most agents waited outside, but he was different, and he reports that he saw goblin tracks. If they hunted them, it would be 300 to 400 per head. Falun wasn't sure about going for them, since a single magic bullet cost 200. He was more interested in that thing over there. He is surprised. Wasn't that a steel boar? Laughing nervously, he says, I don't think you can face that with just a pistol, but he calms him down. He should just watch. He had a very good weapon. Falun is told that his weapon and his strength amplification skill were amazing. He was amazed by the pistol and by his wonderful abilities, but he denied it. It was no big deal. He asks him why he was shooting now. It was because there was a black pelican on the cliffs. He doesn't understand him. Was he seeing all the way from there to the cliffs? Falun confirmed it. Basically, his ability allowed him to reach those distances, and so they continued forward. He thinks they were monsters that were too big, and tells him they should pay for an ambulance and he would take care of it, and would deposit the money by tomorrow at the latest. He also asks him what he will use his rewards on. He informs him that he will use them on stocks. He explains that the new Master of Ceremony Guild would be composed of genes and would play an important role in the story, but they wouldn't be that important. Rather, it would be the dungeon that they would conquer in the story, which was the Suwon Demon Nest. After that clear, their stocks would go up by almost 1,000% after spending 3,000. And he also remembers the underworld where the Chameleon Troupe was, the main villains of the middle and the final parts of the story. This was a criminal organization composed of members whose identities are completely unknown, and they were supposedly missing one member. Therefore, they would make a move for it, and just then the screen turned black, scaring him because, in theory, that was the only way to return to his world. But he was glad it had turned on again, since a month had passed. There were updates. Then, these two attracted attention for their great beauty, but the white-haired guy didn't even pay her any mind. In fact, when they arrived at Yum, he runs towards her, and she asks about Falun, tells them about the museum incident, and recounts the feat he had performed. She asks what they thought of him. She recalls that she had a $300,000 debt. She told them information without proof, so she says he was just a nobody, but he might be hiding something. Nayun thinks he could be a genius, but things didn't add up. Meanwhile, something was happening to the protagonist. He started to feel an unbearable pain. He also felt dizzy. Information was suddenly flooding his brain. It was as if something was accessing his head, causing him to pass out. And the white-haired guy asks her if she liked him, but she denied it. Basically the next day, the three of them were summoned to be thanked for the feat they had accomplished, and Fallen's wrist was still hurting. His wrist. He had to figure out what that ability was, and she tells him to shut up because he was being too loud. But he hadn't even spoken, and they started to bicker, making Sujo switch places with him, who thanks him for his help that time. The person in charge asked everyone to get ready, and someone with an absolute presence arrived. He was Shook, a hero of the highest grade, ranked number 37, who would be presenting the ceremony, asking the three of them to come on stage. First, he congratulated Sujo, saying that just by looking at him, He knew why all the guilds wanted him and warns him not to join the association. He told him he should go to the battlefields. Next up was her, and she blushed. She called him her master, but he denied it. He was only looking after her because her father had instructed him to. And when he got to Fallen, he was a bit disappointed, not knowing who he was. And so the award ceremony concluded by gifting them $15,000, which the protagonist was going to use to buy stocks. But when he went to buy them, his wrists started to glow, so he decided to go to his dorm room and also noticed that an internet option had now appeared. He saw these things and these new options, among them the Violet Banquet. This was the most important one. This is a private site that's famous. It functions as a place to exchange information, as well as weapons, bounties, and requests. There wasn't a single hero who hadn't had some interaction with the Violet Banquet. It was like a black market. Normally, one had to pay a very expensive registration fee, but he could currently acquire it for just 200 CP. Just then, the guild master of the Sacred Grace Guild arrived, handing him her card, as she was very curious about him. Fallen knows that she seems nice, but her personality was a bit different. She would kick anyone out of her guild if they didn't meet her standards. She had an extremely strength-oriented mindset that focused on getting the best in this life. That was the master card from the best guild in the country. She asks him what he did to. But before she could finish the sentence, he said no. He had nothing to say to her. The attention she was giving him was fine, but it wasn't genuine, since he had only caught her attention. That's why he refused her, to make her even more curious, before leaving the place. And now, he used the new power in his sleeve. It was a dagger. He was surprised because he could wield it using only his magic power. This was a talent influenced by skills and the early education. That's why Fallen thinks that was great. And the next thing he would try was the Book of Truth. This was a book that held all truths. It would answer any question as long as your magic allowed. And the first thing he asks is about his height, and it was 5 feet 9 inches. And you guys, how tall are you? Let me know in the comments. He had already spent 1 SP on that question, and an emergency alert comes through on his bracelet. They were looking for the people last seen there. Fallen believes the second main story has begun. The incident of missing persons in Kubo. As the title suggests, during the episode, a total of 6 cadets disappeared without a trace. The investigation went nowhere, and the number of missing people that was mentioned gradually increased in the episode. But in reality, the culprit's final target was Giona. He thought that maybe it wasn't the same as his story. It could be that now the story could be changed and unravel for some characters. That's why he wanted to intervene, but if he did, the story could get out of control. He thinks he should just keep watching for now. The next day at the training grounds, they tell Sujo to look over there. These two were calling Fallen a loser because he couldn't even lift that weight. He was a disgrace to the cube. Sujo was going to defend him, but he stops him. He shouldn't get involved. If he got involved, he could get into trouble. Besides, Fallen was probably just acting. If he had blown off a demon's arm, he should be able to lift that weight without much effort. But he couldn't. The professor shouted, asking what all the commotion was about. He announces that they should gather. The exam results were in, and they are going to post the grades for the written exam. Everyone was looking at the grades, and Fallen was in first place because he clearly knew all the answers thanks to the Book of Truth, and a fencer faltered. It was Rachel, the Princess of England. She had placed first on the written entrance exam. On top of that, she had never lost the first place spot on the written exam. That's why she was looking at him like that. She remembers the happiness of being in first place and promised to try her hardest to keep that top spot. But she apologized to her people, and they moved on to a new subject, analysis of phenomena, which was very difficult to understand. And looking at Fallen, she wonders what kind of study background he had. In his room, Fallen thinks about how to make money with the book's ability, which allowed him to learn any information in this world, as long as he had enough SP. But he didn't have enough credibility to earn much. But as soon as he spreads the rumor, clients should be flooding in to register on the market. And the next thing was a CP investment he had been putting off because the second main story was starting. This meant that Kubo was no longer safe from the djinns. His skills weren't enough to face them, although thanks to being bullied he obtained some ESP sufficient to advance. He thinks he should invest them to help and increase his survivability, but first he should upgrade his weapon. He just hoped he wasn't doing something stupid, spending 250 SP to transform his weapon into a sniper rifle. He thinks that at least should be enough to face them. And he also wanted to acquire mastery, unlike talent which uses magical power to make supernatural phenomena occur. Mastery refers to physical techniques or skills that one has polished throughout their life, and he believes the most important skill was location selection, a mastery for his survival, the low-rank parkour that would allow him flexible and agile body movements. At that moment, he didn't feel anything, but he hopes it worked, and another alarm appeared. Another student had disappeared. It is said that all the previously kidnapped cadets had been murdered. He wonders if it was okay for him to just watch the disappearances, even knowing who the culprit was and who the next victims were. On the outdoor training field, everyone was gathered. This was a special practical training. The cave behind him was an artificial dungeon, a culmination of magical engineering technology. There are monsters modeled after real monsters, and today they would have a dungeon raid practice. But they shouldn't let their guard down just because it was training, and now they had to enter. The two classes would join together, and one member from each class had to join a group from Class A and Class B. Fallen believes that there were all sorts of traps and deadly encounters lurking in the dungeon. Some of the traps had even been created by the jinns, and an alert appeared. A change of scenario. He is surprised because the scenario had been changed 3 times. On top of all that, he wonders who changed it and how, and someone calls him an idiot. Hadn't he heard that they all had to gather? She was Joyeon, who thought Fallen was a bit slow. As for Jonah, she was with Haden, who was obviously in love with her. Nayun was with Sven. This made Sven, just by teaming up with her, more vulnerable to being kidnapped by a demon pawn. He wonders what the hell those big changes were. He thinks he needs to keep a close watch on the 8th team because he was there, the typical arrogant jerk who looked down on those weaker than him, but he wonders why his potential had grown by 0.5%. And here the groups are introduced, and Fallen was getting angry because he didn't even say his name right, and, upon seeing the names, he thinks his group might be okay. Next was Sven's group. This was a beast-type student and a brilliant hero candidate in his country. Some important facts about him were that June liked him. It said that he entered Cube dreaming of reaching the top, but reality is not always as one expects, and faced with the monstrous abilities of other cadets, he just became an ordinary cadet. The inferiority and defeat he felt for the first time in his life, combined with the instability of puberty, resulted in him selling his soul to a jinn to obtain more power, and just then, he is interrupted. They asked him to please not just stand there in the dungeon, and, looking at him closely, he thinks he was a good guy. He wasn't surprised there were so many rumors about him. Fallen, clenching his fist, thinks that public opinion about him had been extremely low these days. It was due to a certain rumor spread around the school saying that Fallen uses his position as a cadet, Cube, to blackmail and threaten, and on weekends he had all kinds of carnal encounters. The origin of those rumors was obvious. He wonders if anyone defended him. Weren't they a team? And they were talking about how great they were. That's why they had Fallen to even things out. Upon entering, they came across the first crossroads. They wonder where to go, stating that their marksman was first class, so they should take the first path. But Fallen disagreed. They should go to the sect, but he shut him up because he hadn't asked for his opinion. But she accepted, even though he looked weak. His eyes were quite good, although Fallen just didn't want them to run into the German. The guy was angry about following his orders, but he asks him to pay attention. There were monsters up ahead. He doesn't understand. He couldn't feel or see anything. The archer wonders if he should shoot an arrow, then fires one. Sure enough, there was a salamander. Seeing it, they all shout to get into formation. Fallen thinks he should save his bullets for now, and the team began the attack. Seeing her whip, he thinks that Giona was incredible and had reached the edge of enlightenment. But she suddenly trips, and the protagonist pushes her, making her lose her cool because he knocked her over. But they ask where that came from. He had realized that as she fell, a poisoned arrow was approaching, and, elsewhere, the blonde guy was apologizing, asking them to leave him there. She just told him to shut up, and if he had the strength to talk, he should get up and run. And before, a poisoned arrow had hit him. Besides, a monster like that was following him. It didn't seem like an artificial dungeon created for training at all. Returning to the group, they were facing salamanders. They were calm, having defeated the monsters, without much trouble. The only thing that worried him was the arrow. Fallen believes that arrow wasn't a trap from the exam. He wonders, what the hell was that? And behind him, he feels a presence that threatened their lives. The salamander was still alive. Music. He activates his magic and converts the power of the stigma into a water barrier. The group members don't understand what had happened. It was an incredible power. They were surprised because that had been a real breath attack. Any cadet who was hit by that attack wouldn't even have their bones left. Fallen wonders if that was a puppet, and they call out to him, threatening him and calling him a son of a. Because he had been hiding his powers while they were in danger, Fallen calms him down. It was just an artifact he had bought yesterday, but the guy threatened him again. But the girl from the other group asks them not to waste time. They were under threat because the salamander was clearly a puppet and Yona agreed, but in her mind, she thinks the thing about the magic equipment was probably a lie. Something like that would cost more than he could afford. He couldn't even buy that gun. But she wonders how someone like him managed to have a magic attribute, and now she remembers Nayun's words, thinking that he might be a genius. In the other group, they were in a coliseum, and the magma golem was there. This was a level 5 monster, intermediate. It was like the dungeon boss. They knew it was very strong and hard to kill, but they trusted the other team would arrive. They had to wait there. Besides, they needed to give Sven proper treatment. He was just apologizing. He let himself get hit by a stupid poison arrow and felt like nothing had gone right for him since he arrived at Cube, and something was speaking to him, asking if he didn't want to become stronger. It could give him strength. The price was low, much cheaper than risking his life. Crying, he expressed that he wanted to become strong, and the shadow embraced him. And a scream is heard throughout the room. They wonder what was wrong with that guy, and the golem was watching them. Nayun yells at them to run. Music. But their efforts had been in vain. Nayun can't believe it. That thing was a puppet, and she was going to die. It was the end for everyone, but a bullet appeared. About 5 minutes earlier, she was wondering what that was. The guy called him a traitor, and besides, he was wrong. The boss was going through there, but it was blocked. Fallen knew it was the right place. That wall wasn't there before. That's why the field should be extending from there, and he asks them to try and break it. When he hits it, he curses. Didn't he see? It was obviously unbreakable, and the girl told them to look up, but they now denied that anyone could get up there so easily. Fallen thinks that if they couldn't, he would do it by activating his parkour magic. They think he was a cat, and the area began to shake. They wonder what the hell was happening on the other side. Returning to the present, she doesn't understand how he made that attack, but he yells at her to react and move. But now the golem was against him. Stuttering, he asks them to save him now. And in that place, the cry for the battle formation appeared, but the attacks didn't do much damage to it. She thanked them and asked them to give her a little more time, just a little, and the golem is attacked. He apologized for the delay. Nayun gathers her attack, remembering the incident with the demon. She believes this time would be different. The golem had fallen. They were surprised because they had actually defeated the magma golem. Everyone greeted each other, but Fallen knew it. Sven had become a djinn. The plot had changed, but Bem's story had only gotten a little screwed up. He no longer knows how out of control things will get, or how dangerous they will be. Upon seeing him, she just lowers her gaze, thinking she should have told him that a long time ago. Thanking him. When she saw that they were telling her to repeat it, she curses him. Did he not understand? Fallen doesn't get it. Was Nayun actually thanking him? The story goes that her life was colored by tragedy. On her 6th birthday, she lost her mother to a djinn and she decided to become a heroine. At an age when other children spent their time laughing and playing, she pushed herself to train, through broken bones, sweat, and tears, and she couldn't form deep relationships with friends because telling someone her deepest feelings was no different from revealing her abilities. She almost never said, "Thank you." Besides, there are very few people who can say they are truly her friends, and she was asking him why he was being harassed by that gang if he was stronger than them. She had seen that he was even able to stop the golem alone, but Fallen denied it. He was only strong because of his weapon. She got worked up. He was a crazy bastard. If they saw him with that, he would be suspended. He explains that's why he only used it during important moments. Besides, he had learned how to hide it. She still thinks he was very strong, and, with sparkling eyes, she believes that then, his strength came from firearms and leaves the place. As she's leaving, she asks if he didn't have something to say, but he denied it. He maintained the same stance. If he apologized right now, he was sure she would forgive him, but he couldn't do that. It was much better for them to have an awkward relationship, because he had to kill her brother. Then everyone gets a message. It was an announcement. All cadets had to pause their training and quickly exit the dungeon. Fallen recounts that during this training exercise there were several problems, from a few security cameras in the dungeons malfunctioning to puppet monsters. But it wasn't too serious because no one died. Cube told all the cadets to investigate the problem internally, but he understood. Basically, the djinns had executive positions within Cube, but the German alarmed him more. The side effects of forming a contract with a demon are the amplification of emotions and obsessions. In the worst-case scenario, if Sven's emotions get out of hand, he will reveal his true identity when he's with Nayun. Fallen believes that, to prevent that situation, he will need to watch his actions closely, and, with a guilty conscience, he hacks the system, placing himself in Nayun's messages. He explains that this week at the hunting club was the day that Sven was supposed to lose control in the original story. He thinks it would be a good idea to join and also believes that he had grown quite a bit, therefore, he should go to the Mount Gary dungeon. And a message from the true protagonist reached him, asking if he was free on Friday, since he had a favor to ask. The story goes that Mount Gary was famous in Huanggo province, where the essence of nature and spiritual energy flowed and collided. Because of that mountain, it had been referred to as the Mecca of training for martial artists from all over the country. However, not only martial artists go to Mount Gary. There were people wandering the country looking for items buried in the depths of those spiritual lands and mountains, people like him, Ginsen, the excavator. But Fallen finds him very cringy, as he showered him with comments about being the best. As he left, he thinks he was just a novice with a long way to go. At that moment, Fallen ran off because the man wouldn't stop talking, and after running for a long time, he tripped, and, upon seeing the ground, he thinks he found a god's heart. Eating it would raise his stats for 2 hours and 30 minutes. If he sold it, he could get 700,000. He thinks he got really lucky and almost fell. He feels it's no wonder that no one ever passed through here. On that path, after crossing through a lot of grass, cliffs and vines, one would reach the dungeon of the undead. It was a hidden dungeon. The boss of that dungeon is the level 1, high-rank monster, the Death Knight. He could have buffed his stats, but even so, he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single attack from it. But that didn't matter to him. His goal wasn't the boss, but the hidden stage of that dungeon. He believes he was getting close to the base of the witch Evangel. She was the boss of the hidden stage of the dungeon. In the future, she would build the worst fortress of the undead in history. In an abandoned school in the city, she would be much harder to defeat in her adult form. But the real reason he was going after her is because there are 2 items he needed to get. One was the growth-type equipment, and the other was the Seed of Evangel. That was the best item that would help him grow quickly. Activating his eyes, he sees the girl. While her body and intelligence were undeveloped, she wasn't that strong, but seeing her, he just told himself to focus. It was something he needed to do. She would become a creation of evil, turning her mana into a light magic attribute. But she was still alive, but in the end, she ended up dying, giving him the Seed of Evangel and showing his new stats. Strength 2,455, Endurance 2,545, Agility 2,805, Perception 3,705, Vitality 2,465, Magic Power 1,925. He finally thinks he was at the level of a cube cadet, and he still had the biggest gain left, the seed. He mentions that the name Witch sounded villainous, but if he raised her well, she could be a great ally. Making her grow was simple, you just needed to feed her a little blood in a place with water. But her growth varied depending on the quality of the blood. Thinking about that for now, he'll figure out how to do it. Besides, he thinks he'll sleep, because tomorrow was going to be incredibly tiring since it was the hunting club. Then, at the mountain, Spring, they gathered everyone for their orientation for their first hunt in the wilderness. Fallen doesn't know the details of today's episode. From what he knew, Nayun gets injured and is left with after effects. Sven is sacrificed. That event was a simple introduction to get him to pay more attention, making them think that Nayun is the target, but their plan is to capture Yona. But what worries him more is that Sven's aspects changed from how he was originally. He hadn't been enraged yet and had the demon's power. He wouldn't worry if he brought out that power there, but everyone would hate him if he caused a fight there. Nayun thinks he's still staring at her. What a psycho. Sven told her to be careful because students were disappearing, and it might be his fault. And seeing that she defended him, he gave her a weird look and asked them to move on. As they moved forward, he killed the animals with his power. Hearing his voice, he hid it, and she asks excitedly how he had captured so many. Besides, they had made a bet on who could capture more, and since he had won the bet, he wanted his prize. Fallen explains that Sven made a deal with the demon of lust. Since his emotions were running high, he gathered the courage to ask her if she wanted to go out with him, but she immediately refused. They had only known each other for 1 week. As she turned around, she told him that she liked people who were stronger than her. This enrages him, showing his true nature, telling her that if that was the case, he just had to prove he was stronger than her. He asks Nayun if she's okay, but he is sent flying. Nayun condensed her mana and told him to let her go, but his essence only told her that he loved her over and over again. Fallen, on the verge of suffocating, explains that sometimes in that world, characters from that place with high potential almost never tapped into it because they chose the wrong weapon. But, without a doubt, she was at the top of the list. He yelled at her, telling her to let go and wield that sword. Seeing that Fallen was okay, she was relieved, but then she fainted. Night had fallen and she woke up scared, because Fallen was carrying her, and she demanded that he put her down right now. But when he set her down, she froze. Her legs wouldn't move, but he calmed her, explaining it was clearly mana exhaustion, or was this the first time it had happened to her? She didn't understand it, but she knew what it was. After being embarrassed, she asked him if he would please carry her again. While he was carrying her, Nayun was astonished by his question about whether she would continue using her bow. Fallen explained that he knew what she felt today. By doing so, she had awakened her talent, a power that could amplify her skills tremendously. She was a dominant swordswoman who could slaughter hundreds of monsters with just a single blow, someone who couldn't be stopped in a large-scale battle. But she asked him to stop talking nonsense and to stop acting like he knew everything, so he left her on a bench, since she could get back on her own from there. Besides, he couldn't carry her because he was late for his dorm's curfew. At the academy, everyone was now talking about Nayun, since she had been attacked by the jinns, and rumors were spreading, and when Fallen entered the classroom, they greeted him. In addition, the guys who bullied him and the main characters were there. He believed everyone was gathered. Now, it's made clear what favor the real protagonist had asked of him, which was about an assignment the Academy gave them. It was an investigation mission. They called him because of his eyes, and on the recommendation of Nayun. But Fallen had only attended because he was going to gain more SP, and since everyone was gathered, they were about to begin. The white-haired guy slammed the ground, expressing that he believed the jinn from last time was the same one that attacked Nayun. However, he firmly believed that Nayun would be the jinn's next target. Fallen believes it might be because Vince was still free, but saying his name was dangerous, and he couldn't just stand idly by with the president. In 2 months, in the original story, only 6 people were kidnapped, but now it's already been 3 people in 2 weeks. If things kept up like this, the number of victims would clearly be higher, and setting aside his thoughts of not wanting to meddle, because he remembers the words he was told, he decides to say the president's name, President, but he had an alibi. Seeing that they doubted his reasoning, he informed them that he had put a student under hypnosis, but it wasn't normal. But Jana stopped him before his explanation. He was accusing someone who had an alibi, saying it was much more likely that he was a jinn. Fallen doesn't understand what he was talking about, but they kept accusing him, and the giant expressed that they should break his back to see if he transformed. The 3 of them agreed. Seeing that he was laughing, they asked him what's so funny, but Fallen threatened him to go ahead, and if he did, he would get a hole in the back of his neck. Sujo calmed them down. Fallen defended himself because his alibi was being with Nayun facing the monster, but the white-haired guy treated him like an insect. He couldn't name the man in front of him, and seeing him continue to explain what they had done only made him angrier. Fallen, seeing everyone's attitude, turns around and leaves. He had already told them his opinion, but Jorak denied it. He couldn't just leave that place like that. Sujo calms them down, but Fallen was furious. On the grass, he wonders what was happening to him. Not only was he interrupting the story, but he was also having emotional disputes. He was fed up with what he was experiencing. He wanted to go see his friends and family. He just wanted to return home. He wonders if time flowed the same way in his world as it did in this one, but the more he thought about it, the idea of returning seemed more distant, and a message arrived. His perseverance had increased. He thinks the notification was ruining the mood, but he was grateful that his perseverance was increasing. If it were the same as in the real world, he would probably end up taking his own life in this story, but now he feels braver. In the room, they were making fun of Jorak because he had used his talent for a sniper shot, and it had been dodged, and just then, a message arrived from the president, who wanted to meet with her alone tomorrow, and she accepted while he smiled, covered in blood. The next day, they were in class. Everyone was acting according to their respective personalities. The professor announces that the midterm exams would start soon. The practical exams would be graded based on duels between recruits and monster battles. Fallen thinks the written exams would be easy, but the duels were the problem. Each recruit is given 3 tickets that allow them to nominate a recruit they wish to duel, but this came with a condition. Those who challenged very low-ranking students wouldn't gain points because the skill level was too different. But there were idiots like that who ignored the points just to beat people up. And thinking about that, there was someone giving him another look. Besides, she was too close. Rachel didn't even talk to him, but she was always around him, and he doesn't understand why. As for Giona, she arrived at the study hall, and inside was the president, who had left a scented candle in the room, and immediately asked her what they were talking about in her group, and if they had any suspects. She said no, but one person had said something stupid. He asks what he had said, casting a spell to put her mind at ease. She confirmed he had only said that he was a jinn, and that he was using some kind of psychological magic. But as he tried to ask more, she came to her senses. He asks her to forgive him. He said he had asked a bad question. Seeing that this surprised her, he asks what's wrong. she should put the weapon away, as there was still time until her turn. Later, in the second-year dorms, at Cube, was Jonna. When she wakes up, she realizes she's in the second-year dorms. Upon seeing herself tied up, she thinks that Fallen was right after all. She thought he was just spouting nonsense, but she thinks that she should calm down for now. She had to call for help, repeating the phrase, "Please, someone answer me." But the president denied it. "She shouldn't be doing that," he said, looking at her with a maniacal expression. And just then, a message arrives for Fallen. He wonders who is bothering him now, but he also didn't know what that number meant. Reading the number 9, Giona sarcastically thinks he barely managed to write down a number full of nonsense, and upon seeing it, he figures that must be the bastard who was suspicious of him. He thinks he should probably kill him too later. It irritates Giona that the guy will never get away with this. The search team has probably already noticed his movement, but he didn't care. He would leave Cube as soon as he finished his job. Seeing her face, he thinks he liked that expression. However, Miss Lilith wanted to see her face filled with fear. Fallen, for his part, doesn't know what that number meant, but after thinking it over, it's revealed that it was a play on words for a word that started with 9, which in Korean means to save. He immediately asks the Book of Truth for her location. Back in the second-year student's room, the demon was casting a spell that would break Pero's spirit. She was resisting. He thinks her will is strong. He couldn't believe he still hadn't brainwashed her. But he calms her, saying she had no reason to fear Miss Lilith, since she gave him permission to treat her this way. She wanted her too. Seeing her struggle to break free, he laughed. It was useless. Even if she managed to get loose, there was nowhere to run. Miss Lilith's magical power was omnipotent, but just then, a bullet hits him in the head. Fallen uses a voice that could be heard throughout the room, but no one knew where it was coming from. He tells Giona that he should take a look at himself because this is what happens when you doubt someone you should have trusted. The demon yelled, asking where the hell he was and who he was, but Fallen told him to calm down. He should forget about trying to recover. That was a specially made bullet, so, unless it was surgically removed, he would never be able to recover. Giona cursed him again and again, telling him to show up and reveal his damn face. But Fallen remained unfazed. He told him not to waste his strength, since he was extremely far away, and then he gets hit by 3 more bullets to the body. Many meters away, Fallen was set up with his sniper rifle. Smiling, he told Giona it seemed he would be using all the bullets he had for him today, and he was sure he would get him something even better next time. Yes, she was conscious, and he shot him one more time. He asks her if she's okay. Seeing her confirm, he asks her to go to sleep. The search team would be there soon. She needed to rest. She agreed, closing her eyes and thanking him for everything. And now, seeing that he was in her room, she demanded to know why he was there. After a long argument, he informs her that the 3 of them were taking turns as the hours passed, since they were the ones to blame for ignoring the information from one of their group members. Hearing that, she asks if he was there, but he pretends not to understand, and now she just denies it. She says she didn't say anything, and in his room, the protagonist gets a thank you message saying they would make sure to pay him back well. Fallen had earned 450 SP, and thanks to his luck, gained an extra 11%, and had increased his shooting skill level. Yes, he thinks this was the first time he had gained so much from a single intervention in the story, but even though it wasn't much because he had invested a lot in the magical sniper bullets, it was good to have saved Pero. And just then, his representative arrived. Taking just one step, the man begged him to please not withdraw his contract with him, but Fallen calmed him down. He had summoned him because he wanted to invest his money in the entertainment agency. He had listed the gin at the Violet Banquet, and it had already sold for 400 million won. He had used 250 million on investments in Monster, and wanted to invest 150 million in shares of entertainment. The man, trembling, expressed that he couldn't accept such a large amount of money. After a lot of back and forth, Fallen went to collect his prize because, as a minor, he couldn't receive the money directly and had to exchange his ticket. It was worth 2 billion. The man now looked at him, like a god for handling such a huge amount of money that was just for investments. Fallen is quite the seasoned businessman. Elsewhere, a spirit-like being was informing its leader that they had begun to make their move. Speaking of the master agency, it asked what they should do now. The leader told it to just take the object. The being agreed, but also reported something unusual. Someone was intensively buying up shares. First, he invested 3 million, then 10 million, and suddenly 250 million. But the boss didn't care. They should forget about it. They just needed to focus on their own mission. The boy also mentions the banquet offers to her, but she tells him to focus. The cube exams were tomorrow. The 2 trending individuals were those 2 kids, and she was eager for the event. She just hoped there would be someone useful there. Fallen thinks that time had flown by. The week of the practical midterm exams had begun. During the practical exam, Cube opens its doors to hero employment agencies like guilds and associations, and also to the families of those who are in training. The crowd that comes is from all over the world, making it seem like a festival. At that place, there is a large press corps covering the entire event, creating fan-like excitement, especially among the students. For his part, Fallen thinks there isn't much action yet. He figures he has to wait a little longer. Those were Suyuk's drones. The class representative had spread them all over Cube. He bumps into someone and apologizes, and upon looking at her, he gasps in surprise. He had almost forgotten that this person was also here, and comes back to his senses, thinking that he had stared into her eyes for too long. He was about to say something so he wouldn't sound suspicious, and tells her she's very pretty. She immediately contacts Drom. She reports that the boy who just passed by saw her through the perception blocking item. She said he must be investigated immediately. Fallen thinks that it wasn't just heroes who came to scout cadets and make offers. The chameleon troupe was also there. Their goal is to control Suhyuk or Shin. But since the novel's protagonist was outside of their expectations, they dismissed him and went for the white-haired guy. Their infiltration shouldn't cause too many problems, but if the story changes and they start fighting with the security heroes, it won't be just one or two people who die. They were arguing about focusing, since if they let any problematic people through, they would be a disgrace to all heroes. These two were rank 1737 and 2000. But someone behind them walked by with the necklace that his boss wore, though he was disappointed because he didn't see anyone strong there, but Drom asked him to stay there and do nothing until his signal. Besides, the duels would be starting soon. In the second arena, the matches were about to begin. It was 9 in the morning, and the first fight was being introduced. All the media outlets were rushing to the scene, eager to see what would happen. Fallen was walking. Jana asks if he is going to the arena. He confirmed that he was first, and she called her bodyguard and handed him the briefcase. He could use them in the exam, and if he needed more, he should let her know. But she clarified that she knew it wasn't enough to repay him for saving her life, but he should think of it as a gift. And she also clarified that she still hadn't told anyone in the group that he had saved her. Fallen remained anonymous. She still didn't understand why he was hiding his strength, but she warned him that his opponent was too strong. He couldn't hide his strength. In the waiting room, the buff guy was fired up, repeating that he would crush Fallen over and over again. Meanwhile, Dron told his boss that they had no data on the kid. He was an orphan with no major skills, who didn't stand out from the rest. She didn't understand how he saw her when she had the perception blocking item, and just then, Junon arrived, a member of the chameleon troupe, and informed them both that Fallen was about to fight, in case they were interested in watching. In the stands were the guardians, and they noticed the man's gaze, who smiled when he looked at them. They thought he might be a fan as the students made their way to the stage. It was cadet number 19. Jorak wasn't in the top 10 students, but he was quite decent, and his opponent was cadet number 934, Fallen, who immediately told him to calm down a bit since he looked a little angry. The narrator explains that the specialty of this guy is using the mana inside his body to manifest an invisible layer of protective energy. Not only did he train to make bullets harmless to him, but he also fortified his muscles for greater speed. And the first match of the first-year midterms began in 3, 2, 1. Jorak immediately lunged forward with his ability. Fallen thought it was time to use his bullets. He had increased the amount of time that he could maintain the bullets, so he could now shoot for 1 minute, and would therefore be able to follow his movements. But his plan fell apart in an instant. Jorak had shattered the floor. He was surprised at that moment, but he kept dodging. Seeing him up close, Fallen shot him at point-blank range, but Jorak laughed. He was a fool if he thought he could pierce his protective energy. He could easily deflect it, but his energy armor was shattered on his shoulder. Everyone in the audience couldn't understand it. Had he really pierced his defense? Jorak was stunned. He wondered what the hell this guy was. It shouldn't be possible under any circumstances to get through his protection, especially with a simple bullet. At that moment, Fallen attacked with multiple magic bullets. Feeling cornered, and sensing that the audience was against him, he got angry and shattered the entire floor, sending Fallen into the air, but Fallen threw a blade at him. However, this was just a distraction to make him a clear target. But now the entire crowd was frozen because Fallen had run out of bullets, and just then, seeing the fury, Fallen raises his hands and surrenders with a smile. And just like that, the duel was over. Jorak was the winner. He just screamed, desperately for him to return to the arena, calling him a coward. The heroes believed that Jorak had been humiliated. Although he had many good skills, the boy Fallen was a step above. He had vision, and extreme speed in his shots. Moreover, he could fuse his mana with the bullets. He thinks he could probably be in the rank of a cadet easily, and the reporters began to think that this kid might be doping and started to speculate about him. The villain thinks he didn't like anything about that boy. He was just a weakling who shot from a distance. There was nothing interesting about him. He doesn't know why his boss made him watch, but the real reason he didn't like it was because duels, for him, weren't like that. They had to have lethal effort, killing intent. Now that was a duel. And they also ask him about the white-haired guy. And the story's protagonist recounts that Chin was good. His attacks, aimed for vital signs. He was very good. And Sujo used a specially crafted dance. But he felt as if he was hiding something, and just then, a guard arrives because that place was right on the outskirts of the tourist areas. The big guy asks him to wait a bit because a nuisance was talking to him, taking off the guard's head with just a finger. Elsewhere, the boss was looking at the horizon, remembering that she told someone that she would find the traitor no matter what and get her revenge. And she gives the order to get that boy who used the gun. The next day, day 2 of the midterms began. Everyone was in Arena 1. Both heroes and visitors. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the participation of Rank 1, Sujo versus Rank 8, Joey. There was also the battle of Rank 3, Rachel versus Rank 4, Nayun. They were the most anticipated matches of the day. Fallen thinks he assumes Nayun would face a crushing defeat against Rachel, and the 8th duel began. Music, the battle was exciting, but some footsteps approached. Fallen and the black-level criminal, wanted by the Hero Association, the captain of the infamous chameleon troupe, a powerful woman who managed to hide under countless names and aliases. And he was the only one who truly knew her name. She was about to speak to him, but a drink fell on her head, and the winner was Rachel. The protagonist gives her a cloth to clean herself. She expresses that she saw his duel against Cadet Jorak, and saw that the skill he demonstrated in his duel was his talent, and gives him the Desolate Moon card. But she didn't tell him to take it. She couldn't give the details yet, but she guaranteed that he would benefit, and if he joined, he should call her if he was interested. Fallen thinks there should be no reason for the captain to seek him out personally. And looking ahead, the winner of the battle was Cadet Sujo. Everyone was talking about him, about how incredible he was. The press also fawned over him. The heroes wanted to hire him as he left the ring. He doesn't know if he got anything with his drone, so he would check it in his dorm and heard an embarrassed cry. He thinks that this event reminded him of the story where Sujo consoles Nayun, giving her words of encouragement that she should never give up, and that cheesy stuff. Then he gets an idea. To send her a message saying he'd already told her he was right. A sword was better than a bow, and it wasn't too late to be like him. He recommended that she switch weapons. She got angry reading those words, cursing Fallen over and over again. Later, in her room, she watches the cameras and, with just one finger, that guy killed the guard. It was clear he was from the chameleon group. She thinks that he had murdered people without hesitation. Besides, it was obvious it was purely for his own pleasure. She thinks that guy was someone to be feared. It's mentioned that in that world, there are also demi-humans behind the scenes, who weren't bound by laws or rules. They are human, but they reject the heroes. They couldn't be considered simple lawbreakers, and you had to be careful with them, because they had transcendental powers just like heroes. These were called villains. The next day, the practical midterm exams began, the so-called monster battle. She thinks it was a pleasure to meet them. Her name was Javiera. She was the one in charge of their exams. But before starting, she was going to explain what they were seeing. This was the place where they would be participating, which was called the Battle of the Monsters. They were going to fight against monsters summoned by 2 mages. This exam was more dangerous than any training they had done up until now. That was because the summoned monsters had the same aggressive tendencies as real monsters, and they wouldn't disappear immediately, even if the mage cancelled the summoning. Their lives would be in danger. If they wanted to refuse, they could. So she asked that those who didn't feel comfortable with the exam or weren't brave enough should not participate. The evaluation criteria were how long they lasted and how calmly they reacted to fearful situations. And that was all. They had to do their best in the exam, and 4 people from a team would enter the test area. The rest were to observe in silence. When it wasn't their turn, they had to analyze the other cadets' battles. They needed to think about how to fight the monsters and figure out how to do better. They had to analyze every detail. And the battle began now, summoning the advanced ghoul monster. The next group got a black serpent, the next a unicorn demon, and so, the trials continued, and it was Fallen's turn, who got a crom wolf. He was very calm. He believed that if everything kept going like this, he would pass the exam with flying colors. But an alarm blared throughout the hall. He wondered what was happening, and outside, He asks if the exams are going well, but gets told off. He needed to pay attention to his guard duty, since someone had been murdered in that place. He had to be on alert, and footsteps were heard behind him. He was glad someone was there. They inform him that this place was off limits to people. He should turn back, but the other guy refused to talk any further. He told him to get out of his way, unless he wanted a beating. And a loud roar and a whirlpool appeared in the sea, both of them at the same time. Wondered what the hell that was. In the hall, an alert sounded, and the exam was going to be interrupted, since something had happened outside the building. The cadets had to evacuate the area immediately. They ask Team 10 to stop the exam and evacuate. Fallen doesn't understand. He doesn't know what was happening. In the original story, nothing like this ever happened. Besides, the summons weren't being cancelled. He was sure something was wrong, and heard some footsteps in the other room. He tells her it's been a long time, Princess Rachel. He is Sir Lancaster. She asks him where he has been since the London incident that happened 5 years ago. Besides, his appearance was a little different. He smiled. He had come for her soul, but she refused to believe it, wondering why someone like him, a former imperial captain, would do such a thing. He informed her that she was mistaken. He had sold his soul to a new lord because his country, to which he was devoted his entire life, had failed him. Rachel figures that it's useless to keep talking then. She was going to capture him herself by leaping toward him, but her attack did nothing to his body. It was transparent. She realizes that his real body wasn't there. Besides, she was doomed. It was so chaotic outside that no one would worry about this place. The building would be in complete chaos in a few moments. No one would come to help her. With that, what he wanted to achieve was for her to also suffer the same situation he experienced a few years ago. While dozens and hundreds of people were dying, no one would pay her any attention. That's how that damned place was. He would love to talk with her a little more, but time was up, and he said goodbye. And from one moment to the next, his appearance changed into a ninja-like figure with 2 swords, who lunged without hesitation. Rachel was surprised. She never thought that attack would be so powerful, and thrusts landed on her body. She knows she can't face him. She needs to take a risk, and aim for an opening, but her sword is knocked away. However, she had a thread that could bring her sword back. He discovers it and sends her flying. But someone breaks through the wall behind him. A light illuminated Rachel's hope. The ninja lunges directly at Fallen, but he uses his weapon's transformation, turning it into shotgun mode, firing a shot he had never fired before. But he was a little surprised because he only had enough for 1 shot, but it was to be expected, since a single attack consumed 250 DCP. Rachel's eyes sparkled. She thinks that boy was in her class. He asks her if she's okay, but she clearly didn't look okay at all, starting to heal her and scolding her, since if he had arrived a little later, she would have never been able to wield a sword again. And upon seeing the patch, he remembers that the seed needed royal blood, and he had finally found it. People shouted from above asking if they were okay, saying they were coming to save them, but they still didn't know what the hell had happened on the beach. Number 2000 asks him what happened. He thinks it took him too long to get there. It had already been scared off, but it wasn't him. He doesn't know who stabbed it, but the emoji was furious, and yet someone was able to use brute force to drive it away. That guy was definitely incredibly strong. Seeing that he wasn't believed, he accepted it. If someone told him something like that, he wouldn't believe it either. But he was probably the murder suspect. Besides, he also doesn't understand why that monster appeared. He thinks the exams were a fiasco. Fallen recounts that to sum things up, the news became known all over the world, and the exams were postponed because a lot of staff was used to clear things up with the public. After that, tests and classes were cancelled, and the cadets were able to enjoy a pressure-free 10-day break. And that message that had changed history, the one from Alex Lancaster, still caught his attention. Inayun hit him just for fun, and when he looked, she just stuck her tongue out, teasing him. She goes to her room, thinking that Fallen was a loser, and when she got to her bed, she saw there were 2 messages on her forum. One was from Desujo, which said it was a sure victory. It seemed she was worried about a lot of things. It felt as if several internal and external factors were weakening her confidence. However, she is a talented archer, a steadfast cadet with a strong work ethic and exceptional talent. She was able to deliver perfect results. Someone else might think she lacks talent enough, but that wasn't true. What she's missing isn't talent, but self-confidence. If she continued to move forward in the same way she believed in herself, he was sure she would be able to become the best hero. She thinks that this was embarrassing, and the next message was from an anonymous user. She doesn't know who it's from, but it was a long message, so she decided to read it, and as she did, a vein throbbed on her forehead. She became incredibly angry, and let out a scream throughout the building, yelling that she would not forgive him, she would not forgive that damn son of a… In his room, Fallen believes the seed only consumed the blood. He recounts that the banjal seed he obtained in the Gary Mountains, if fed with human blood, would give birth to the witch. But since it was Rachel's blood, who was from the royal bloodline, no villainess would appear. And as he touched it, he asked it to please grow and help him. And at that moment, upon touching it, a sensation appeared on his arm. At that moment, his second stigma was appearing, causing him terrible pain. The next day, he and his agent were on their way to hunt monsters. He mentions that sales had become much easier and their client base had grown. He was much more relaxed, and it was all thanks to him. After walking a bit further, they wonder why so many people are gathered there. It was because there were people from the guilds there. Furthermore, some people who drew everyone's attention appeared. They were the members of the Essence of the Straight Guild, and he wonders if that isn't Jaeyoon. Upon seeing him, she walks straight toward him, asking what they were doing in the field. She thinks they shouldn't be there alone, but he refutes this, saying he wasn't alone and that he was with his agent, Park. As they introduce themselves, Fallen thinks they have very different personalities. They made a strange pair. Supposedly, in the original story, Park was supposed to be Suj's agent, and Jaeyoon would discover that contract and make a huge investment in their partnership. The result was so successful that everyone involved ended up on a path paved with gold, but that was in the original novel. The problem now was that, at this point in time, Jaeyoon should have no interest at all in investing in them. In the worst-case scenario, she might even be blocking Park's path, but she agrees and opens the way, saying she will accompany them on the hunt. Then she brings up the topic of what he'll do in the future, and after a long talk, she asks if he wants to join the Essence of the Straight. They were in second place for now, after the creator's sacred grace, but when she becomes the leader, she would make Essence of the Straight the best guild in Korea. They could promise him a wide range of support from advanced weapons to renowned agents. Fallen informs her that contacting underage cadets is illegal. He was going to charge her a fine of 500 million. She didn't care, she could pay it whenever she wanted, and at that moment, he breaks and she gets jolted and yells at him about what the hell he was doing. But he claimed they had arrived at the monster spawn point. She called him crazy. How could an ordinary agent find a monster spawn point? Not even her best agents could do it. He timidly thinks that late April is the time when monsters usually start to go wild. Normally, there were many people who go to the field, driven by that infamous season. There are a few more of those places, but the others aren't as popular. Besides, it's a hunting ground selected for Fallen's characteristics as a marksman, and he nodded. He really was a good agent, one of the best. And she asks him to take her back, but she got out and, as she turned around, she knocks on the window and asks him to please give her his business card. Then, 10 days had passed since the incident, and the students had returned to class. Fallen naturally took first place in the written exams, and after punishing Jorak during the practical exam, the group that used to bother him quieted down. That is probably the most peaceful time he's had since. He was at Cube, but just then, a blow broke through the wall, asking him if he had written that. He shouldn't think about sneaking away. The annoying tone of that report obviously belonged to him, but he calmed her down, asking what was wrong with what he wrote. He was only doing it to help her, but she yelled that she hadn't asked for his help. He had said that she had no talent as an archer. Who the hell had given him the right to teach her anything? After a lot of fighting and arguing, they make a bet. But if she lost, she had to give up the bow. She burst into flames. He was a little jerk. Besides, she got even angrier because Fallen would also use a bow, and she left in a rage, eager for their bet. Fallen believes his master sharpshooter skill was high level, so even if he was only at grade 6, he could win the bet. He thinks that Nayoon was escaping from reality, to the point where she thinks that just because she's talented with swords, she's also talented with bows. Just telling her nice things wouldn't help her. That's why he needed to change her mind and, thus make her stronger. Later, the freckled guy was leading the class. He mentions that the academic and hunting clubs had been suspended due to the incident with the djinns, and Fallen thinks the novel's plot went more or less the same way. And if that was the case, the next incident was the assassination of the Parisian multimillionaire. This episode begins with a killer organization sending a warning that he was going to die. The target would be the multimillionaire from France, Beetle. Due to Beetle's peaceful personality, he had a normal lifestyle in his mansion on the outskirts of Paris, which was a complete lie. Beetle was a twisted fraudster known as Vervet, and he scammed numerous people, accumulating his wealth through all sorts of twisted acts. Although he had been able to avoid being caught until now, but the darkness is always found, and since he was a wanted man, He couldn't ask the police for help, and he didn't have enough time to find people who were strong enough to protect him. Beetle felt chills down his spine. However, even if the heavens fall, there will always be a way out. One day, he came up with an incredible solution because a cadet was visiting his mansion, who was the freckled guy. He mentioned that he wanted to take his class to Paris, but didn't have the necessary resources. But then he appeared, Beetle, telling him that they could stay in his mansion and he would pay for everything because he liked to help with education. His plan was probably for the cadets to act as his bodyguards, and just then he gets a message from the Violet Society application. Fallen believed it was her first request from the Truth Room. It asked her to please find the con man who escaped after swindling their family, and the details of those people were noted below. Elsewhere, a group of several people was watching Fallen. There were many discussions about why they wanted to bring Phelan into their association. The main reason for this was because they were missing a member, but they couldn't just let the black position be filled by a cube student. That's why the giant offered to take the black position, and the boy would take his old spot. After a long discussion, they held a vote on who wanted Fallen to join their team. The vote was 8-2 in favor, and so the recruitment of Fallen was accepted. They also informed her of the invitation to Paris, and she, smiling, asked them to leave it all to her, since stealing was her specialty. The next day, everyone was excited to go to Paris. Each person had to draw a slip of paper to form pairs, and so they arrived in Paris. Everyone was happy, except for Niam, who was cursing his luck, and they started to fight again. And we are also shown the first couple in the manhwa, which was the freckled guy and his girl. The other students got jealous because they didn't have that kind of affection. He explained that she was his girlfriend, and also the team's doctor for the trip. Her name was Natasha, and she informed them that they were free to explore from now on, but the party would start in the evening, so they had to be back before 5 p.m. As they walked, they wanted to eat, and Fallen had a plan, so he had to follow her. She informed him that she was very picky about eating. He thinks she comes from a rich family and was sure she would know what to order, and just then, a presence made him jump. He wonders what that was running by, asking it to please wait. He wonders if, perhaps the story has changed or an unknown character has appeared again. He wonders why she is in Paris, but when he tries to talk to her, she refuses to say a word to him, and then he gets a message. At that moment, he apologized, saying he must have mistaken her for someone else. After reading the message, the episode had changed. Jane and Sunga had met before in this chapter. Both were in the sacred grace of God, and they were participating in various missions and experiencing several incidents. For Sunga, who had a hard life, Jane was the only person she could call a friend, but everything fell apart. At the most critical moment, Jane decided to betray Sunga. At that moment, she asked her why she had betrayed her, and she just laughed. It was because she thought it was fun. Jane's true identity was Yahello, from the Chameleon group. She was a villainess who was talented at stealing things and making disguises. For her part, she thinks she's a bit nervous because that woman loved parties like today's. It was clear she was going to try to steal the relic that was stored in the box. When they went out, they agreed to split up because Fallen believed the party he had to go to started at 5 p.m. He needed to scout the area to find a good vantage point, so they split up, and he asked her not to get lost. In the ballroom, everything was gleaming, all in the French style, and two people also caught the eye. Suju and Jonah, who looked very elegant and seemed like celebrities. While Fallen watched from afar, he thought everyone was in place. This was a masquerade party held in an old castle on the outskirts of Paris. His job was to evaluate and help the story progress smoothly. But upon seeing a portal with his magic vision, that wasn't in the story. He knew things had been going too well. Only Jinn were capable of creating artificial portals, and they had to be highly favored by a demon to have enough magical power to open a portal. So, somewhere at the party, was the demon who opened said portal, and a message appeared stating that the Malignant Society might participate in this episode. Fallen tells of the Malignant Society. It was centered around its leader named Kim Hakpi. They stole artifacts, carried out terrorist attacks, and started wars. The Jinn of the Malignant Society had Dox Karatizov, participated in countless atrocities in that world. He cursed the guy who makes the story. He was putting very dangerous people in at this point, but now he threatens him. Things wouldn't go the way he wanted, and he wonders where Jane was now. And a butler was being choked. She thinks it was very easy to get into that place looking for the mythical artifact. And there it was, Homer's ring. And he is asked what he's doing. He continued in his role as a servant, asking why she was there, and she hugged her warmly. She wonders what she was doing in a place like this, but she denied it. She couldn't fool her twice in the same lifetime, breaking through the walls with just her body. She, smiling, asks her how she found out. Her disguise talent was perfect, but she had anticipated them. It was obvious she would recognize her way of walking and talking, unlike her right-hand man. She didn't remember her being so attentive to details. It was clear that her betrayal had hurt her to the core. Sunga was about to attack her, but a whip stopped her. They apologized, but they couldn't let them fight in that house. They introduced themselves as cube heroes, and said if they lowered their weapons, there would be no bloodshed. But with just one move, her whip is shattered, and she is also attacked. She thinks she's dead, that this is her end, but Suju wouldn't let her. He doesn't know why they were fighting, but he wouldn't allow a death in that place. But she tells him to get lost again, and when she looks over, Jay is already gone, saying it was a pleasure to see her again, but that he had to go. At that moment, an evil presence appeared. Essences of power terrified everyone present. Raising the ring, she believes she has finally found it, the relic she was searching for. Outside, Fallen was cursing what was happening. Meanwhile, Na-Yun was cursing everyone. She was back in the same place again, having been there about 20 times. She was just going around in circles. She wanted to file a complaint with that damn company, but she stopped herself because that company belonged to her father, and she wondered where Fallen was. He wasn't answering her calls or texts. Back at the party, Sunga demanded she put that down immediately, but the woman told her it wasn't an item she was allowed to have. They were the evil society, and they would take the ring because it belonged to them. Fallen believes that now that the evil society had the ring, there was a very low chance of getting it back, even if everyone worked together, so he had no other choice. It was time for Plan B, unleashing his transformation power. He thinks this should be enough to work. She tells them that if anyone gets in her way, they'll end up dead. But, realizing the ring has been taken from her, she wonders what the hell happened. But just then, he's attacked. Fallen believes that his plan was a complete success, and if he got away with the ring, everything would be fine. But something was stalking him. His heart felt like it was pierced, but he managed to dodge it. The attacker complimented him, saying he was very good, but asked where he thought he was going with that. Fallen doesn't understand. There's a second Jin's. The man says it's a pleasure to meet him. His name is Sidious. He's a member of the evil society. He compliments Fallen on his flawless technique, but now that they're on friendly terms, he asks him to hand over the ring. Seeing Fallen's refusal, he muses that there are always people like this who want to ruin his perfect plans, but since he's left with no choice, he'll have to take it by force. He notes that Fallen doesn't seem scared. He explains that his sword is a magic sword worth roughly several hundred million, and it's one of the best in its class. Fallen explains that the benefit a Jin's gets through their contracts is exponential mana growth, and that sword is the best possible match for that Jin's. He thinks that if he could just do something about that sword, he might have a chance. As he's attacked, he tries to buy some time, but his opponent sees through it immediately. He tells Fallen it's obvious he's much weaker than the people inside. His weapon is just a pistol, and his physical abilities aren't strong or good enough to dodge his attacks. He figures he should just kill him and take the ring, but just then, his weapon stops working. He wonders what's happening. Fallen explains that his sword probably won't work for a while because he is a very lucky person. Fallen had used his extreme luck skill to deactivate the magic sword, but Sidious isn't worried. He says that equipment fails sometimes. However, he could still kill him, easily without a weapon. Fallen decides that in that case, he'll use his remaining stigma and change his weapon to light mana. Sidious lunges at him immediately, demanding to know what the hell he's planning. Meanwhile, Na-Yun was just messing around to kill time, since she didn't know how to get back. Besides, she could hear a lot of noise from police cars and ambulances. She wondered where that kid was. She believed she had been influenced by him in a very strange way, and, looking to her side, she was surprised to see him there. He told her that he was a little tired, and collapsed next to her. She asked him what the hell was going on. Was he sick? Repeatedly telling him to wake up, again and again. He, barely opening his eyes, wondered where he was. He thought the school year was over, and just then, his mom and dad called out to him. Seeing them, he just told them he bombed his exams, but they calmed him down, telling him everything would be alright. And just then, he woke up for real, and the other characters appeared, scolding him that it had been a real pain to get there to take care of him, and they asked why he was crying. He just said he was a little sick, and asked her to wait outside. They told him everything was fine and that they were at the mansion. He realized that the murder episode was about to begin. He was glad he had woken up before the case started, and later that night, the two of them were alone. He saw the news about what happened and, fortunately, no one was seriously injured or killed. He recounted what he had been through, and Fallen begged him to be careful, since he was the protagonist of this story and couldn't get hurt. He realized he had jumped in to defend that person without any fear. The killing intent from Sunga was real. Of course, he understood his own motivations, since he was the protagonist who walks the path of righteousness. However, he didn't know if a protagonist he created could act correctly in the new story that was unfolding, and if that were the case, he wondered if he could ever actually go home. But Sun Ho told him, "Protagonist my ass. There's no such thing in this world." If he was the protagonist, then so was he, because everyone shines with their own light, in their own world. And now that they were opening up, Sujo asked him why he had written that thing about Nayun and the bet, but he replied with a philosophy that everyone has, their own corresponding abilities, and shouldn't let them go to waste. Besides, if she followed the path of the sword, she would become even stronger than anyone he knew. But he was asked how he could be so sure. He said he knew her well, and knew she loved the bow, but he denied it. He knew her better than anyone. He had been watching her for a long time, so he knew far more about her than any other person. Just then, they heard a noise. Fallen thought it was Nayun, who must have learned some invisibility technique for silly things like that. When she got back to her room, she thought that guy was crazy. She wondered what the hell he was talking about, and, seeing her come in so late, Jonah told her to be quiet and get some sleep. But she couldn't. She told herself to calm down. She must have just misinterpreted his words. She should just ignore it. Jonah told her to shut up and let her sleep, but she defended herself, saying it wasn't her, that the scream came from that room. Just then, the butler screamed for her master, who was covered in blood. All the students rushed out of their rooms to see what the screaming was about. Hearing that it came from downstairs, Sujo leaped from the third floor. Fallen wondered if he was some kind of monster to do something like that. He was killing himself. Upon arriving at the room, they see the body completely covered in blood. They repeatedly plead for help because their master had been murdered. She doesn't understand how something like this could have happened to him. She says that his bleeding had been excessive. He was dead. The butler screamed that his murderers must have been jealous of him, since he only lived his life for the sake of helping others. Everyone lowered their gaze. The doctor asked everyone to leave and wait for the police and the ambulance to arrive. All the cadets were to return to their rooms, but Fallen turns on the light, and, as he approaches the body, they yell at him not to disturb the crime scene. He had to leave immediately, but Fallen was pointing his gun at it. The others wonder if he was going crazy, but he denied it. Natasha was lying. Right now, Beetle wasn't dead. Or rather, the villain Verbet wasn't dead. He explains that he is tricking everyone with this fake death to escape the crisis he was facing. He becomes the world's greatest manipulator by joining the genes, since his role as a villain was improvised. He doesn't know what will happen in the future. The best thing would be to finish him off right now. It was difficult to convince the others with his intervention. He doesn't know what kind of uncertainty might occur and ruin the flow of the story, but he remembers the words that he too was the protagonist of his own story. He believes that he is therefore capable of overcoming any incident, repeating that Mr. Beetle wasn't dead, he was deceiving them all. She yells at him. What was he talking about? She was a doctor and had confirmed he was dead, but Fallen explains that, first, the wound was too shallow for someone to have struck him through the blankets. Next was the excessive bleeding. The only fatal blow was to his stomach. And yet, his blood didn't soak the mattress, but it did spill onto the floor. And most importantly, the master of deception, Vervet, was on the global wanted list, and he looked remarkably similar to the man known as Beetle. She, a little nervous, asks the butler if he had called the ambulance and the police, and if that was the case, they should simply ask them instead of getting into such a stupid argument, since the opinion of professionals would be more reliable than that of a mere bottom-tier cadet, and so they should conclude the matter until the police arrived. But the protagonist aimed his weapon at it. She yells, "What is he doing?" The other students also try to calm him down. Was he going crazy? But he declared that he would shoot on the count of 3 and, since the man was dead, it didn't matter, and he counted. 1. She yells at everyone to stop him. He was already a corpse, there was no need to do that. 2. She repeats that she has already called the police, so what more did he want her to do? He needed to put that gun down right now. 3. Upon hearing that, she throws herself over the body, begging him not to shoot. He was her father, she would tell him everything she knows. Fallen shot the wall. He demanded they not call the police. They should call the heroes instead. They had to tell them that they had captured a wanted criminal. It is explained that the murder incident was a self-staged scenario planned by Vervet and Natasha. He was wanted all over Europe for his crimes and planned this so he could escape from the raid the police were setting up. But they brought in students from Cube to testify that he had died, and no one could question the truthfulness of the information from the Cube students, and his father was drugged by a substance she obtained in an intermediate dream, and that's why they had created a fake wound. The workers from the bodies serve. Ambulance who would arrive wouldn't be able to notice he was faking his death, and all the members of the police around Paris had already been bribed by them, and so his look-alike corpse had been prepared to switch places when they were being transported. After that, the Cube Cadet was deceived and would give his testimony, and the words of a Cube Cadet are 100% reliable. With that, Vervet would officially be dead, but in reality, he would be reborn under a new name. However, none of that had happened, and he was glad because the first question of his mission was about him, and Jonah, seeing him there, thinks that if he was Sherlock, she thinks that maybe he should open a detective agency, but she wonders how he knew the criminals' faces. But he just says it's a family matter. He asks her why she was speaking so formally. Farron doesn't understand her sudden change and, remembering the family matter, thinks that now that she thought about it, she wonders what her character's family history was. In an alternate scenario, she was asking for forgiveness. A mysterious man wearing a leopard mask had gotten in her way. He was an exceptional thief. Even Sidious had lost to him. He wasn't like a djinn, but he wasn't a hero either. He asks her to investigate him, and if she found him, she shouldn't think about catching him, but should report to him first. And, now, angry, he asks her why she was going around, revealing that he was a djinn. On her mission, she told everyone what he was. She was a real idiot, and she should make sure to find him in the shortest time possible. And he asks her about the sword. Back to the protagonist, he wonders how he's supposed to use that. That was a useless sword for him, since he was unable to control any magic other than stigma. Normally, he thinks selling it would be pretty good, but something doesn't feel right about it. And the next item was Homer's ring. This originally has a certain amount of magical power and needs to be imbued to be modified, but there was no need for him, since if he just used SP to combine some words, it could be adapted. This was a relic that increased magical power and also increased intelligence permanently. It wasn't a character-bound item, so he could transfer it to someone else, since his magical power wasn't that high. But for Suho or Nayun, it could be of great help, especially for Yuna, who had more magical power. But for now, he would have to use it, and he wonders how much his stats had gone up. And on the screen, it showed how much they had increased, and now there was Master Sharpshooter. Only speed and perception had increased, but his talent had gone up. He was starting to feel like he had hit a wall. Probably he needed to work even harder to break his limits, but he should still be able to beat Nayun at this level. And before closing his laptop, he remembers his character's investigation. He thinks there was no way that the co-author leave his past in totally white. Then, he's searching the Ticket Society app for some information about him, but it was non-existent. He thinks that finding information on him would be a difficult task, and one option that came up was a problem solver. This was someone known as John. He was the best at finding all kinds of information on people, but he was also very expensive. But since he was definitely good, he was going to hire him. But then he remembers he no longer had any money because he had been investing it, and the seed was beginning to move. He thinks that it was time to feed it, since it was moving a lot. The next morning, Jonah was trying to contact her Uncle John. Meanwhile, Fallen was in Norway. You might be wondering what he was doing in Norway. It was a short story. But this story gets interrupted by a snowball, because Nayun just wanted to bother him. It said that club activities were put on hold after the Sven incident, but the hunting club borrowed a mountain cabin on a hill and organized an event to resume the club's activities. She asks everyone to stop messing around. They were about to explain the event. Now, she explains that flags were hidden in various parts of the forest. These are prizes linked to each flag's number. There were virtual reality devices, vouchers, and many other incredible gifts, so they had to find them. Each person would go up to draw a ticket and search for flags with their team. Nayun yells at him that he rigged the drawing, and, as they walk, she just asks him not to slow her down. Also, he shouldn't forget there was a wild boar trap right down there. As they walk, she asks if he isn't cold, since he was only wearing that thin vest. He explains that it's an incredibly functional coat. It's part of a relic. It was a gift from Rachel. She said it was as thanks for the midterms and for everything he did for her. He thinks she's very kind. He feels there should be 100 more characters like her. Nayun points out that there's a flag. Plus, it's number 1. It should be the best prize of all. The protagonist thinks it's really high up. He wonders what kind of idiot would climb all the way up there. Nayun doesn't hear what he said, but tells him to follow her. He sighs and remembers that he has that knife, and she asks what he thinks he's doing. Did he really think it would work with just a knife tied to a wire? He confirms that, of course, it wasn't just any wire. That wire had some of his mana, his stigma, in it. By throwing it, no matter where it flew, he could control the mana inside the knife. Nayun runs over and asks what the reward is, and it's a note from the guild captain, which has her contact number on it. Nayun thinks that's the best reward he could possibly get, but he asks if he can keep it. He already had that number. She blushes and gives it back to him. He was the one who got it. so it was his reward. Elsewhere, Yona wonders about Fallen's past, since she remembers he knew the criminals because of a family matter, so she does a full investigation and concludes that his parents may have been murdered in the past, and that's why he remembered the most wanted criminals and why he was so strong and hid his abilities in order to face the most wanted criminals alone and avenge his parents. But this was all just a theory. After much thought, she thinks she should call her uncle for help. He responds friendly, offering his services, but upon seeing it was his niece, he was happy, since she never called him, but she wasn't calling him, but rather his investigator persona. She wanted to hire him for a job. Returning to the cabin, the protagonist had already won first place, although he was more interested in the fourth place prize, as it had even better rewards. They tell everyone they did a great job, and it was time to eat. Fallen tells him that he would cook the rest, and that he should go rest. The boy thinks he was totally different from what the rumors said. He explains that, with his aunt, he had a barbecue restaurant business in Korea, which is why he was so confident in his cooking. The attendant thinks that now that she thought about it, it was time for their final exams. She warns them that they should be very careful. They shouldn't trust anyone during these final exams. Not only were they tough, but many would turn on each other, since everyone was directly connected to the results, and everyone got very sensitive, and she asks them if they knew about the repeaters. They were very dangerous, and they had to be very careful with them. Fallen explains that the repeaters, as their name suggests, is a class for cadets who didn't get the grades to advance to the next level. There were around 200 cadets in each grade, and among them, about 20% had a contract with a demon or belonged to a high-risk group, and the problem with these final exams comes from them. And now that the co-author has gotten involved, it's possible that percentage has increased, and he doesn't know what might happen. And they start to praise him for the great job he had done, treating him friendly, something that hadn't happened in the entire series. After eating, they go to play, having many hours of laughter. As he left, Fallen thought that it had been a long time since he had laughed so much, and he gets an investigation request. There was a scammer known as Jerome Miller. He had been working as an asset manager. They wanted to know where he was. Fallen thinks his name was quite German, and asks the Book of Truth, and messages of information fill his head. Although he was a little dizzy, but he wanted to make money at all costs, and so he received the information, wrote it down, and his reward was 500,000 points, and he thinks this trip was turning out pretty good. And at that moment he realizes that he had quit smoking. He mentions that he used to smoke at least half a pack every day for 5 years. He totally forgot about smoking after falling into this world. And Nayu asks him if he smoked, saying it was clear he was a thug and he must have tattoos. He denied it, saying he wasn't a thug or anything, but with a cold gaze, he asks her if she was confident enough to beat him. Fallen responds with another question, asking if she was confident enough to give up her bow if she lost. She didn't see that situation as possible because she would never lose to him, and teases him that if he lost, he would cry, obviously, and she changed the subject, saying a news article had been written about him in France, calling him the Sherlock Holmes of Korea. He couldn't believe they had written something like that about him. Besides, he was a thug. He was always arguing with her, and he smoked. He was nothing like what they wrote about him. He just tells her to go to sleep. She was running off. He thinks she was going to do that even if he didn't tell her, so he stops and asks her what smoking was like. Elsewhere, in the past, thanks to his ability, there he was. He wonders how much longer they had to wait. Now, it was getting blurry. He wonders what the hell that girl was. Elsewhere, they were telling the boss that he had returned early. They ask him how his request went. He thinks it was something strange, but before telling them, he had to go to the bathroom. He explains that 17 years ago he was left at an orphanage, but he couldn't see his parents, and a little girl was the one who left the baby. He hadn't discovered anything about his past. It was too murky. He thinks he needed to improve his condition to find out more. He feels that it will take him much more time. Even if it was his niece's request, it was too difficult to do for free, and he tells him that he had received another request, but this time it was from a red diamond class buyer, the highest class in the Violet Banquet. He wonders if it was someone on the same level as him asking for information, and indeed, they were asking him to investigate a subject. They would pay him 100 million up front and another 500 million upon completing the request. Seeing that letter, he believed there was no doubt. It was a request from the Chameleon Group, and seeing that the subject was Fallen. Smiling, he thinks he must be a special guy then. On Friday, they announce that the final exam was in 4 weeks. This was a practical exam, and it would be different from the midterms. The heroic qualities they had learned during the semester would be tested, so they had to prepare. Fallen explains that, unlike the midterms, which had a strong training aspect, the final exam wouldn't have a well-equipped stadium, nor an audience. The place where the final exam will be held is a remote island in some part of South Korea. It will be a week-long survival test in a place full of wild beasts and monsters, but he believes that, if the co-author intervenes, he might see different results. There were many variables. Besides, he was getting nervous. Before that exam began, the instructor explains that he couldn't give them details about the exam yet, but for that exam, numerous mid- and high-level instructors and heroes had been invited to ensure the safety of the place, so they shouldn't worry and should just focus on the exam, and they were dismissed. Just then, Nayoon appeared, asking him if he hadn't forgotten about their bet, right? He shouldn't cry from the shame of losing, and asked him to follow her. Now, they were at Cube's national archery range. She asks if he was ready. Fallen nodded, but he didn't know why everyone else was there. He amicably asks her if they were going to do this alone. On the contrary, she says everything feels better when there's an audience cheering them on. And someone grabbed his hair. Hadn't he heard that, if Sinayoon lost, she would quit archery? And if that was the case, then if he lost, what would he do? But she shooed them away, telling them not to interfere, and that the bet was to hit the target. You could see over there was a target launcher, meaning the target would come out from there. First, they would start at 100 meters. If he hit it, the distance would increase by 50 meters, and since he was ready and the explanation was given, they should begin. Or had he, scared because it was too hard? But he denied it. It was easier than he thought, and everything was ready. The two targets went flying through the air and she hit hers. She thinks 100 meters was too easy, so they should advance. But Fallon asks for forgiveness. He was surprised and couldn't shoot. Besides, he doesn't know how to use a bow. Music. Those two think he looked like an idiot. And, sighing, she tells him that his posture was horrible. If he shot once or 100 times with that posture, he would just be a laughingstock. Fallon thinks Nayoon's posture was definitely the standard, but that didn't matter. Perfect mastery of the standard doesn't make you the top of your class. That was just the minimum requirement to be top class. In this world, power and talent. What set the top class apart was just shooting, and his talent is master marksman. He announces that he's ready, he's already gotten the hang of it. He asks if they should go again. A flashback shows us that all the kids admired her for being the hero's disciple, and everyone wanted to see her for being a genius. But they wondered what had happened, and he asks if she really wanted to switch from her sword to a bow. He asks if it was for her mother's sake, but she denied it. That wasn't the reason, she just wanted to switch. A genius like her would probably become the best archer, even if she started at that age. She apologized to her master because she didn't want to receive that sword, but he yells at her not to call him master if she was just going to change the course of her life like that. She couldn't call him master, but he calmed down. He wouldn't stop her decision. However, he asks her seriously, was this what she wanted? She should think about it carefully. She shouldn't do anything she might regret. Returning to the present, both were hitting their targets and were already at 450 meters. They think Phelan was truly amazing. He was already at 450 meters. Those two were also archers, but their record was 400. However, one of them says that he wasn't just doing well, he had been shooting immediately after Nayoon shot without missing a single time. He gets that he's good at shooting, but it wasn't natural for someone not to feel psychological pressure against a genius archer. He was starting to think that Fallon might win the bet, while Chin was dying of hatred on the inside. Nayoon thinks she was about to miss, and Fallon tells her that bows aren't for her. She thinks he must be scared, and asks why he's making such cheap provocations. He should just shut up. Fallon knew that Nayoon didn't have a calm personality. She got angry, and was easily agitated by provocations. It was natural that she wasn't suited to be an archer, but the reason she still chose to become one was, and he tells her that she was just scared of fighting with her sword, right? She tells him to watch his mouth, but Fallon calmly continues, that's why she claims to have talent with bows, just as she did with the sword. Saying things like I have talent with bows, or I can also become the best heroine with bows, are just words to justify your complexes. She told him to shut up. However, Fallon continued, at your level you wouldn't be able to kill a single jinn, not to mention you couldn't avenge your family by shooting your arrow only to miss. Everyone was surprised because Nayoon had lost. A few hours later she was walking through the courtyard. He asks her what she was doing. Everyone was looking for her. With a trembling voice she asks him if he had also heard it. That bastard had mentioned her family. She wonders why he acted like that. He had helped her several times. And although they weren't super close, she thought he wasn't the idiot everyone said he was, but he kept saying things that made no sense. Hearing that Jonah thinks that if Nayoon and Fallen lost their connection in the future, she wouldn't be able to recruit them. If things continued like this, she was in trouble, so she had to do something, and she tells her that he didn't have a family. That's why Fallen probably identified with her. She asked her to understand him, even if he did things like that to her. Deep down, he only wanted what was best for her, and she was sure she had a lot to think about, so she would leave her alone. She remembers her past. They asked her why she had given up the bow. She answered that she had no reason, she was just bored of using swords. Her brother would just caress her and tell her that no matter what path she chose, he would support her, because he knew she would do well. However, she had to promise him one thing. In the future, when she was ready, she had to think very carefully about what she wanted to do. Remembering that Fallen gets a stroke of extreme luck in human relationships, gaining 253 DSP, he wonders what that was. The detective thinks he should look more deeply into Fallen because he could be hiding cards up his sleeve. He thought he might be linked to the Chameleon group, and asks her if she really wanted to know more about him. She affirmed it. She had already decided. She would definitely bring him to her guild. He was happy guessing his uncle had to bring out the big guns. Later in class, Fallen thinks there were many spectators at the archery competition, so it was no wonder the rumors had spread, but he never thought they would come to investigate and interview him directly. He was a little scared to enter his own classroom and wonders who didn't have class at this hour, and sees Yun, who had cut her hair, who upon seeing him, hides her sword, creating an awkward moment. And the protagonist asks her what happened to her hair. Did she cut it because she had lost? She denied it. She just cut it because it was hot, and he smiled. It suited her very well. She looked refreshing, and he left her to train alone. She had heard that he was originally a swordsman who built his entire life and talent around it, and then chose another weapon. She wonders how he felt at that moment, and her magic aura exploded upwards. She thinks she can now reach the ceiling and remembers her brother. In his room, the protagonist was buying some equipment for the final exam, and next to him something was moving. The seed was demanding food. He told it not to throw such a tantrum. He thought that this little one had gotten much bigger, so it would be born soon. The newborn Vangel would be like a 3 or 4-year-old baby. He thinks it would be fine to raise her in his dorm like a cat or a puppy, tickling it and asking it to be born soon and strong. In Seoul, they asked their leader if she would really disguise herself as a cadet and infiltrate the final exam. She confirmed it and said that's why she needed their help, as she needed to check the skills of the guy personally, and there was something she needed to get from the test, and she was preparing her, and would give her information about the cadet she would be disguised as. Her way of talking, personality, habits, everything was written down, so she had to memorize it. She calmed her down. She was worrying too much. It would be basically no trouble at all, and her name was Lil Jin, who was very loved by her friends, who believed she had disappeared and hadn't answered their messages. They thought for a second that she had been with a boyfriend. She believes there was nothing difficult about it. She was just impersonating a teenage cadet. And upon arriving at the hall, Fallen can't believe it, and the written exam was over. Now the final exam would begin. As he watched her, he thinks that the captain of the Chameleon troop was still at Cube. He thought she wouldn't appear anymore after the midterms, but unlike in the original work, she appeared again. He doesn't know why, but to get more SP, he needs to play along. He spoke to her, pretending to get closer, but all he got was a drink. He wonders if they were trying to find out more about his Joe and Chin. The professor asked them to pay attention. The rules for the final exams were simple. All they had to do was survive for 5 days, on the island, and earn the maximum number of points. They could get points by defeating the island's monsters, or by taking them directly from other cadets. They could also be bought and sold among cadets, so they had to keep that in mind. And for those who wanted even more, they could steal a supervisor's badge, and it would give them 200 points. So they could try, but Fallen wonders who would want to deal with a supervisor who was a hero. And since everything was said and assigned, they had to follow him to the shore. Fallen recognized her. It was Rachel. He asks her if she wanted to come with him for the final exam. He says that it was no coincidence that he joined Rachel instead of the other protagonists. That was because the result of the numerous variables caused by the numerous interventions from the co-author worried him, because now a villain with a grudge against her had appeared, and she might be the person most at risk in this exam, but she, sighing sweetly, tells him that she was fine on her own. He knew she would say no. The higher their rank, the more they tend to go solo, but he tells her that just in case, he will give her his location information. He won't hesitate like the co-author wants him to. At night, monsters attacked Ayun, but using her sword, they weren't much of a challenge. Laughing, she wonders where the hell she was now. Since she arrived on the island, she had lost track of time and her location. Now she wonders where on earth she'll find food and a place to rest. At this rate, she might be the first one to fail. But she sees a hopeful light. Running, she thinks it smelled delicious. Someone must have gotten food. She thinks she has managed to survive. Fallen, upon seeing her, tells her that the fights between cadets would begin in 12 hours, so he couldn't do anything. She yelled at him, asking how he had done all that, but he had prepared beforehand and asks her how many points she had. She replies, 25, so he offers her a deal. If she gave him half of the points, he would offer her food. She, although very reluctantly, accepted. She didn't want to die, so she had to eat. Fallen thinks that in the end, he met up with Nayun and not Rachel, and if that were the case, he would hack the server for the cameras and check the control points. And there she was. He thinks the story was still intact. He asked Rachel if she wanted to buy food. The next day, Fallen woke up. He thinks it was already morning, but it still looked like it was night. Seeing her, he realizes she was still sleeping, and right next to her was his seed, asking if she was hungry or why she was so cute. He asks her to stay there for a while as he moves, and he tells the sleepyhead that he was going to take the tent. She accepted. He could do whatever he wanted. Fallen thinks that fights between cadets were allowed from now on. He thinks the best thing to do first was to find the dangerous person, and he still couldn't. Kill the cadets he believed were minions, because in reality, they weren't yet. It said that there were differences in the types of contracts, the contract made directly with the demon, in which very few overcame the side effects, and other contracts that one couldn't even notice. And the only cadet who had overcome the side effects on that island was Joe. Joe thinks the main destination is the world tree in the center of the island, so he had to hurry. Meanwhile, she was still lying down, and as he moved forward, someone aimed an arrow at Fallen, but Yona calmed her down. She couldn't touch that person, but she asks why. That person was only ranked 934 in the rankings, but Yona denies it. They couldn't win. Seeing him, she wonders what he was doing, why he was positioning himself as if to jump. Was he really trying to climb the world tree? No one could do it. She is surprised. In just a few breaths, he had reached the top. Yona explains that for him, the ranking was just a number. If she had shot the arrow, the result would have been obvious, but that information should be kept secret because that person was very strong, and he could become part of their family later on. And then a call comes in from Jane Lee, so they had to go back. Fallen uses the power of clairvoyance, finding all the nearby cadets, and upon searching carefully, signs of magic and a different aura were felt from that place. He thinks it had been too easy. The preparations were ready. On that branch, there was a phrase engraved with specific coordinates. He thinks that was enough, and now, he just had to wait. Returning to Nayun, she was all flustered, remembering that Fallen had called her cute or something. She was very stressed. She had received many compliments on her appearance since she was a child, but that one in particular had made her very nervous, but she wonders if maybe he had found a stray cat or dog, or maybe he was praising himself, but she wondered if he really said it while looking at her. Fallen, touching his ear, thinks that they were talking about him. On the other hand, Rachel was with that group. She thinks that since the day before, she was with a group of hired companions. They had refused to spend any points, sharing food, and they worried about her as if nothing was wrong, but somehow she felt uncomfortable. Meanwhile, other cadets were fighting to pass the exams, finals. They weren't making any moves to earn points, nor were they interested in how many points other cadets had accumulated. Other cadets. It was as if she felt the tension was focused solely on her, rather than on anyone else. She thinks something was happening, something very bad. They tell her they'd seen a 10-point grizzly bear. They ask if they could accompany him, since he couldn't do it alone. She agreed. She thinks if she got out of there and defeated that bear, she could leave this place. He reports that the bear is right there. Rachel wonders what kind of bear it is. It didn't seem to be an overseer, and it attacked her without hesitation. Rachel couldn't believe a djinn appeared in a place like this. They would have to evacuate. She asks him if he's hurt. He, sweating and giving a pathetic performance, says he's bleeding and in a lot of pain, and as he finishes his sentence, he runs away. She thinks that was a pathetic performance. It was suspicious, and she never thought cube cadets would act as bait for a djinn. It was a lapse in her own judgment for not realizing it, and it attacked. She could tell it had overwhelming power. However, she had trained hard to withstand that kind of attack. Just then, she saw an opening, but a chill ran down her spine. Something appeared behind her and grabbed her ankle. She realized it was an ambush and she couldn't dodge the attack. But bullets appeared from behind her, and just as she was about to receive the djinn's fatal blow, Sujo appeared, telling Nayun that now was the time. She thanked them for their help. If they hadn't been there, she would have died. Sujo thinks the creature had jumped before the arrow reached it. He doesn't know when it would attack again, so she should go with them for the moment, and she agreed. As they walked, she wonders if that was a bullet. Later, they're eating, and they ask Nayun if she had chosen a sword, but she said, no. She just felt that it would be difficult using only a bow. Rachel, holding the bullet, thinks that the only person she knows who uses a gun is him. Although she had never seen him use a sniper rifle, she wonders how he knew she was in danger, why he helped her, and why he didn't show himself like the others did. Then they interrupt her thoughts, suggesting they stick together as a group, but she refuses because there's someone she needs to see. Fallen, looking at his watch, figures he's gotten 22 points for catching 3 monsters. He thinks he needs at least 50 points to get to the safe zone, so he has to keep moving, and just then, the captain of the chameleon troop arrives. Chameleon. He wondered why she was there, seeing her trying to provoke a fight. There was no way he could win. He thinks it's best to run, but rejects the idea. He had to stay calm. The captain is just here to observe, but she just draws her sword, as she wanted to fight no matter what. She demands he take a weapon. He thinks he needs to distract her for a bit and starts talking to her, asking what she meant. He explains that a duel between cadets has a very important victory condition, as he deploys his undetectable mana condensed thread. After distracting her for a long time, she asks why he was laughing. Was he giving up? But then she wonders what that feeling of defeat was. He expresses that perhaps she didn't know that in a duel, the one who takes the opponent's watch is the one who loses, and if she squeezed the watch too tightly, they would come to remove her from the area. But he throws it back, giving her another chance, and for that reason, he would leave, and she shouldn't bother him anymore. She asks her subordinate if she had seen what happened, but she also couldn't to see anything. The leader doesn't know what kind of ability he could have. Her senses had been dulled by the change, but it was incredible that a 17-year-old student had the agility and meticulousness to do that. Fallen thinks he was saved. He was on the verge of death, but the good thing is that he had found a spot for his camp, and just then, Rachel arrived. A little flustered, he asks if she was looking for him. She draws a blank, and her stomach growls. As they eat, they start talking about what happened, and suddenly he wonders what's going on in his pocket. A seed was bouncing in her cleavage, creating a very embarrassing scene. After apologizing profusely, he asks if she was going to eat. She accepted and, a little embarrassed, asks trial. She knew it was a bit late. Fallen accepted, and she was happy. But first, she still had one thing to do. Something unresolved with her team, since they had set a trap for her. But Fallen told her not to worry. He had already taken care of it. Elsewhere, Chin appeared with bodies at his feet. He wondered what this was. Why the hell was he there? He, smiling, had answered his call, and the message on the branch asked if he thought he could win. He was supposed to come and try at the written coordinates, but he denied it. He hadn't written that. They must have been mistaken, but Chin didn't care, since he didn't like people as despicable as him. Later, the captain of the first guild enters the exam, and she was there for one person. Although of course she was a fan of her Joe, her opinion had changed because of information she got about Fallen. 2 days ago, she obtained a confidential document called the Flexibility Report. This report stated that the most outstanding student was Fallen. Of course, the information could be false, but she had seen it with her own eyes. He could also wield the power of light, so she came to confirm it, and that's why she had a 200-point decoy. In the tent, Rachel believes the person who took care of her must have been Fallen, but she wonders why he didn't say anything, and also how he realized she was in danger. Remembering, she thinks that today's attack must have been his doing. As she thinks this, she believes he should have died with them. Elsewhere, Fallen was still hunting. He thinks his hunt will be a bit easier, and just then, he sees a lake. He believes there must be high-point monsters there, and was illuminating the lake with an orb of light, but someone shouts asking who is there. He doesn't know who it was, but her skill was one of the best. However, he uses his perception skill, firing at her to get her to come out. She demands to know what he's doing. Besides, she wasn't following him, and she asks how he made the orb of light, and once again repeats that she wasn't following him, but rather the guild leader was. Fallen had already met her, and begins to take out his laptop and figure out where she was. He was also familiar with the guild leader's behavior. On the first and second days, she observes the protagonists, and on the third and fourth days, she observes other promising prospects. So the reason she was pursuing him was because he was also on the list of prospects, and she asks him how he created the light, but Fallen tells her to stop harassing him, or else she'll get hurt. She doesn't understand what he's saying, calls him arrogant, and they part ways. Fallen thinks he had to make that joke because even if he explained his stigma magic, she wouldn't understand it. And then, 2 hours had passed, and he had been able to hunt several monsters. He had easily earned 15 points, but the problem was her, and she appeared. She thinks it was the first time since he last rejected her, and she tells him that she had been going from place to place running the events to test the cadets' skills. And since the rules were simple, she would stay right there. She would only use her left hand. He could attack her whenever he wanted, and she would only attack once. Also, if he made her move from that spot, he would win that 200-point badge. Phelan believes that if he gets it, he would be the winner of the test. It was certainly a tempting offer, but his opponent was a top hero of the country, and she asks him what he's going to do then. Would he leave or take on the challenge? Phelan laughed seriously, and in a very sudden move, shot at her, but it was stopped with just one finger. She thinks that it was indeed the same power she used to create the sphere of light. She feels that those reports weren't baseless. Phelan thinks she easily stopped his magic-reinforced bullet without even using mana. He believes a frontal attack wouldn't work, so he throws his knives at her. She thinks that using knives after switching from a firearm was a good choice, and seeing him shoot again, she thinks it was an unusual combination. She feels he had a lot of talent with weapons. Phelan thinks she could no longer stop his attack with her hand, but she lets her mana flow. She tells him it was incredible. She used her mana to change the trajectory of the knives, and he asks what kind of technique that was. Seriously, she was like an onion. She asks if he had any other talents, but he thinks they had gone too far, and that he was going to leave. Phelan turns around and tells her that she had moved. Besides, she said she would only use her left hand, but he thinks that the skill gap between them was clear. Continuing this challenge was just a waste, so he would give up for today. She just got angry, realizing he had only been playing with her, and yelled that he would regret this. Meanwhile, the captain of the chameleon group was observing what happened. She thinks that boy was better than she expected, and then a heartbeat is heard. She thinks it was about to begin. The butterfly cocoons were going to open very soon. They say that the butterfly plants are a species of spiritual monsters that live as parasites on trees. It's said that the key characters would have to eliminate them after they show their true form on the last day of the exam. During this process, Suj takes the plant's dust, and Rachel gets a clue that is part of the original story. But now, Rachel has formed a group with him, and to make her open her eyes, it was necessary for him to participate in the butterfly plant competition. However, the problem is that he didn't know exactly where it would appear. Elsewhere, they believe that with this, they might get first place in the final exam, and there were at least 20 left. Hours until it was over. And out of nowhere, Nayun asks him what he thought about Fallen, since she believed he was hiding something. He had been winning awards at museums and fairs in Paris. It was also strange that he was so strong despite having such a slender body and being such a low rank. He thinks it was true. Maybe he was hiding something, and he remembers the words that he knew her better than anyone. Blushing. He thinks that maybe that guy was hiding something, but if she was so interested, she should ask him herself. And at that moment, roots shot out from the ground. They were the tree's roots. They wonder if they were moving. Hearing screams, they wonder what was happening. Fallen asks Rachel to go to the source of the vibrations so they could catch the monster. She should protect him when he's near the monster and cover his back. He explains that those who already felt the vibrations would head towards the butterfly plants. They couldn't miss this opportunity. The heroes tell the chief that they don't understand why that monster had appeared. He asks if they should cancel the exam, but she refused. If the students of Cube had the necessary skills, they could handle it without any problems. Besides, they shouldn't be underestimated. The students are the seeds of heroes, and heroes always grow in critical situations. He wonders why these things kept appearing, and figures, if pulling out the roots didn't work, then they should defeat the source of the roots first. And they comment that something was happening in that tree. For some reason, there was something moving inside, and just then, a giant butterfly appeared. It flew around and released a fine purple powder. As they breathed it in, they felt very tired. They were getting weaker and couldn't stay on their feet, fainting. Sujo thinks he can't hold his breath for long. He also thinks he's going to faint. He wonders if he could defeat it without breathing, and just then, two people appeared, jumping in. It was Fallen and Rachel, and they were wearing masks. She notices that everyone had fainted. She wonders if Fallen had prepared all of this for this situation, but he yells at her to concentrate. The monster above is going to try to take them down, so she should cover his back by firing her bullets, but without hitting the main body. It attacks him with its tree branches, but Rachel defended him. However, there were also branches on the ground. The two of them were in trouble and about to die. But then, the protagonist appeared. He feels like he can't hold on any longer. He was about to faint. At that moment, Rachel had fainted. He wonders what he should do, and just then, the seed ran freely towards her, giving her little kisses. Sujo asks to be allowed to help him, but he doesn't think he can move for much longer. Fallen understood that he had about 3 shots left before he could use his soul magic. He needed to end this. He asked for his help, but if he saw how he failed, he must have realized that it was incredibly fast, so he would have to close the distance to be able to shoot it. He had to distract it so that he could get close enough and activates his sword magic. And looking at him, he thinks he was truly incredible. He wouldn't be surprised no matter what kind of secrets came to light. He was even the one who saw through the talent of Na-yoon. Sometimes, when she looked at him, she only felt admiration, and jumping with excitement, she asks him to please take down that thing. At that moment, Fallen thinks he created this world. But there was a problem. The world he wrote was developing before his eyes, but at that moment, he realized that he didn't write anything like this. Everything he was experiencing was something new. The bullet had reached its target. Suju believes he had fulfilled his promise, but he wonders if that was enough. Fallen grew worried, thinking its potency wasn't right, so he should fire another bullet. However, a bolt of lightning finished off the butterfly, and looking closely, that person, who was the captain of the chameleon troop, asks if they came for the butterfly's powder. And Suju delivered the final blow with his sword. He thinks everyone did a great job, before falling unconscious, and the captain tried to steal the magic powder, but Fallen tells her to stop. That wasn't something she should take. He explains that the captain doesn't know exactly what that butterfly's powder is. This is a byproduct of a spirit-type monster. It sells for a very high price, so she must have approached for that reason. However, in order to face the enemies that will appear in the future, Suju has to obtain it. She thinks that even if it was a newborn butterfly, he should be unconscious. She can't understand how a simple cadet is resisting that powder. She thinks it was very strange, and needed to observe him more closely. The protagonist was using an ether defense technique. He finds it very difficult to breathe. He was about to put on his mask, but a portal opened, and she asks him if he knew who she was. He confirmed it. She was Miss Liss. She froze, wondering who Miss Liss was, and she remembered, since the card she passed him had that name on it. And seeing that they thought she was a supervisor, she asks him how long he's known she was Miss Liss. Upon hearing that he just figured it out, she tells him not to lie. If he lied, he would die. Scared, Fallen tells her it was when he lost his watch. He realized she was different when he saw her up close, since his eyesight was quite good. The captain believes that talent isn't something that can be detected just with good eyes, but Fallen not only saw through Jane's talent, but also her cognitive jamming item. She wonders if he perhaps had the anti-magic attribute. This is a peculiar constitution that imbues the body with an inherent anti-magic nature. That would explain why he can see through Jane's talent, and all he would have to do is concentrate his magic power in his eyes. And if that hypothesis was true, that boy was a valuable resource that could not be lost. Dispelling the barrier, she gave him the magic powder and, in exchange, asks him to join them. If he had nothing to say, he should take his time, and she asked him to please give her his contact information. Fallen thinks that at that moment, he was going to die, but he had still accomplished his most important objective. But now he wonders how to naturally give it to Suju. And remembering this, he wonders where his seed is, which was with Rachel, and a light appeared. He cursed it. It couldn't have been at a worse time. Evangel was about to hatch. Rachel thinks that had a dream, in which he needed to take care of the spiritual monster. He had to get first place for the pride of his family, but he wonders what that bright thing was. It was like a little girl. And that girl was warm, as if she were healing his wounds. And somehow, he felt as if she were his own self as a little girl. And something told him that he was going to ask her to repeat it, but suddenly he felt very sleepy. And the little girl called him Daddy, and told him that her mommy had fallen asleep again. Hours later, everyone had been rescued. The fourth day was complete chaos, and the test had ended the next day at 9 a.m. The exam had ended due to a small commotion caused by the appearance of the butterfly sprout. The supervisors weren't expecting it, but it was agreed that the 4 cadets who contributed to its eradication would split the final points. Fallen realizes he still had not been contacted by the chameleon group, but wonders why the captain was interested in him. And Nayu asks him how they finished off the beast. He does not remember its name, but according to him, he destroyed its wings. He, pretending, thinks he did nothing, but asks her why she used a sword instead of a bow. He believes she could not use a weapon she had not practiced with in real combat. Just like that, she insults him and asks if he was not being too annoying, just to be worried about. Hearing how she felt using a sword, she thinks it felt good, but she was still a little nervous. He smiled. It would be better for her to train even harder, because he knew she was born with great talent, and would become a great heroine. Later they are eating, and he tells them everything that happened with Fallen. Jonah and Suju come to the conclusion that Fallen was very interested in her. After he calls, they share a few words, and when he leaves, they tell her she must have seen that he only looked at her in her room. He asks her how she has been. She, running, called him her daddy. He asks her not to run and not to call him that, and that he had brought her food. He asks her to please not call him daddy for now, and she bombards him with questions over and over. He thinks he needed to raise her well. He recounts that she collided next to Rachel that day. At that moment, Kubo's guards arrived, and he asked if she could please turn back into a seed. She did this very reluctantly, but she did it, and that was how. He brought her to the dorm and fed her. He thinks everything will be fine for now, and upon seeing the bag, he wonders what to do with it. He explains that this powder attaches to a target using magic, helping it to achieve some kind of enlightenment and draw out its hidden potential. The explanation was simple, but he says it draws out an object's potential. In other words, it can be applied to both people and things. Rachel and Suju should have received it naturally, but now he had it because he showed up. He wonders how to give it to them. Elsewhere, Rachel wonders who that little girl in her dreams was. She thought she had felt her in the real world. Could she still feel that warmth? She wonders, over and over, and asks fate if she could see her again someday. The next day, she was meeting with the protagonist. She thought he would say no, but there was still one person left to arrive. However, it seemed that they would be a little late, so they should go. In the car, he tells her that other guilds were starting to put attention and had arrived at the Essence of the Past guild. Fallen explains that a few hours ago he received a message about a cadet experience program. These were a list of contacts for his watch. He says that the guild experience system was a system that allowed cadets on vacation to see the work of active heroes, and the domestic guilds have the right to designate the cadets who remain in their ranking order. Each guild could designate only 3 people, including first and second years. Therefore, the first years, below the top 300, would normally not get a chance. And considering his entrance ranking was one of the lowest, no matter what he had done on the final exam, he surely couldn't make it into the top 300, which made him a little sad. And just then he got a call from the Essence of the Pass. At that place, they showed him the facilities. Fallen believes that Yona used her influence on the list. She was the guild master's daughter, so she must have had enough authority to make that happen. It was an abuse of power, but now he was happy. And at that moment, they entered the analysis room. They had heard he was the best at theory, so they wanted to show him that first. This person was a mid-tier hero, and the right-hand man was the hero in charge of the guild experience. He looked very kind. If he hadn't written him, he would have never even thought he was an evil person. This man stabs Giona in the back, and just then she arrived, but she asks who he was. Was he the cadet named Fallen? She was Gina, another villainous hero, who thinks she couldn't accept a rank 934 coming to the Essence of the Pass. It was clear he was a person who did not have the necessary skills to take that position. Fallen thinks that not everything could be fine, since Gina was currently on the side of Joseon, the vice master of the Essence of the Pass. But Gina was the guild master's daughter and the rightful heir, which is why they got along so poorly. But later, Gina takes command and climbs directly to the vice master position. Their names were definitely the most outstanding in that guild, and she asks him if he had something special or if he only had elementary school theory. Seeing his hand, she remembers and asks him why he doesn't solve that if he's so confident in himself. The right-hand man tells him that he couldn't just show internal information like that, but she didn't care. He was like an elementary school kid. He wouldn't even understand the first part. Fallen just asked for some paper and a pencil and thinks that she was a really infuriating person. And just then, the second guest arrived and Fallen started to decipher things. He thinks they were variables about what could happen in the dungeon. It was certainly a problem that someone of an ordinary level couldn't solve, but as long as he had his observation and analysis, he would just have to copy and write down the calculations that were automatically performed in his eyes. But before writing the answer, she asks him to get out of there. The children had already left. He should stop being so stupid and leave. In the elevator, he thinks he couldn't write the final answer, but if they needed it, they would ask him for it later. And when the elevator opens and he gets out, Banayun is there, who yells at him about what he was doing there. As the Jonah's uncle thinks that the result of a month of searching into that guy's past was just a few sheets of paper, he wonders how many people have been involved in his past. No matter how much he investigated, he could not find out who he was, or who his parents were, or how he ended up an orphan. He thinks his niece really gave him a very tough job. But the more he investigated, the more interested he became, and on the sheet was the report of the Wango massacre, deaths, 96, special, note, including pregnant women. He thinks that if that young man was involved in that, he should be very cautious. And just then, he got a call. She asked her uncle how it was going with her request, but he expressed that he had not done it yet because he was quite busy. Besides, he asks her what she wanted to find by looking into that child. She thinks that person has probably memorized the most wanted list because his parents got caught up in some crime, and she asks him again when he would start searching. He apologizes because he had just of him coming for a visit and wonders if he was really related to that incident. This was the incident of the Wango Shelter Massacre. It happened 16 years ago. Monsters flooded the area of the fortress of Wan, the incident where the shelter with 87 normal citizens and 9 heroes were brutally slaughtered by the monsters. He was caught red-handed, trying to investigate that incident more than 10 years ago, and was expelled by the Yo family. Although the government and the association concluded it was an act committed by demonic humans, that was only what was on the surface. The real perpetrator behind that incident was the president of South Korea at the time, also the chairman of Daeun, his brother, and Jonah's father. The worst part is they had actually hired assassins to do it. But he wonders if there were any survivors. Could he really be a victim of that incident from over 16 years ago? And if he was really plotting his revenge, that was dangerous. This matter wouldn't end so easily for him. And if he keeps digging, the moment that crazy old bastard doesn't notice him, he'll suffer a terrible death. And they are notified that a large group of stone golems had appeared on XX Street. High-ranking heroes were required to report. He asks where Fallen was, but she expresses that it would be fine, and Jonah was so angry with her uncle that she couldn't hide it on her face. And there were the stone golems. Naeun thinks it measured at least 2 meters. She could probably use her sword to eliminate it by jumping at it, since its weak spot was its ankle, but it managed to hit her. She wonders what the hell that golem was and why it was so fast, and the protagonist yelled at her to dodge, and in a split second, he was by her side. At that moment she didn't understand why he wanted to help her, and her ether reacted automatically. He thinks he needed to say something quickly, and tells her not to freeze up in critical moments. She should fight from a distance. Her sword could become longer than that. She tells him to mind his own business. She had simply made a mistake because she had let her guard down. She would watch carefully from now on and thanked him. He narrates that the reason why Naeun had to be a swordswoman was because she already had a mana capacity that was several times greater than a normal hero's. Her talent was Sea of Mana. Her mana capacity was even greater than Sujo's. She had no output limits when using a sword as a medium. She was unstoppable. And finally, they had taken care of all of them. And Fallen, looking back, recognized that person. Later, the woman with glasses thinks she should give her a raise for working so much. When she is told not to work so hard, she calms down. It was her job, and she was trying her best. She is asked what that paper was. She reports that it was just the scribbles of some arrogant guy and thinks she should grade it. And upon seeing it, she's surprised. She didn't know what it was. And Fallen receives multiple messages from what she would do tomorrow, but now she was denying it. Who did she think she was? But he was going to mess with her a bit. Seeing that she rejected the offer for the contract because of her, they confronted her about what she had done. She just apologized. Fallen was dying to see the angry look on Yona's face. He goes to put the little one to bed. He had something to do while she slept. He believes the butterfly powder was very difficult to handle, no matter how he looked at the situation. Besides, he thinks there was much more than he thought, and if there was that much, he should have some for Sujo, some for Rachel, and some for himself. He would divide it into 3 equal parts. Those 2 were important to the story, but he also needed to survive. He had to use it on something that had a chance to increase its value. It was a waste to use it on his physique, because he had no potential, so he had to use it on his ether. He was going to wait until it was all absorbed and a message arrived. Naeun thanked him for what happened today, and so he waited for 10 minutes for her to continue what she was saying. So he asked what, and she just mocked him. She just wanted to make him wait. He feels that she is an idiot, and he also never thought he would be sending messages like this. It was an emotional feeling. Once again, he started out as an extra who had no contact with the main story, but somehow he had ended up in this position. He believes anything can change, and, in her room, Yona thinks that she also had many things to do. She had to write a guild report and a guild job offer, and she thinks her uncle is a slacker. So, instead of waiting for a lazy human being, she would do it herself. And she gets a message from Naeun, who informs her that she was going to hold a seminar with Soo-hyun next Tuesday and invited her, but she did not want to go. However, they inform her that Jin would be there, and she accepted immediately. Naeun also teases her because she has the pictures from the battle. She looked a little mischievous. Yona just asks her not to say anything and not to share the pictures. And another message arrived from her right-hand man. Fallen had given up on the guild experience. She was furious, especially since she had worked so hard to recruit him and that wench had rejected him. In his room, the protagonist's SP had gone up. He thinks that someone had become much more interested in him, but he was happy and, so, he should invest those CP. But no matter how much he tried, his stats would fall behind over time. So the best thing he could do was choose and focus on how to use the powder for his ether and invest all his CP in a weapon instead of his physique. But this time, it would all be up to luck. It depended on the system. whether to accept his ability or not. Closing his eyes, he prayed for success, but due to not having enough CP, the quality had decreased. Luck had also activated, he had recovered some of his practice, and had gained a random enhancement system of the lowest grade. He wasn't completely satisfied, but he had to be grateful that they hadn't taken all of his SP. But he felt the preparations were complete. The reason he was rushing to improve his form was because an announcement had arrived. That coming Friday, the travel club would be going to England, and the main story would begin again. Fallen recounts that his summer vacation last week was a series of hellish training exercises. Just because he decided to put all his CP into his weapon, didn't mean he had to abandon physical training, although his ability remained stagnant despite his arduous efforts. But the development of his ether was delayed. To summarize the changes, his body strengthening value increased by 0.7%, plus the addition of the detailed materialization function that could specify certain colors and textures. He figured he couldn't make complicated weapons yet, so he would start with something easy, and it had worked. It was a complete success. It looked like an ordinary knife at first glance, but when thrown, its power was by no means ordinary. He thought it was a cool ability. It was quite useful compared to relics. Its power was inferior, but the importance of its appearance was to serve as a distraction, so that the dagger could penetrate the hearts of the distracted. Back in her dorm, he asks her to stay calm until her uncle returned and to eat all her food. And so, they said their goodbyes. As for Rachel, she is asked not to worry. From that moment on, they had finalized an agreement with Kubo. They had decided to appoint a reliable agent, and, regarding the student who saved her, if it was alright, she would like to contact him personally because his performance was not that of someone ranked 934. She agreed. Although it was illegal to do it so soon, they would take the risk and wanted to give him status in their guild by getting him a pre-contract, and they could legally offer him much better conditions than other guilds. And now, everyone was gathering in England. Nayun feels like the heat is killing her and asks Fallen if he isn't hot, but he says he isn't. He was very comfortable in his black, climate-controlled robe, and looking up, they saw a Claney islet. They were going to take a portal to continue on. It's said that this island is an artificial one made with floating stones that belongs to the British government. It's a place where everything related to money comes together. There are various games, entertainment, auctions, betting, and product launch events. It is the Golden Island, the Las Vegas of England. This is where the main story would begin. Some of them had already been to this island, while for others it was their first time, and the first thing they wanted to do was go to the casino. Fallen thought it was more elegant than he had imagined, and while exchanging his money, the head of the top guild was there, but he pretended not to recognize her. The recap states that the event would be at 7 p.m. It would be a huge one, with beasts from all over the world. Because of this situation, he wanted to keep calm, but honestly, that was her weakness, because in that place, her luck worked to make a lot of money, and since there was still time, she was going to play a little. Fallen thinks she is an idiot. She was going to lose all her money to the villain Bert. In about 2 hours, Nayun would lock herself in her hotel room crying after losing all her money, because all those people at the table are scammers from the same team, in particular, their leader, Bert. But honestly, he did not care how much money a fourth-generation rich kid lost. But Bert, the scammer, did interest him. So he would join the bet, and she thinks he should not enter the bet because it had a minimum of $100,000, and besides, they were playing 7 poker, and they asked the protagonist why he was not turning over his cards, but he was not going to look at them, because he could see everything with his eyes. Anyway, he thinks he's a madman. Did he even know the rules? And they started a small argument, but the leader calms them down. That kid's uniform was from a cube student. He clearly knew the rules. Fallen thinks he was with an emotionless face. However, he had one of the best hands. They were currently in the 9th round, and they had $60,000 on the table. His opponent's card was an ace of hearts. If it was combined with the 5 cards remaining, he would have a full house of aces. And yet he kept putting on a face like he didn't have good cards. The guy who was next to Fallen, and Fallen, raised the bet. The protagonist explains that Vert's current hand would be a full house of aces. For him to win, he needed at least a 4 of a kind. He wouldn't usually aim for such cards, since the probability of getting a 4 of a kind after a full house is extremely low. But he talks about how there wasn't much money on the table and asks if he had run out of everything. If so, he should bet that ring of his. Fallen thinks he would do it. Seeing him, she asks them to leave, saying she would give him the money he lost. He couldn't give away personal items, but he asked her to sit down. He wouldn't lose, so she should stay still. That ring was really expensive. And to match the bet, he wanted the bracelet on her wrist, and he accepted. The bet was worth millions, and they would start by revealing their cards, 3 aces and 2 jacks. It was a full house. He was laughing. He says he feels sorry for him. However, Fallen told him that he hadn't seen his cards yet, and upon revealing them, he was quite lucky. He had 4 of a kind, and there was no need to be surprised. The game was a matter of luck. He, furious, wonders what the hell he had done, and minutes later he was already arrested for causing a disturbance, telling everyone that he had cheated, and Fallen had gotten the obsidian bracelet from the citizen of Athens. That guy still didn't know the true value of that bracelet, because it stored mana, but the owner couldn't use that mana on his own. However, later in the story, that would become extremely important. She scolds him, asking what he would have done if he lost. He just told her that he would have jumped him then, and asks her what she wanted to invest the money in, since 1/3 of those chips belonged to her. And a few hours passed and everyone was gathering and apologizing for being late. They asked him why he looked like that, but he didn't understand what they were talking about, and they pointed out he had a designer suit, designer shoes, a 300-year-old relic, designer pants. And just then, a tall guy with silver hair arrived, asking her if she was Ayun, and out of nowhere asks if he was her boyfriend, but she denied it. He was just a friend. Yona asks if perhaps he was the hunter Junggu, source of light, and when he confirmed it, her eyes sparkled. She was delighted to meet him, and they began to talk. And in another room, the boss was asking Jane if everything was ready, and she confirmed it was. The news reported that they were currently in front of the Thames portal. There were many VIPs gathering in that place to participate in the event held by the multinational Lawton Corporation. The most important people, in the world, were showing up because white crystals would be directly presented at that location. Everyone was waiting for CEO Selen, but his speech was interrupted because the princess, Rachel, had just arrived. She asks him what was going on with the Academy incident, as many news outlets were reporting that she had lost first place, in theory. As she entered, she thought she could finally have some peace, but someone called her name. It was Selen, the CEO of Lawton Corporation. She asks him if he was prepared to defend against the Jinns. He believes they are. This place was the safest in Europe. They had mobilized a large number of heroes and were promising an incredible presentation for their great sponsor, so she could look forward to it. Fallen notes that there are 30 minutes left until the event and mentions that Jinns have been active lately. This was a very dangerous event. Lawton Corporation was one of the pawns of the corrupt corporations. Although it didn't have a Jinn as its leader, it had plenty of villains within the corporation. Plus, they had the White Crystal. And on this day, 3 high-ranking Jinns were set to appear. Nade, a crystal transporter, Silason, a combat agent, and the leader of the evil society believes that, with his current abilities, he couldn't stop the plunder, so he should just let the original story play out. The leader of the chameleon troop gets his attention, and they start talking. Just then, the white-haired man arrives, telling her he had never seen her before, questioning who she was. At that moment, Rachel notices that Fallen is wearing the item she had given him, and then the lights go out. The show begins. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see you all. He is the CEO of Lawton Corporation, the company leading innovation. He explains that the source of everything is mana, and mana, when naturally condensed, becomes a treasure of great power. And white crystals are very rare treasures. They have found a total of 480 crystals. However, there was no proper way to use them. But they will now show everyone the true use of white crystals, as they have created this artifact. At first, Rachel thought those people were bodyguards, but their numbers have increased. It's suspicious. She has a bad feeling, but she can't act too hastily. And when she sees Fallen stand up, she wonders where he's going. She thinks to herself that he's a man who always appears wherever incidents occur. He has an unusual aura about him. These signs are too suspicious to ignore, she tells her bodyguards that she will be fine and that they should keep the suspicious individuals under surveillance. As for herself, she takes off her ring, deploying a shadow that seemingly makes her invisible, and begins leaping from place to place. She wants to follow Fallen for now, because it seems like something is about to happen in the main hall. He recalls reviewing Lawton Corporation's internal documents. Hey, anyone who criticizes my English is getting banned, because I went to public school and I failed at Duolingo. So now you know. The crystal in the hall was the real deal. He thinks Selen is an idiot for bringing the real one to a place like this. He is an executive of the evil society, named Jack Pio, and he thinks that idiot is crazy for money. He was only thinking about his stock profits, instead of protecting the crystal. But, of course, it wasn't a bad method. The portal access really was the only way. To get to the island was strictly controlled. Since it is an island made with magic, the Jinns can't create artificial portals, but they never thought they would travel by air. Rachel believes he was still climbing, and that she would have to wait and see what he would do. She wonders if he had some business on the roof. Besides, he couldn't get in that way. The only way to open it was with a key and, seeing a hammer, she doesn't understand. Was he going to break that door with that? This was impossible. Why? It was a door made of an iron mana alloy, and it couldn't be broken with that old hammer. She thinks it must be a joke. She doesn't understand how he did it. And an explosion erupted throughout the hall. Jinns began to slaughter the people present, and one of them took the white crystal, believing they had it, but they lunged at him. However, he had dodged their attack. Besides, his ability was quite annoying, running and splitting apart to make them lose track of who had the crystal. He wonders which one he should follow. He tells them it's a miracle they're all right and hands a sword to Sujo. He had to fight, and they were cube students. As for Fallen, he believes the original story was more or less the same. That guy had multiplied first and a hero was chasing one of them, but that one didn't have the crystal. To the south, Jane, the one in disguise, was following another, but that one was also a decoy. And the one the captain was chasing, according to the story, should be the one with the crystal. And they jumped to defend him, telling her that a simple magic ball wouldn't do anything to them. However, with a strange power, she created a void in space and began to suck people in, and in an instant, they were killed. Fallen believes she was a character he created, but an extremely strong one with an absolute ability. But anyway, the crystal was now supposed to be with the chameleon group, but that one was also a clone. Fallen wonders if the plot has changed again, and there was no message, so the change wasn't part of the plot, but was purely due to the variables that had occurred during the story. He wonders what it could be, and looking at his hand, he thinks there's a method he has never tried. But there was no time to waste, and he brought forth Stigma's magic, which manifested according to his will, and he wanted to merge it with his retina. And if he concentrated it, he could obtain enhanced clairvoyance, wondering where it was over and over, and finally, he found it. But at that moment, something happens. Mana overload. However, he had no time to waste. He had no choice but to pursue him, and he came across a motorcycle. He apologized to the owner, but he was going to borrow it for a moment. At the exit, the heroes were trying to keep calm and evacuate the civilians, and that's when he was asked to take this. With that sword, he would be able to use it against the jinns. This was the special magic weapon. This weapon has abilities that vary according to the user's magic power, and with Nayun's potential, it would wield immense power. Seeing him leave, they yelled at him asking where he was going, but he had unfinished business. Before going with them, he thinks the direction was to the southwest. It will only take a moment for him to reach the target. There, he was asked how far his destination was, and he had about 1 minute left, but the car was T-boned, throwing it off the road. Getting out, he curses him. He was a crazy bastard. He was dead, but the other guy let out a scream to the sky, letting him know that he was there. Fallen, however, had hacked the transport plane, spending 100 DCP. He cursed him and asked if they could have a conversation, but something approached, and an explosion appeared. The guy thought something was moving, but it turned out to be just a fly. Fallen curses the situation. He had arrived at the worst possible moment. Besides, he wonders why he had Rachel. It was a complicated scenario. It was a big problem. But he grabs the briefcase. He tells him to put that down now, while saying it nicely, upon seeing that he was threatening him, that he had his friend. That's why he had to put her down, so he would rip his head off if he didn't put that thing down. However, Fallen remained rigid. He didn't care about that. If he didn't let her go, he wouldn't get what he wanted. He felt that he was very determined, so he accepted his defeat, throwing Rachel, and now he had to give him the briefcase. When he throws it, Fallen thinks that he wasn't a guy he could just take care of that easily anyway. So, the best option was to take Rachel and hand over the briefcase. He thinks his judgment was correct, but in a second, another fist approached. He cursed the situation. He had let his guard down. He smiled. He couldn't believe what he had done. He even had the courage not to blink for a single moment. He had the temperament of a fighter who observes movements until the very end. It seems he wasn't as rotten as he thought. He liked that, which is why he would let him live for today. Fallen fell to the ground. For a moment, he thought he was dead. When he came to his senses, he realized that a fist, the size of his head, was about to shatter him. He had reacted on instinct alone. He asks Rachel if she was okay. She, upon hearing what had happened, tells him that she wasn't looking for the crystal, but was following him, because that was supposed to be his. She hadn't found it in the final exam. She was following him because she feared that something strange would happen to him, but the opponent was too strong, and she couldn't help. And she asks him why he helped her back then, because no matter how much she thinks about it, she just feels that he watched over her the whole time. The only thing Fallen reacted by saying is that he was a fan of Rachel. He had even joined her fan club. He couldn't think of a better idea, but she was still a character of major relevance to the novel. If she was exposed to danger or if she died, the story would change completely. and blushing all over she asks him if that meant he liked her. In the building, everyone was gathered, thinking about what had happened, and they asked Jonah if she had seen that guy. She was angry, to think she had seen so many things. Even in the midst of all the chaos she was able to see the overwhelming power of that guy who blew everything up with his hands. And then there was the talent of the Sword Saint. There was nothing he couldn't cut. And then there was her, who had left everyone astonished. But they ask her if she had seen Fallen. She thinks she did see him. For a moment he had driven very fast right beside her, but she doesn't know where he went. And Sujo points out that Rachel was gone, and all the guards, the press, and those present wondered where the princess was. Everyone starts to understand that the commotion they had caused was to be able to kidnap the princess and the crystal, and if they kidnapped her, they would likely extort an entire country. But someone was approaching. It was the princess riding a motorcycle. For now, they were relieved. The crystal was the least of their worries. But they see that the motorcycle she was riding was Fallen's, and if that was the case, instead of panicking he had taken care of the rescue and all the jinns at that moment. They can't believe such a being could exist. At night, Nayun was waiting for him because everyone else had already left. Besides, he was late, she would pay for the ride, they had to hurry. The atmosphere felt a little strange, and she turns around and asks him if they could be friends. But he gives a flat no. She just turns away and asks him to forget everything he had heard, and Fallen remembers what he has to do. Friends and things like that weren't possible for him. In the dorms, they had already arrived at his room. The little one greeted him with a huge smile and, upon seeing it was chicken, ran out to eat. He felt like a good father, and thinks there are 3 days left until vacation. He had to link his watch first, because it was annoying to open the laptop every time something happened, and thanks to that occasion, when he was about to die, his DSP had increased by 193, and thanks to that, he exchanged 190 DCP for the synchronization of his watch. He thinks it's much more convenient now. He thanks the Granulon, and, since he was done, the last most important part remained, calling his agent, asking him if he was able to get the motorcycle he requested, although they say its price was very high. But with the millions he had won at the casino, it was nothing. Besides, the day of the Jin attack on Suwon's demonic cave was approaching. That meant that his stocks would soon go up. And so, the month of vacation passed. Everyone seemed to be calm at the academy once again, and the professor arrived in the classroom because the second semester had to begin. As they knew, there were big changes this semester. Not only would the rankings change, but new cadets would arrive, since the best students from each academy wanted to get in, and that's why 20 were joining each class, for a total of 200 people. Fallen saw that Ken was joining, and upon seeing the woman, he thinks she looks familiar. He wonders where he had seen that mage, and wonders if it's Tomer. Her appearance wasn't the same, but it was clearly her, and seeing that some character settings had been changed, he thinks it was happening again. They were making unnecessary adjustments again. Later, Fallen had changed rooms. He was happy, he loved it. This had happened because his ranking had risen to 334, and the dorms vary depending on how good your results are in the academy. Besides, he had to think about that girl. Then, the school's first class was on the outskirts, with the purpose of promoting relationships between students and cadets, called the Dangerous Climb. In this challenge, there weren't any dangerous monsters, but there were terrible traps lurking everywhere, so if they made any mistake, they would end up in the hospital and would move in groups of 12, and so the groups were divided. Then, Nayun and Su's group started to walk, facing multiple problems along the way. After a lot of running and escaping, they had reached a safe place. They thought it was a nightmare, but they consoled each other, and she asked him if they were friends. Upon seeing his reaction, she thought that was normal. It should have been an obvious answer, but she didn't understand why he said no. Or maybe he didn't see her as a friend, but as something more, yet he didn't deny it. She had to think about something else, and just then, Fallen arrived. They were number 20 and number 41 in the rankings. They recounted that they were in a lot of trouble. Besides, they had been wandering around lost for hours, but that guy over there asked him to step aside and took charge of the group. At first, they refused, but in just a few minutes they managed to get out of the forest and reach the desired location, and thus pass the test. They mentioned that for the next exams, they would be able to choose their own group members, and she wanted to pick Fallen. Nayun tried to make all sorts of excuses not to recruit him, and the boy expressed that maybe they shouldn't recruit him because there were rumors that this guy went out to enjoy all sorts of shady pastimes. This angered them both, and they asked him over and over if they were just rumors, or if he had actually seen what was being said. And if it was just rumors, he shouldn't trust mere words. Then they stormed off. Elsewhere, Yona disguised her voice and met with some mysterious individuals she had hired at the Violet Banquet, where after a lengthy meeting, she explained that her first team was to gather information on the plans of various organizations. The second team was to announce the existence of new dungeons or the locations of intermediate or high-level monsters. And the third group, the Seekers, had to work from the shadows, conducting investigations and even taking lives if necessary. This group would investigate 5 individuals. However, those individuals were just a front. 4 of them were just decoys. The only one she cared about in that group was Fallen. The next day in class, he thought that Sujo should get ready to go to the dungeon. In the original story, during the vacation while climbing Geomac Mountain, he was strolling peacefully when he was called by the resonance of a sword and found a dungeon, but it's almost impossible to raid a dungeon alone, unless you're an incredibly strong person. But in this dungeon, Sujo defeats the boss by himself and acquires a very important weapon. That weapon is supposed to awaken with the power of the seed's dust. The problem was that he had it, so he decided to go with him. In the afternoon, he wondered what to do about Tomer. If he found her father, she would be on his side, since the woman's purpose was to find her missing father and kill him with her own hands. But he didn't know where her father was either. He had asked the Book of Truth, but his SP weren't sufficient, and he remembered the first character who greeted him, the one who worked in Agent Intelligence after failing out of the academy. So he contacted him and told him about his problems. The man accepted, and as they parted ways, Fallen thought that the guy should quit the job he was currently working. He knew he was being exploited and had a contact in a guild called Manhwa, so he told him they should keep in touch. That night in the courtyard, Sujo was practicing with his sword when Fallen appeared, asking him what he was doing at this hour. He also explains that he was just taking a walk. Besides, he knew that he had found something on Mount Geomac, and that's why he was training. He asks him how he knew all that. He explains that it was just by chance, because he went out for walks a lot. Besides, his eyes were quite good, but what he really wanted was to go to the dungeon with him. He wasn't asking for much. The profits would be split 9-1. He would take the branches, and he would settle for just a few leaves. The other guy was a little hesitant, so to accept his proposal he needed to confirm his skills. Fallen didn't expect that. Even if he decided to give him an advantage, he didn't think he could win. Their skill difference was too great, so he had to avoid fighting him by giving him a series of reasons. Super logical reasons. But he refused. He didn't need to beat him. He just wanted to see his skills. The other guy resigned himself to it. Fallen thinks he was very fast. He couldn't just be on the defensive. He thinks he's using his time skill, but he was so fast that he was barely dodging his attacks. He feels that the longer this drags on, the more of a disadvantage he'll be at, but if he took a step in that spot, he could win. Sujo praised him. It was incredible. Not just anyone could dodge an attack of that level. Fallen thinks he fell right into his trap. He asks if he's satisfied. Now, he explains that this strategy didn't inflict any fatal damage. It was volatile, because it only lasted for 10 minutes, but he was glad he had invested in it. This was an explosive cadet item. When stepped on, it would explode. Sujo declared that he had lost, and looking at him with admiration, asked him to go with him. Later, as Sujo was going to his dorm, he thought that Fallen was extraordinary. He thought he was the only one in the academy hiding his power, but smiling, he thinks there was one more person, and he doesn't know why that gave him so much confidence. And just then he runs into Nayun, who was practicing fencing, and she was surprised because she was discovered training. After a lot of talking and teasing her, he explains that her movements should be more fluid and, as he was leaving, he tells her that he could help her with her training, and at that moment she couldn't sleep. She wonders what she could do, because she was too stressed and, upon seeing some goggles, she thinks that might be it. Since many current heroes played games to train their dynamic vision, that's why virtual reality games were currently gaining a lot of popularity in that world. In this one, tournaments were held every season and were broadcast on all media outlets, so the winner always ended up becoming famous and receiving everyone's attention. The difference from other typical games was that there was no system or item stats. In other words, you had to fight using your combat senses and control, in which she had 98 wins and 17 losses. However, since she was there to relieve her stress, she was just going to fight, and she found someone named Extra Number 7, who had 43 wins and 43 losses in Platinum rank. She thinks he'd be fine for a distraction, provoking him to fight, and he accepted immediately. She wonders when he would attack and, suddenly, the battle began. She had lost, getting angry about how that bastard could have done that, asking him to have another round, and she ended up losing 7 times, asking for one more, but he already had to go to sleep. She asks if he's always on at that time, and if so, if he could give her lessons every time they met. The guy agreed and logged off. After taking off his headset, Fallen thinks that player was very stubborn. Besides, He had only logged on to test his new random reinforcement system ability. It's explained that this concept improved any aspect of life, and at that moment, he tested it on his game, and, sure enough, it had enhanced all of his senses. Just then, he saw Evangel and immediately snatched the cake from her. He scolds her for how she had eaten all of it so quickly. Seeing that she wouldn't calm down, he picks her up in his arms and tells her that tomorrow morning, he would give her something extremely delicious. He then received a message from his club to meet on the 2nd Friday of August. So, Fallen trained and studied for the next few days. He also trained with that guy every time he got out of class. They had built something of a friendship, and that training had become part of his daily life. Besides, he found the guy to be quite polite, although he still didn't know how to pronounce his nickname. As he thought about it, it sounded a lot like Nayun's name, but he was mistaken. The player was nothing like her. Besides, based on their behavior and skill, they had to be a guy. Meanwhile, Nayun, in the courtyard, thinks she has improved a lot, believing it was thanks to his help. She admired the person she had been training with every day in the game, because in that game, she always played defensively, but that guy was different. He always pushed forward, attacking as fast as a raging storm. Every step he took intimidated his opponent, so thanks to him, she learned a lot about close quarters combat. Just then, Fallen arrived and told his companion it was time to go, and she got angry, because she was training, but they left anyway. Before they went, Fallen told Nayun to have good luck with her training. She wonders since when those two were so close and wanted to find out what they were talking about. Just then, she overheard him ask how Nayun was doing lately. She blushed at what he had just asked. Later, the two of them are eating, and it's mentioned that the dungeon was in the most dangerous area of the region. This was because spatial distortions had occurred due to the awakening, turning more than half of the area into a steep, mountainous zone. As a result, that area was off limits to the public, and the mountain was right on the border. In this place, there were quite a few hidden pieces that hadn't been discovered yet. Among them, there were many that people didn't dare to search for on their own, but if he just left them there, villains could take them. But with the guy in front of him, things could change, and suddenly, he's not sure why the guy looked so good. Just then, a masked person appeared. Fallen asks if she's lost, because it was clearly Giona, but upon being discovered, she just blushes and runs off shouting that it wasn't her, grabbing the bag, and running from the place. We should remember that she has a huge craving for junk food, but her pride won't let her admit it. The shopkeeper tells her she needs to pay for that. Fallen says that he'll pay for it. After that, she avoided him for 4 days, and finally Friday arrived and the two of them met up. Sujo asks her to follow him. After walking for a long time, they arrived at the location. It was extremely hidden. The entrance was very small. That's why no one had discovered it, and he asked him if he was sure about going in there, but he smiled. Of course he was. Besides, that thing was quite strong, and just in case, he invested that to increase his ammunition. However, he wanted to leave the whole task to that guy, and asked him to hold his hand because it was dark inside and they could get lost, and so they entered the dungeon holding hands. Unlike the outside, this place was very large and creepy, and at that moment, Fallen asked him to stop. With his eyes, he realized that there was another path passing through that place, but that didn't exist in the novel. So, he would take a closer look. Upon looking, he realized there were 2 people on the other side. He didn't understand what had happened, he didn't know who they were, but from the energy they were giving off, it was very likely they were villains, and a message appeared, saying that the plot of that chapter was too boring, so they added some excitement and connected the dungeon of the Demon Guard Mountain in Suwon with the one they were in now. Fallen asked Sujo what today's date was. Today. Upon hearing it was August 14th, he cursed everything. That was the day a guild made of demonic humans would assault the Demon Guard of Suwon. In that case, they must be demonic humans, followers of the masked demon. He tells his friend that there were people on the other side. Moreover, the Masked Demons organization was one of the strongest demonic human organizations in all of Korea. They were heroes in disguise. It wouldn't be easy to face them, not even with the real protagonist. But just then, the others believed they had advanced far enough and found an exit from that place, so they had to go back. This made Fallen happy. They had to clear the dungeon while they could. For that reason, he was going to use his stigma mana to see everything and locate the boss. He tells him that after going straight, they had to turn right twice. That's where the boss was. They had to finish this as quickly as possible. On the other side of the area, the group was thinking they couldn't get out of that place and asking their 2 reconnaissance guards if they had found anything. They had found the exit. It was like a hidden stage. They were going to return to the main squad, but they were told not to. They had to wait there. They would go to them themselves, telling everyone they had to get up. Besides, there were 2 more people in that place. They were going to take care of them, but this guy denied it. Touching his ear, he asks his boss if everything was ready. He asks his supposed subordinate what he was doing. No one asked him to open a portal, challenging him again and again because he wasn't listening, infuriating him. He was going to kill him immediately. However, a black shadow pierced through his body and then split him in 2. Everyone freezes, wondering what just happened. And then the leader of the chameleon group appeared, who, with just her aura, put everyone to sleep. She informs him of a variable in their plan. There were 2 kids at the location, but they believed they were candidates to see if they were worthy of joining them. Sujo believes he had taken care of everything by himself, the ghouls in just 5 seconds, and so they advanced through the hallways, continuing their mission to find the boss, and, at last, they had reached the boss room, which had a written riddle. At that moment, he couldn't decipher it. Even in the original novel, Sujo would call Yona, and, thanks to that, they managed to pass. But, as expected, Fallen knew the answer. Ideally, he should have called her for the plot's sake, but they no longer had time. Managing to open the secret passage, seeing the praise, he thanked him, but they had to move on. They had no time to lose. Meanwhile, the leader watched him with admiration. He was strong, agile, talented, and on top of that, he had a unique mind and strategies. He even surpassed her expectations, but she had one more test for him. Later, the 2 are in front of the master of that dungeon, the swordsman of destruction, who, upon sensing the presence of Sujo, opened its eyes and lunged at him because it found him interesting. He tries to react, but upon hearing Fallen's shout, he calmed down. It had all been an illusion, but it wasn't an illusion, but rather an aura that emanated death, and it expressed that maybe he was scared, but he should calm down because his suffering would soon end. Fallen looked at him, and believes he was ready. His talent with the sword would put him at the top, and his opponent was a swordsman. There was no reason for him to lose against it, and tells him that the monster itself was the sword. Everything that came from it was the sword. He shouldn't focus on the body. He thinks that he was supposed to get that information after the battle, but, since they didn't have time, he had to tell him, and express that he would cover him, and that he was entrusting his life to him. But the monster was lurking behind him. The final boss thinks that it wasn't bad, it was more interesting than it thought. It asks him where he had been hiding. Fallen thinks he should go for the sword. However, the body had stopped him, and, seeing that his body was strong, it was dying to obtain it. Sujo, at that moment, couldn't draw his sword, but Fallen asked him to duck. Seeing that he was asked to be careful, he affirmed everything would be fine if he had him covering his back. The boss screamed like a maniac. Finally, bodies had appeared that were up to the challenge of a fight, and its right hand had regenerated. With that, he confirmed that the original body was its sword. That meant they had to destroy the sword no matter what, and it was time for the second round. Fallen, at that moment, couldn't use the shotgun, as he might hit Sujo. It was useless to use a rifle of sniper at that distance. He figured the gun was his best bet. At that moment, the boss couldn't believe it. He was being pushed back. A sword like that should have shattered instantly, but he yelled at him not to get too excited. He still hadn't shown his true strength. Sujo believed he was very strong, but the more he fought, the more confident he felt. On top of that, he had someone just as strong by his side, and that impact had been enough to stop the attack. Sujo took advantage of this. They had succeeded, but Sujo was surprised. The item they had won was just a branch. They had risked their lives just for that, and someone entered the room asking who they were, and upon hearing their story, they were asked what reward had been left for them. The 2 tried to de-escalate the situation, stating that there was nothing. Besides, they were just lost. That's why they were about to leave. They called their boss to get orders on what to do with them, but she didn't hesitate and told them to kill them. They asked for forgiveness, but they were just following orders, and an immense darkness made it impossible to see. The bald guy thinks he always gets easy prey, so he asked him to please entertain him, at least a little, by unleashing his demonic power. But, upon seeing Fallen pull something out, he went on guard, but when he saw it was just a rock, he burst out laughing. He thought he was a fool, but he was exceeding his expectations, and when Fallen called him a coward, he got angry. He thinks that the brat's mana was non-existent, but he didn't understand why he was so confident. He easily dodged the rock but saw a thread next to his face. He wonders what it was from. The protagonist smiled in relief. It had only worked because he had let his guard down. He thinks he should get to Sujo as quickly as possible and shoots him, point blank. However, the bullet did nothing to him. he realized he had been gravely mistaken. As he was sent flying into the wall, he realized that even though he used all his ether and magic power to defend himself, he was in a critical condition. He thinks to himself, what a little bastard. If it weren't for his demon, he would have died, but since he was stronger than he thought, he would have to unleash his power. Fallen never imagined he had such a powerful demon. It was a special class. As for Sujo, seeing the situation, he realized he had no choice but to fight. The guy in front of him recognized him. He was famous for being number one, but he thought it was a shame he would have to kill a future hero. Sujo wonders how he even got there and, looking at his body, sees that he's injured. In just that brief moment, he had been cut. He thinks his opponent is strong. He doesn't know if he can win, but he tells himself that he must concentrate. He feels like he managed to block it, but he could barely react in time. He feels that this guy is much weaker than the Chaos Knight, but his movements are much cleaner, and he couldn't reach him. But he focuses again. His talent lies in wielding his sword to protect the world, and as long as his opponent was a swordsman, he always had a chance of winning, so his only option to win was to give it his all. The man was surprised by such a large amount of magic. He thought he was just a kid, but he was on his level. And at that moment, Sujo felt a strange sensation, as if something was calling out to Fallen. He told him that he was very cunning, but now he would make sure he would never see the light of day again. He believes that Sakabo was not an opponent he could defeat, and Sujo also couldn't accept his death. But the demon was pierced by the shadow of the captain of the chameleon group. He wonders why she was there. Besides, if she attacked him, it was clear he would die, but she extended her hand to him. She expressed that she was delighted to meet him, but Fallen thinks that they meet often. She confirmed this. It was because she was watching him, and he asks her why. Jago approached, telling him to be careful, but he is killed effortlessly, and she had something to tell him. Approaching, he asked him to be part of his group. Fallen believes the story had changed. Instead of them being interested in Chin, they were interested in him. He doesn't know what will happen from now on, and told him to think it over carefully. And just then, Sujo appeared, who got worried seeing he was badly injured, but now they were both okay. As they were walking, Fallen realizes that the guy had fainted, meaning Sujo had defeated him, and he said that they should report them to the heroes, but the other guy refused. If he did that, his stock would fall, though he doesn't tell him that, instead saying they'd get in trouble for being in a place not verified by the Hero Association. Fallen informs him about the branch. Although it seemed strange, he felt that the branch wasn't just a branch. Fallen told him that, indeed, it wasn't just a branch. This was a legendary weapon, the weapon of the Norse god Baldur, but it wasn't complete yet. First, they had to pour this on it. It was an artifact inherited from his family, but Sujo couldn't accept it after hearing that. It was too valuable to be shared. After a long argument, he finally accepts it, and when he pours the liquid, leaves sprout from the branch. He explains that, first, an awakening occurs. After each battle, it would continue to grow, eventually forming a sword. And now, as they had agreed, one would take the branch and the other the leaves. These were a byproduct of the mythical branch, and had a lot of good options. He wonders how to use it, and then the same thing that happened before occurs. He finds a valuable item worth millions. Later, the two women are watching the recordings, confirming that he was quite good. The captain agreed. Moreover, he had passed the test because he didn't hesitate for a single second to kill. She was surprised by his coldness, but he was 100% qualified to join her group. Arriving at his dorm, Fallen was exhausted, and when he goes to put the little seed to bed, he remembers saying goodbye to Sujo, who thanked him for everything he did that day. He thinks that in the current era, in the outside world, there were no righteous people who fought for good without expecting anything in return. That's why he created him with those qualities, and, full of hope, he feels Sujo will be the one to return him to his own world. Elsewhere, there was a secret location where Tomer was, the student who turned out to be a spy. She had been given the mission to kidnap Rachel, and the next day, the professor ordered everyone to pay attention, since it was time to form groups and start working in teams. He explained that the upcoming missions would be conquering mini towers, fighting battles, and participating in recreational activities like traveling. So, everyone had to join a group, and those who couldn't find one would be randomly assigned. Fallen thinks it will be hard for him to find a group, and looking at Rachel, he figures she must have the same problem. Being royalty, no one dared to recruit her. Besides, he thinks he has something to give her. So it was the perfect opportunity, and he sends her a message, inviting her to his group. She was just about to read it, but was interrupted by Thomer, who asked her to join her group. Fallen doesn't understand her intentions. Her group wasn't supposed to appear yet. Besides, her target had never been Rachel. He thinks that if she's going after her now, then her boss must be Lancaster. Rachel told Tomer that she still had time, so she would let him know her answer later. And, when she leaves, he checks the message he had received. Reading it made him happy, but he looked away and wrote that he would think about it. As for Nayun, she was still undecided on who to choose. This was because the point system went up if her group had low-ranking cadets, and the only person she could think of who was strong and low-ranking was Fallen. But looking around, everyone wanted Fallen on their team for the same reason. Although, she wanted to ask him, she didn't dare because they might think she was interested in him, and just then, Chin noticed that she was blushing, asking her what was wrong. Seeing that he was just teasing her, he snatched her notebook and drew a crude picture on it. He read the names she had written down out loud and, upon seeing Fallen's name, shouted it across the entire classroom, making Nayun blush from the embarrassment he caused her, hitting him for being an idiot, and that's how the class ended. As Nayun was leaving, she stops him, since, as he must have heard a moment ago, she wanted to make him an offer, but Rachel appeared, telling him that she had already sent her team list to the professor, informing him that they had already submitted their team roster. She, upon hearing that, doesn't know what to say, and so she congratulated him, leaving the place. As she walks away, she thinks that Rachel had very similar characteristics to her, so it was expected that they could be on a team, but she wonders why he hadn't chosen her, and so Fallen formed his team with Tomer and Rachel. Meanwhile, in her room, Nayun remembers that she always lost against Rachel, but she denied it. This time would be different. Later, the first test had begun, and everyone was frozen. Their first activity was exploring a dungeon, and as they advanced, they reached a crossroads. They wonder which path they should take. Tomer points the way, but Fallen denied it, saying it was the other cave. A small argument occurs over her guide skills, but Rachel trusted Fallen more, and, indeed, they had taken the right path. And so they continued walking, with Tomer trying to lead them astray time and again, but failing to achieve her goal. She feels that if she didn't take matters into her own hands, her mission would fail, so she directly tells Rachel to come with her, giving her a near sermon on why she should go with her. But Fallen got in her way, taking Rachel by the hand and leading her away, thus activating his ability and guiding his team, who were stunned by the protagonist's skills. They believe they didn't have to do anything if Fallen led them, and they had arrived before their professor, and he apologized to her for taking her hand, saying it was unconscious. And their team gives all the details of the dungeon without forgetting a single thing, and the instructor gave them the highest grade for their great work. Meanwhile, Tomer just cursed the situation. She then remembers that when they told her the mission, she had said it was just child's play, but now she denied it. It was all that damned kid's fault. It was as if he were protecting her from everything, and upon investigating him, there was no information, but she comes up with a plan. She was going to invent rumors that he liked her. Consequently, the rumors would spread, and Fallen would have to stay away from her out of embarrassment. Later, in class, the guy was stressed. He didn't understand anything, but he calmed down because on his team he had the first and the second in theory. And then, when they finished, she asks if he would like to go somewhere as a group, to eat and study. Fallen didn't know what she was plotting. Something was very suspicious. Later they are talking, but Tomer expresses that it was time to talk a bit more about themselves and set their studies aside. Just then, Rachel asks him if his agency had contacted him privately. He thought he might have gotten a message, since he never checks, and, upon seeing it, he realizes that he had indeed received one, but he thought its conditions weren't very good. She, after reading it carefully, is left frozen because there was a separate performance bonus. She doesn't know what the hell they were doing, and said he didn't need to read it, and was leaving immediately. Tomer didn't understand what had happened. They were supposed to talk about her, and Fallen didn't know what happened either. He thinks that maybe it was one of those instances where he had done something wrong, but he didn't understand it. Later, in the classroom, Fallen was tired, and just then Nayun arrived, telling him that she needed to talk to him for a moment, and she tells him that her group had chosen the dungeon for their presentation, the most difficult one. In her group, there was an unlucky mage who insisted over and over and convinced everyone that they should do the presentation on that dungeon, and he wanted to present it. Fallen knew who it was. That guy was pretentious and arrogant, and in that incident, he tried to convince everyone, but when he went out to give his speech, he just drew a blank, and they got the lowest grade. She explains all of this to Fallen, and that's why she was convinced they should change the topic and take control of her team's direction. But just then, they both realized they were talking very amicably, creating an awkward silence, and they part ways. But the next day, the guy convinced everyone not to change the presenter or the topic. As he left, he just apologized, saying he had gotten very nervous, while Nayun was boiling with fury, asking him what the hell he was doing, and telling him they would see each other after class. And the next group was Fallen's, and she was surprised because he was wearing glasses and he began his presentation on the ice dungeon, sharing data. That was incredibly accurate and giving a perfect presentation. Everyone was astonished at how good he was. Even the professor was amazed, and so she asks him a question that almost no one could answer, but Fallen handles it in an impressive manner. Nayun even thought it was great, and so his group earned the maximum score. After class, the two were walking. Rachel hands him a sheet of paper and explains that it was a preliminary contract for the Royal Guild. The terms were much better than the ones offered last time, so she hoped he would think about it, and with that, she went to her room. And as she was about to enter the restrooms, she overheard a rumor that Fallen liked Rachel. Upon hearing this, she turns bright red. She doesn't know if it's true, they just create rumors. They worked as a team, and, of course, people were starting to make things up, but she also remembers that he had said he was a fan of Rachel, and just then Ayun and Jonah arrived, asking her what she was doing. She said it was nothing, and was told to stop stepping on her, and seeing that she wanted to go in, she didn't know what to do. Besides, she kept hearing her name, and when they went in, they were going to tell her about the rumor, but Rachel enters asking what they were talking about, and they just run off. Nayun, seeing that the gossip was slipping away, asks what they wanted to talk about, complaining very annoyedly, because she didn't want to be left wondering. And then, we are shown these two starting to argue, as one knew the other was offering illegal contracts to Fallen, telling her to be careful. Rachel immediately understood that those weren't just simple words, but a warning that she had seen him first. This turned into a matter of a dispute between guilds, but Jonah maintained her stance that her organization wasn't as valuable as she thought, gradually saying some uncomfortable things to Rachel, belittling her to a point where she could no longer listen and thus denied everything. Besides, she was going to fight with all her might to make Fallen stay with her, and hadn't sunk so low as to ask someone for personal information about a cube cadet, thanking her for the invitation, but she was leaving. Nayun shouted at both of them to stop speaking in riddles because she hadn't understood anything. Meanwhile, the girl tried to continue with her plan and spread more rumors about those two so that her mission could succeed. However, these rumors were already dying down because she had very good grades, and that's why she hung out with Fallen. She tried to stir up more trouble by inventing that she had seen them acting very much in love, while Fallen was hacking the system. He thinks his plans were about to be stopped, because the day before he had seen her and realized that her watch was nothing like theirs, and upon checking, he was right, as Rachel was his target, and someone else was asking him for help through a message. 20 minutes earlier, Nayun was desperate because she didn't understand any of the material. She asked him to please help her and said she would pay him with food. 20 minutes later, Fallen still hadn't replied. She thought he was a jerk for always ignoring her, but this was the last time she would ask him for anything. She was going to stay away from him completely. However, a message arrived. Fallen thinks he took a long time because for her to understand, she was a complicated case. And he smiled. He thinks that would be enough. And he comes back to his senses. He had forgotten for a moment, having gotten used to this life, but he also remembers that he had to assassinate his brother. And so, he tries to make a plan to accomplish this feat. And remembering the card, he thought that maybe they could help him. If he received help from the chameleon group, it would be possible to kill his brother without anyone catching him. The next day, they clarified that, as everyone knew, today's practical training was a battle for mock artifacts. Fallen explains that normally, artifacts are claimed by the country in which they are discovered. However, in this world, many countries have been destroyed, and the person who finds artifacts in unclaimed land becomes the owner. Fighting against enemies, guilds, or jinns was part of a hero's routine. For that reason, this was something similar. They are told they should use good judgment. The training would be divided into two groups, the white team versus the black team. The moment a cadet is injured with a lethal wound or shouts "I surrender," they will be considered eliminated. And from now on, everyone's vision would be blocked. They had to remain silent. That magic was meant to cover all the candidates and sort them randomly. Fallen thinks it was a very good strategy to be fair with the rules and not know the space they would find themselves in. But he, of course, uses his eyes, knowing that for now, they were in some kind of bunker. There were some incredibly talented people. On the first floor, there were 15 people, and on the second, there were 25. On the third was the basement, where Nayun and Rachel were, along with 5 other cadets. He thinks those two were going to fight a lot, and he was on the 4th basement level and was on the black team. He thinks he's on a good floor, and looking to the side, he realizes there's a person there. The professor explains that the items had been deployed throughout the area. The artifacts were stored or transported by NPCs. The white team had to protect those artifacts, and the black team had to steal them. And so the countdown would begin. Everyone should have their powers ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Begin. Fallen thinks he should go up, but it was annoying that she was right next to him. Besides, she was on the white team, and if he wanted to go up, he had to pass through her room. Joan says she knew someone was there and asks him what team he was on. When he doesn't answer, she assumes he's on the black team and thinks she'll have to fight him, opening the door. But what a pain. Realizing his opponent is Fallen, he wonders why she isn't trying to attack him. Besides, she looked very nervous and goes to raise her hand, but she yelled at him not to move. But he just had an itch. She cursed the situation. Her weapon was long range, so no matter how she hid, she couldn't escape. He would catch her, but if she had no other choice, she had to test her skills. Fallen was about to ask her something, but her whip knocks his weapon away, making her very happy. She didn't expect she would succeed. She wonders if maybe this guy wasn't such a big deal. She felt confident and thought he should surrender, but when she looked at his hand, it was already gone. She asks him when he took the weapon back, demanding that he reveal his magic. He tells her it was magic, or something like it, but he couldn't tell her the secret. At that moment, she realizes that in such a small space, she was in trouble no matter where she went. She believed that if he fired, she wouldn't have time to react, and it would be her end. As he walked out, he thought it was a very spacious place. He knows that every individual has a tracking device, and if that's possible, he could hack the system and see where each of them was located, and he had access to all the cameras. He realizes that Suju and Chin were on the same floor. It was his chance to see a real fight, but a noise snaps him out of his daydream, and he thinks that he still had someone troublesome left, so he had to go for Tomer first. In another room, 3 people were surrendering. Nayun thought she was doing very well. She had become a swordswoman very recently, but she felt very comfortable, and she thanked her for her work, since she had survived thanks to her. And as they were about to leave, she informs her that Rachel was on that floor, and upon saying that, something approached, telling her to get behind her. But this was Jonah, who tells them everything that had happened with Fallen. Although the girl expresses that, it was obvious she had won and emerged victorious. She said that wasn't the case. He was a complete Pandora's box. But she couldn't win the duel against him. The only thing he did was pat her and calm her down, because it was only the beginning. And when asked about where he could be, she says that maybe he was with Rachel, because there was a rumor that Fallen had a crush on Rachel. But John told her it was just a rumor. Meanwhile, Nayun kept thinking about what he had said, asking him to explain exactly what that rumor was. Jonah teased her for her interest, but they were suddenly ambushed. Jonah managed to save them. Nayun yelled that they were cowards for attacking them from behind, and the black team appeared, commanded by Rachel, who stated that anything goes in the game, so they had to follow them. They tell Jiyeon to hide because she has the artifact. Nayun, seeing her under attack, tries to defend her, but she was also in trouble. This angers her, and she demands they get out of there immediately. Jonah thinks that she had to hold her ground so Jiyeon could hide, but the attackers shout that Jiyeon has the artifact, so they must go after her, and they had already found her. Nayun was about to rescue her, but she was stopped. She believes that such an attack could only be done by one person, and behind her, a sword was closing in. She curses her. Every time they faced off, she always lost, but she denied it. This time would be different, as she unleashed her mana. Rachel feels the atmosphere suddenly shift. She definitely possessed far more power now. She thinks that was a close call, but something is happening. Nayun's immense power is shattering the floor. On the floor below, she thinks she was in danger. It was a rookie mistake. She needed to rejoin her team, but right beside her appeared Suju, drawing her sword. She apologized, but she had to win the exam. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, Fallen thinks there are cameras, so he has to be careful not to raise any suspicion. He pretends to be completely clueless, acting like he's just looking for the bathroom to wash his face. And there's the NPC with the artifact. He now knows that Tomer is in the space above the bathroom receiving orders, but he doesn't know what to do. And then he remembers the ventilation duct. He thinks this is his key to victory, and uses his magic smoke to put Tomer to sleep, praying that his plan will work. She doesn't know what's happening. The air grows heavy, and by the time she realizes it's too late to escape, feeling an overwhelming urge to sleep. And Fallen's plan was a success. As he advances through the rooms, he finds a unique item, a special class all. It was his lucky day, and as he's going up, he spots Rachel and asks what's wrong with her. She was completely traumatized, telling him everything that happened, from her fight with Jonah and Nayun, then with Suho, and afterward with a mage who trapped her and from whom she barely escaped. Fallen knew that at this rate, Rachel would receive a low grade in the practical exam, and it wouldn't be easy to make up for the lost points. He, on the other hand, only needed to maintain an average rank, but Rachel didn't. Her goals were much higher. But it wasn't too late for her, so he handed her an item. Since she was much faster than him, she can't accept it, saying she would get all the credit, and asks why he is doing this. Fallen simply believes it's because he felt like helping her, simply because he wanted to, and he tells her that at the end of the hall, there are some stairs. She had to run, and then shouts were heard that they were there. They had to catch them, and they also realized that she had a magical item. Fallen tells her to run immediately. He would buy her all the time he possibly could. She just turned around and thanked him. The archer, seeing her escape, attacked her. A bullet intercepted its trajectory. Seeing that, they tell Jehona they would go for Rachel and they should take care of him, but she tells them to stay alert, as he was the most dangerous of all the students. Nayun asks if he really wanted to face 6 students, but he knew he couldn't win. However, his best option was to buy as much time as possible. The axe wielder was angry, not understanding why they were so afraid of a simple weakling, activating his mana and lunging at him, but he immediately realized that it wasn't going to be easy. Fallen thinks it's time to activate his time ability. Music, they ask him if he's okay. The guy gets up, almost in tears, thinking it was insane. He was almost killed and his face is bandaged because he had a serious wound, and Cadet Buong was eliminated. John expressed that she knew it. He was even better than she thought, having even calculated the trajectory of the ricochet. Fallen, sweating, thinks it was just a fluke. He almost killed him, while Rachel remembers hearing that Fallen liked her. Connecting the dots, she thinks it's possible, because he always defended her. And just then, upon going upstairs, she arrived with more people from the white team, who reported that Rachel had an artifact. Everyone was proud. She was the best in the class. Thanks to her, they could win the trial. She was just thinking that, for her country, she would do anything to not disappoint her people, but she denied it. She couldn't go on like this. She tells everyone that they must support their team's hero. He was surrounded by people on the 3rd floor. Everyone ran to the floor below, but when they arrived, 3 were lying there defeated, stating that the situation was already over. Behind them, they saw a person. Chin thanked everyone for their hard work. He claims that he defeated those 2, but the truth was that Fallen, while fighting, had dealt them a finishing blow, and as they were falling, Chin hit them from behind to score points. Rachel suspected that he hadn't actually defeated those 2 and left the scene. Chin, for some reason, got angry because he didn't feel her approval, and so the exams continued. Chin gathered all the survivors from the black team and managed to steal 2 artifacts. Rachel also made a huge contribution by defeating even more people. Both achieved satisfactory individual results, regardless of whether their team won or lost. Kim Soo-ho demonstrated unparalleled combat power and leadership, and managed to safely transport a total of 5 artifacts, including the ones his team already had. And Fallen miraculously survived the attack from Yuna, Che Nayun, and the other 4 individuals, holding out until the very end, in his own way. Meanwhile, the little girl was just waking up, wondering what was going on and why her watch was broken, because the time it showed wasn't correct. But when she saw the real clock, it was indeed the correct time, and the exam was over. Looking around, she saw no one. Her mission completion rate was 0%, and the exam results were in. For the black team, there were 12 survivors and 3 artifacts recovered. The MVPs were Jin and Rachel. For the white team, the MVPs were Suho and Nayun, who had 11 survivors and 5 artifacts. Therefore, the white team were the winners, but Nayun was still furious. She couldn't even settle her score with Rachel, and 6 of them couldn't even take down Fallen alone. On top of that, she still remembered the rumor that he liked Rachel, and Yuna was using it to tease her. Later that night, Fallen got to his room, completely exhausted. But he was happy to see his daughter, but not daughter. She also had an ability to create spirits, which she did so she wouldn't be lonely. Upon seeing him, she asked where her food was. He saved himself by saying he had ordered delivery, and when he checked his portfolio, he saw his stocks had skyrocketed exponentially. He was a millionaire in that moment, and was ecstatic, but he was brought back to reality, remembering that when he returned to the real world, he wouldn't be one anymore. He had forgotten all about the life he was living. He asked his book how much time the demon seed had left. It informed him that only about 6 months remained. Clutching his head, he realized that by the end of winter, he would have to kill Nayun's brother, who, in his own room, was exuding a demonic aura as his vital signs began to awaken. After that, Jong-gun gathered everyone to remind them that there would be an inter-class competition that week, and everyone had to participate in at least one event. This was something Ein had completely forgotten, since it wasn't a big deal anyway, just the Veritas class and the Devotion class, competing in recreational activities like a typical cultural festival. Still, he asked Rachel what she planned to participate in, and she said she wanted to join the KISS event, but Jonggun told her it was already full, just like basketball and soccer. So the only activities left were music and archery. Hearing this, Fallen couldn't help but glance at Na-yoon, but she made it clear she had already signed up for something else. So, with the protagonist in archery, he glanced over at Tomer, who seemed very pensive, as her request had just been approved by the Truth Agency, and although she doubted they were professionals, all that mattered to her was finding that bastard. Just then, our protagonist remembered that the night before, Joseph had contacted him to let him know he'd quit his job and applied to the guild he had recommended. But the interesting part was that he had managed to find out who Argus Benjamin was, and Fallen got excited, as he was getting closer to his goal, had made it difficult to find information about Tomer's father. So he asks where he is and what he is doing these days, only to be surprised to learn that he had passed away. After that, we cut to the class competition, where Fallen tries to piece together the information, like how the man lived in a city center right there in Korea, until his death 4 years ago, which explains why he couldn't find the Book of Truth. The problem is that the main storyline will start again very soon, so he must deal with the Tomer matter quickly, in addition to one more thing that's been pending for a while, and, with that in mind, he leaves the event and walks to the school's chapel, where he sits quietly waiting for some kind of revelation and checks his messages with his boss, who he explained that if he joined the Geronimus mercenary group, he would not only earn a lot of money, but his identity would keep her completely protected. And Fallen knows it's true, since they even have a rule about not committing any murders they consider unnecessary, and he knows that if he joins them, at least he won't have to worry about being left out of the main plot, and, most importantly, he'll be able to kill Changeon. The problem is that even so, he doesn't think he'd be able to take another person's life, because this world feels more and more real and less like the inside of a novel. Just then, Sujo appears, as cheerful as ever, explaining that he usually comes to the chapel to remember the old days, but he doesn't give many details, and refuses to say which religion, until the protagonist looks at him seriously and asks if he's referring to a religion from another world. Of course, he's told that's ridiculous, but he doesn't deny it either, and asks if he thinks another world exists besides this one. To which Hajahin explains that the old doll happened 50 years ago, and, although everyone usually says something like, one day monsters appeared on Earth, he wonders if it wouldn't be more correct to say that they came here from another world with a purpose in mind. It seems like one of them was about to make a big confession. However, Hajin quickly lightens the mood by stating that it's just a theory, thinking that after all, they're in very similar situations. The difference is that Sujo came to this world when he was still very young and got a new family, so he has never been truly alone. And the protagonist's gaze turns a bit dark, but right then he decides it's time to leave, not without first telling him that he has a good agent he can recommend, and Sujo agrees to let him pass on the information, which is a relief for Fallen, as it's time for Sujo to start getting even stronger than he was originally destined to, as it's his only guarantee for dealing with the uncertain dangers when things get tough. And later, Hajahin meets up with Ayun in the game, where he beats her again, and asks her if she isn't tired from all the day's events, to which she insists she has something else on her mind, and is left paralyzed when he asks if it's about a romantic problem. Of course, the girl panics, but she implies he's right, and that she feels all these emotions are a burden, to which Hajin recommends going directly for what she wants, because if she's too complacent, someone else could end up stealing the person she likes. And for someone so smart, the protagonist doesn't even suspect it's about him, and although Nayun claims it doesn't matter if someone else makes a move first, he hints that she might regret it if she does nothing, which makes her think about how her thoughts are becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. And the next day, back at the competition, the archery matches begin, where Nayun appears quite annoyed by the large crowd, as there are more people than on previous days, since rumors spread that an 8th class mage would be present, and since there are only about 300 of that rank in the entire world, let's just say she's a pretty important person. And just then, they announce the next match between Hajin representing the Veritas class and some guy named Veru from the Devotion class, with the rules being quite simple, where the winner will be the one who manages to hit a shot from the farthest possible distance. However, there will be a certain level of extra difficulty, which we see when the protagonist prepares to shoot, noticing that his bow has become so heavy he can barely move it. As it turns out, several mages were called to add effects to interfere with his every move, and the protagonist realizes this instantly, but even he wonders if they didn't overdo it a bit with the difficulty. And in the stands, we can see that the one interfering is the famous 8th class mage, Duchess Ahane, who is also Veru's aunt, and mocks Hajin for barely being able to move, and she's certain that neither of the two will be able to break the 350-meter record, to which her assistant remembers he was asked to flatter her as much as possible, so he insists that it's not a real competition anyway, and the important thing is that everyone is excited by her presence. However, amazement strikes when with a single shot, Hajin manages to hit the target located at 300 meters, and Veru congratulates him, stating that the rumors about him were completely true, but he also mocks him for how much effort it took to make that shot. But Hajin Fallen implies that his aunt was definitely giving him an advantage, and although it's obvious he's right, Veru denies it and clearly also achieves the same score, so they announce they're going to increase the difficulty a little. And when it's his turn, he finds himself surrounded by a bunch of vines that, instead of attacking him, caress him tenderly. The worst part is that even so, he's scared to death and ends up missing the shot, which angers his aunt, but she doesn't worry too much, since she thinks she just needs to make the protagonist miss so the match ends in a draw. And so, when they announce it's Fallen's turn, the vines begin to attack with everything they've got, so he has no choice but to end it quickly by activating his slow time ability. This way, he can see in advance that all the paths to the target have been completely blocked, a super cowardly move that, in short, means his defeat is guaranteed. Luckily, at this moment, he remembers he has an ability that allows him to slightly modify the stats of up to 5 items, so he takes the bow and arrow as an example, improving their elasticity levels to the point that when he shoots, it dodges all the vines, hitting the target. At 350 meters, Neru automatically accuses him of using mana, but Fallen reminds him that everyone here would have noticed if he had, so he throws the bow to the ground, stating that this is just the difference in their levels between the two of them. And as he leaves the arena, Jonah comments that Fallen always seems to have the last word in conflicts. However, Nayun doesn't even hear her, as she's completely blushing, thinking that, now that she acknowledges her feelings for him, she can't help but see all his strengths. After that, everything continues its course, and in the end, the competition finishes with the Veritas class as the winner, so the guys go out to celebrate, and the protagonist takes the opportunity to spend that time with his little daughter Evangel. And everything is peace and joy until he receives a message from the Geronimos mercenaries he finally ended up joining with his first mission, and it has a reward of 300 million, and it consists of assassinating Siemens, a djinn, a member of the Kolayan, and guilty of a long list of crimes that would take us too long to mention. And Fallen recognizes that it's the Italian mafia who took advantage of the government's weak control during the Oxy to become stronger, creating a solid and unified structure. The interesting thing is that the Kolayan family is directly tied to the middle section of the main story, so he wonders if it won't be too much for a rookie mercenary, and tells himself that if he's a djinn, he'll probably feel less guilty about killing him. Just then, his thoughts are interrupted by Evangel, who adorably asks if she can eat a little more chicken, and is so happy when he says yes that she starts singing while he thinks it's best to start preparing for what he has to do, little by little. That brings us to the topic of his physique, which has a stat at 0 that not only covers strength, but also recovery ability, mana absorption, and digestion. In his case, they plan to assign a unique power where the physique prevents mana from being released outside his body, instead converting it directly into energy capable of increasing net physical abilities up to 2 times. Of course, this is an inconvenient ability for any native person, but since he naturally can't use magic, it's perfect for him and even grants protection to resist a surprise attack. So it's the best option for a low-rank hero like him to survive. And so, he activates the magical dysfunction physique, which costs 500 SP. And the best part is that upon saving the configuration, his special luck accumulation stat activates, granting him a blessing where a tiny portion of the energy accumulated from mana will lead to a permanent stat increase. In other words, he'll be able to increase his stats for free, making it literally the best-case scenario. So, to celebrate, he retrieves the obsidian bracelet he stored in the Magic Tower of Soul, which has the property of absorbing the wearer's damage and converting it into extra mana. Also, although it's only supposed to be usable once in a lifetime, it has an automatic recharge trait, so it's perfect for him, and just then, he runs into Park, who takes him directly to his offices, which are open thanks to Jonah's investment, and the best part comes with what he has prepared. A motorcycle with a mana frame and a ton of incredible features, and the protagonist thanks him, and right then, Evangel the puppy appears. leaving him captivated by how adorable it is. But then they say their goodbyes and Fallen looks for a more private place, checking that there are no cameras to use his power of portability, which lets him transform an object into a portable version by injecting it with magical power inside a briefcase. Of course, he also thanks the little one for putting up with being a puppy for so long, as she was desperate to explore. So since she did a perfect job, he suggests she return to her original form, and they go for some ice cream. At the same time all of this is happening, Yona walks through the streets with her mother, who asks her to pay close attention, as their empire will be hers one day, and she must be able to manage it perfectly. The problem, it begins when the girl notices that something strange seems to be catching people's attention, being none other than Van Angel, who looks like a doll accompanied by none other than Fallen himself. And she recognizes him, wondering who that girl is, and is determined to follow him to find out. But her mother stops her in her tracks, insisting that they have a meeting to attend, and despite her protests, she drags her inside the building. So Fallen has the opportunity to take Evangela, but he is met with a question he definitely did not expect. Can you stay alone this weekend? Causing the little girl's expression to cloud completely in an instant. And he insists that he will make it up to her by buying her all the toys she wants. It even seems like she was about to cry, but the protagonist is saved by the bell when they distract him at the table. A delicious steak lifts his spirits instantly, and they continue walking until they plan to go for the promised toys when they encounter a beautiful white kitten. And, as expected, Van Angel is in steak that instantly lifts your spirits, and they continue walking until they plan to go for the promised toys when they come across a beautiful white kitten. And, as expected, Van Angel is enchanted by point that she directly names it Jian and asks the protagonist to please let her play with the cat, which means adopting it. Curiously, Fallen had already thought about getting a pet, so he just asks her if she will be responsible for taking care of it, and the little girl agrees. So the next thing we see is her trying to discipline it, to which Fallen says goodbye, clarifying that he will be gone all weekend and hopes she behaves well, but she is so focused that she blatantly ignores him. After that, Fallen arrives in Turin, Italy, using a fake passport that was given to him by the Chameleon mission, and he thinks it is a very strange country, as in the story of the novel it was completely dominated by the mafia. The curious thing is that they do not operate like a normal criminal organization, but rather collaborate hand in hand with the government, making efforts to thrive within the limits of the law as much as possible. And being a member of the Corleone family, the target of this mission is considered a big fish, so he has clear doubts about being able to do it. However, he is intercepted by none other than the boss, so she shows him the motorcycle and asks if he has come to help, but she tells him no. And when he asks why she is here, she simply says that she has some time and wants to take a ride. On the other hand, Nayun spends the whole day training with Jana, who cannot stop thinking about the girl she saw with the protagonist, wondering if she is his sister or niece. Nayun notices that she is a bit distracted and starts to bother her, but Jana delivers a lethal blow, expressing directly that Hajin hates her, which even catches Joe's attention, and she says it is just a rumor, insisting that surely the protagonist would prefer Rachel over her. Of course, this provokes Nayun to get upset, to which she asks why it matters so much what he thinks if she is supposed to hate him too, and it seems like she was about to start a fight, while Joe just watches them without understanding what the hell is going on. And going back to Fallen and the boss, they stroll through the streets of Turin in complete silence, until she realizes there would be a social gathering that night, at 9 p.m., and the host will be the target of their mission. So, without wasting any time, Fallen enters the address into his GPS and gets moving, arriving at a nearby church with a large bell tower, perfect for a sniper. And so, Fallen goes up there, getting an ideal view of the mansion, and it becomes clear that she is here to supervise his work, and he insists that he would prefer she did not interfere. With everything in position, the protagonist analyzes the distance between the church and the mansion, determining that an average hero could approach that location in less than 30 seconds when chaos erupts. So, being very optimistic, after the shot he has only 1 minute to escape without being caught, and he also notices a faint protective mana barrier around the mansion. But it's still weak since the event hasn't started, so it's the ideal time to act and summon his weapon, preparing a single anti-magic bullet to be as powerful as possible, and adding a property that will help him erase any evidence after impact. In short, he knows that everything is prepared, and with his target in his sights, he lightly places his finger on the trigger, ready to fire. The problem is that his thoughts slowly begin to stray, wondering, what if the rumors about the target being a djinn are false? What if he ends up killing a real person? And Fallen is left petrified, assuming that would make him a murderer. And although he tries to remind himself that he is still inside a novel and all those people are nothing more than characters of his creation, the reality is that it feels as if they were alive, and so he begins to visualize all his loved ones until he gets to his parents, which snaps him back to his senses, recognizing that all of this, as horrible as it may be, is just part of the process to return home. And if he doesn't get to work, he could end up stuck in this world for 10 years or even longer. So he has to start getting used to these kinds of situations from now on, because even if he feels they have life, it's still just a novel. And with that in mind, Fallen finally has the courage to shoot, and the sound echoes throughout the forest, while in the mansion his target drops instantly with his head completely pierced. What he doesn't know, and his boss can confirm, is that the body begins to bleed, and Jin don't bleed, so his greatest fears come true. Later, she finds the protagonist drinking coffee in the city's central square, congratulating him on a job well done. And although at first glance he appears to be smiling and calm, she notices he is shaking, so she knows it was his first time killing someone. Curiously, she decides to ask him bluntly how he feels, and he admits it was tough, to which she tries to comfort him, telling him that what matters at the end of the day for people like them is money. This gets Fallen's attention, and he asks what she means by people like them, and she tells him she's also an orphan, so that's all that's left for people with no family or anything in the world. Unfortunately, Fallen does have a family, which only makes her feel worse, but she hides it quite well and thinks about how impressed she is, that he was able to break the mana barrier so easily, and she is sure that Fallen will become her trump card, to kill that man. In fact, she recalls a conversation she had earlier with her team, who insisted that she could find people with more experienced anti-magic abilities than him. So the boss confessed that what's special about Fallen are his eyes. At that moment, they interpreted it as the boss getting romantic, but she thinks he has eyes full of the loneliness of someone who trusts no one, just like her since that fateful day. And in the present, she wonders if that's really why she keeps worrying about him, or if she's secretly hoping he won't take the same path she did. Just then, the protagonist interrupts, asking that his reward be given in tangible goods, so she can choose what she thinks is suitable for him, which she agrees to, noting that she will give him a welcome gift until the protagonist cuts her off, stating that he's not yet sure about joining them and that he'll have to keep thinking about it. After that, he arrives back at the dormitory where Vanangel greets him with such joy that he is moved by his warmth, telling himself that there's no way something so alive could just be a character. The problem is that this leads him to other, more dark thoughts. The person he just killed was also real, so depending on the path he chooses from now on, he'll have to deal with coming home with this same feeling every time, without even knowing how many more times it will happen. After that, the second semester midterm exams begin, where things are much calmer than before, as they decided to prohibit outsiders from entering for extra security, something very different from what Fallen remembers from the main story. Of course, he excels in the theoretical aspect, and while the others suffer, he plans to use these days to rest and visit the care home where Tomer's father passed away. He is then interrupted by Nayun, who asks if he's going to the study hall. He quickly clarifies that he's going out to do a few things, which surprises her since he doesn't have the need to study, but her mood drops considerably, confessing that she did horribly on the exams that day, so she needs him to help her study for the next test, even if it's just once. The protagonist insists she would be better off with Jonah. However, the problem is that the two are still fighting, so she tries to bribe him by offering him sweets, but by the time she realizes it, the jerk has left her all alone, completely to her own devices. And hours later, the protagonist arrives at the Sunlight Shelter, where he knocks on the door, mentally preparing himself to get all possible information about Argus, Benjamin, and is greeted by an elderly woman who, to his astonishment, recognizes him. Of course, Fallen is paralyzed, not knowing what the hell to say, but he assumes that this woman technically doesn't know him, but who he was before, Jajin Fallen, who, despite being just a tertiary character, had his own life and relationships. In fact, the woman is super friendly, mentioning that they haven't seen each other in almost 1 year, and invites him in, so Fallen trying to hide it as best he can. However, the surprises don't end there, as absolutely all the patients at the place recognize him and greet him cheerfully. The strange thing is that when the woman asks him what brought him here, the protagonist tells her he came for Argus. She tells him that he passed away peacefully and that before he did, he couldn't stop talking about him. In short, Kajim Fallen and Argus knew each other. A plot twist the co-author must have added to move things along a bit more at that point. Of course, Fallen asks if the man left anything behind, and, after thinking for a moment, the woman confirms what he suspected. Argus had left a letter, so he decides to act as the real Fallen would, the one who earned everyone's trust there, and insists he needs the letter because he promised the man that he would help him fulfill his last wish. Interestingly, the lie works perfectly. As the woman says, it makes sense that he left it for him, since he was the only visitor who didn't discriminate against him and approached to talk to him of his own free will. That's why she guides him directly to the Sojo cemetery, clarifying that the letter will be with his remains, and it happens to be addressed to my daughter. Despite this, Fallen thinks about opening it, but the reality is that he already knows its contents and thinks he shouldn't be the first person to read it. The problem is that another thought crosses his mind, thinking that the co-author could have changed things to make everything more complicated, and so he reads it. On the other hand, we see that Yona already knew about the volunteer work of the protagonist, Hajin Fallen, who before entering the cube spent his days volunteering at orphanages and care homes, which makes the girl wonder if that's the reason he's seen leaving campus so frequently, and, at the end of the day, she thinks the rumors about him must be false. He's just a gentle orphan, who joined the academy as soon as he obtained his talent. Without a doubt, a touching story of someone rising from the very bottom who has never hesitated to extend a hand to those in need. Yona is moved, assuming that, after all, his strength isn't a tool to seek attention, but quite the opposite. There's no doubt that he is a very interesting person. Still, she asks to find more data about his past, including his date of birth and that sort of thing. But things get interesting when she's told they received a request from the Koleon family, as one of their members was recently murdered and rumors suggest the person responsible came from Korea, and although she's not thrilled about getting involved, Yona thinks it might be convenient to have the mafia on her side, so her assistant suggests leaving the task to the newcomer they call Josu. Meanwhile, Fallen verifies that the content hasn't changed at all, so he contacts Tomer from the Agency of Truth, informing him that he has the information he was looking for, and over the next few days, they take the rest of the written exams, finishing the last one. The professor congratulates them, as they did very well, so everyone leaves. Nayun tries to approach the protagonist again to ask him what he'll do now that they'll be free for a week before the practical exams, and as cold as ever, he insists that he will just stay, to train. But she takes the opportunity to return the notes she lent him, showing that, after all, Yes ended up helping her. Although, what he doesn't know is that he only hacked Jonah's personal notes. The point is, as a thank you, she invites him for a soda, and insists they should go with Sujo to Hanok, a luxury restaurant. So delicious that just thinking about it makes Phelan's mouth water, but he still refuses. It turns out that according to the main story, a major incident will occur after the practical exam that he needs to be prepared for. So he tells her she should go alone with Sujo, which the poor girl interprets as him being jealous, which makes him spit out his drink, not understanding what the heck she's talking about. Anyway, he just leaves in the end, and she insists for a while longer, but he ignores her, leaving her very discouraged, seeing that there's not even a possibility of just the two of them going out. And on his way to his dorm, Fallen thinks about buying snacks for Belle, when he hears Tomer's voice asking for what seems to be a cash advance, while the person on the other end complains that she's taking too long to complete her task. Not only that, but she even lost the item the team leader sent her, which is why he won't give her a single extra dollar to finish her real mission. And when the call ends, Phelan reveals himself to her, so she wonders if he heard her, but she doesn't care, since she didn't say anything particularly incriminating. The surprise is that, without saying much, Phelan offers to lend her money, stating that a mage like her could earn it back very soon. So if they draw up an IOU, he'll give it to her right away. And although she doubts he has the amount she needs, he insists he's richer than he looks. And with that, we move on to the first day of the practical exam, the team battle, which takes place in the second dueling arena, and whose rules are the same as the previous practical tests, with an attacking team, which will be Rachel's, and a defending team, which will be Joey's. And as soon as the protagonist recognizes that it's an area with many obstacles, perfect for using his ability, he remains confident in Rachel's orders, who insists on going ahead with the dark-haired Jin Jose, while the others will provide support. The surprising thing is that, instead of taking a passive role, Fallen insists on going ahead and scouting the area from above, which the girl sees as a great idea, so he gets moving, advancing normally until she notices something approaching from her right, and fires just in time to stop an arrow that was about to hit her. Logically, the presence of an archer implies that the enemy has also initiated their own strategy and plans to go all out. Then, she finds something even stranger. Ju, the enemy leader, resting comfortably against a tree, too exposed for his own good, and too strange to be a coincidence. However, the interesting part comes when Rachel also identifies him and doesn't hesitate to attack, being met by his swift sword, but she's not alone, and Jinjo Seo also wastes no time using his hammer to defend her. And Fallen observes the situation, thinking that even when it's a 2 against 1, the guys are at a disadvantage, making him wonder if Joey was really always this strong. The worst part is that, automatically, his teammates also, they spring into action, surrounding them from all angles, so he recognizes their formation as a rather clever one, where Yoi blocks the enemies on the front line, an archer provides support from a distance, and a mage is in charge of buffing everyone's abilities, and, in turn, is protected by a warrior and a support. Fallen is impressed, which excites him, recognizing that it's a foolproof strategy, but it will collapse the moment the mage is defeated, so he uses all his agility to get to him, and was about to shoot, not taking into account that his stealth was trash, causing the warrior to spot him and go on guard. And knowing that going unnoticed isn't an option, the protagonist tries to shoot, but that's where the support comes in, who protects them by deploying a pretty sturdy shield that makes any frontal attack useless. And with few options, Fallen plans to shoot by taking advantage of a higher angle. However, the enemy team starts a new strategy in which the warrior pretends to attack all alone, creating a distraction that the support takes advantage of to unleash one of their strongest abilities, with which they are able to summon dozens of shields that gather around them like an impenetrable dome. Not only that, but the display of power is so impressive that the protagonist can't help but divert his attention to it, which the warrior also takes advantage of to strike with everything he's got. Fortunately, Fallen not only dodges it, but warns them that a shield is still just a shield, and, since his ability lets him see all the blind spots, he uses the momentum from his dodge to shoot, taking the mage out of the fight in a single move. And as expected, Joey panics, and Rachel doesn't hesitate to start attacking, leaving him trembling from the first hit, to the point where he not only admits she's totally broken, but he doesn't even have the strength to block her. And so, with a couple more moves, the test ends with Rachel's team as the winner, and she doesn't hesitate to congratulate them all on their work, but especially the protagonist, since if he hadn't taken care of the mage, the outcome wouldn't have been the same. And that good mood spreads to the others, who see him as the hero of the day. And it's not until a while later that Nayoon approaches to congratulate him on behalf of herself and her Joe, who is preparing for their own match. And when she asks how he did it, the protagonist just insists that it's a matter of talent. For her part, it seems she'll be fighting later that night, and that's when she runs into Jaeon and Chini, who gives her a dirty look until he notices Nayoon, who with just a couple of words makes the boy act like a little puppy, an adorable one. As for Jana, she will participate in the same round of her game, but the interesting part comes when Fallen takes advantage of her being nearby to ask for none other than bullets for an assault rifle, insisting that he'll need them soon, and although she initially complains about the price, she lets him know she'll take care of it. Also, she tells him the elixir will be ready in 2 weeks, and they make a few more deals, until Chin interrupts them, asking her what she's doing talking to a guy like him. The girls automatically defend him, but the protagonist couldn't care less, walking away while thinking that Chin is a direct descendant of a prime minister and the grandson of one of the greatest heroes who saved South Korea during the outcall, so it's expected that he'd be a bit arrogant. However, all of that takes a back seat when he enters his dorm room and finds Evangel, who runs into his arms, but not cheerfully as usual, instead trembling with fear. Luckily, it turns out to be nothing to worry about, as the poor thing only ended up being superficially hurt by Heian while they were playing, to the point that Fallen can't help but give her a stern look and reminds himself that he must remain patient like the good father he is, and so he tries to comfort her as best he can. However, the interesting part is that Evangel explains she did nothing to deserve that reaction, which reminds the protagonist that the cat has a magic affinity rate of 4 points, meaning it's very intelligent and wouldn't hurt her without reason. Just then, he notices the house is full of leftover cat snacks, even though he told her she could only give it one a day, and the one's silence is enough for him to understand that she had been eating them. And the cat clearly got angry that she took its snacks and, after a good scolding, Fallen received a message from Rachel wishing him a happy birthday, and the girl even sent him a small gift for everything he did in the practical exam, surprising him, since he genuinely didn't know it was his birthday that day. And, on the other hand, Nayoon is bored in her room, scrolling through social media, where she sees that Yeon posted a picture with her team members, remembering that the after meeting with her teammates was a disaster, and that makes her realize that the girl hasn't said a single word since then, and, as she knows, she was the one at fault in that fight. She should probably take the first step to reconcile, and, after thinking about it for a while, she has no freaking clue what to do. So, she just likes the post, and then she sees the picture of Chin, who looks like a thug, as well as a picture of his game with the protagonist. And in the end, she's so bored that she starts to see if there are any messages for her, until she notices it's Fallen's birthday. And although she thinks about sending a gift, coupon like Rachel, she decides it would be better to give him something in person, which makes her turn red as a tomato. But since she thinks they aren't that close, she just sent a congratulatory message that the protagonist doesn't reply to for quite a while, later with a simple thanks, which makes her feel even more down. After that, Thursday arrives, marking the end of all the exams, and Fallen thinks that maybe they'll give him a bigger room in his second year while he packs for a camping trip for several days. It turns out that, taking advantage of the end of all academic activities, they will have a whole week of vacation, where the administrators will take the opportunity to investigate in search of jinns, and the students will have a trip organized by the Jinsung Foundation. Normally, Fallen wouldn't go, but this trip is special, as he recognizes that this is the main event of the current arc, where the main characters will be hunted by the ghosts of their past, and will fight to such an extent that they will experience absurd growth. And just then, the cat eats the little chick from Evanel, and the protagonist try to calm her down. However, the interesting part happens later, when he meets Jonah, and she gives him a briefcase full of bullets he had requested, as well as the wrist guards, reminding him that the wrist is the most vulnerable part when shooting firearms, and that he can consider it a late birthday present. And after that, they just say their goodbyes. But the thought of having earned the trust of such a complicated person makes him quite happy, and he notices he's running late, as he has a meeting with Rachel and the rest of the team from the last test to celebrate at karaoke. However, just as they are about to enter an assigned room, he runs into Nayun by surprise, who feels a bit shy about him seeing her in those clothes, since she just came to hang out. But upon sensing the protagonist's relaxed attitude, she becomes quite happy, only to feel even worse when she sees he came with Rachel. Although, she understands it's a team meeting, that doesn't erase her jealousy. And just then, Fallen asks her about the trip, to which she says yes, and they talk a bit more until it's Nayun's turn to sing, and he enters his room with the rest of the guys, being greeted by one of them desperately telling him to run away, while the others are on the floor in complete agony. The only one still standing is Rachel, who greets him with a smile, causing him to remember an interesting fact about her. As she loves to sing, it's just that she's so bad it automatically makes him regret coming. And after that, we see Fallen in his room celebrating because a plan to distribute a bracelet with the powder from the batches worked perfectly. The only problem now is giving it to Rachel without being too suspicious. Recognizing that to reduce the gaps with the original story, he must give it to her as soon as possible. Coincidentally, right at that moment, he receives a message from Rachel herself, asking him to help her practice her magic control, which seems ridiculous to him because he doesn't even use magic. But it's the perfect opportunity to give her the bracelet, so he agrees, meeting her on the outskirts of the campus. Of course, she thanks him for coming, insisting that if it weren't for him, she might not have passed the exam. So it doesn't really matter what he teaches her, she just wants him to help her become as strong as he is. Fallen agrees, warning her as a joke that his training is something only a few are capable of withstanding, and first, he asks her to sit in the same posture as him, something she can't do, but he takes advantage of the moment to put the bracelet on her, assuring her that will help her improve quite a bit, and, with that out of the way, he teaches her some forms of meditation that should help the mana flow correctly within her. And although it's quite difficult, the girl can feel firsthand that it's working, even though the MC thinks he just got the advice from some shady channel on YouTube. By the way, please subscribe, we're very close to 400,000. The good thing is that indirectly, they start showing her how to take advantage of the bracelet's properties, asking her to fill it with her mana, and then expand the bracelet's energy throughout her entire body. And focused, Rachel obeys, recognizing that it's a sensation she has experienced before, but this time it's much more intense, as if nature itself were speaking to her. And that's when the magic happens, because when she opens her eyes, she can see a source of energy gathering in front of her, which turns out to be a spirit. Of course, she can't believe it, and the MC now confirms that she is now a summoner, and she tells him that she previously had very good results on that test, but since she couldn't find a training method that worked, she stopped trying. And this is confirmed by Fallen, who, of course, already knew the girl had that talent. She just needed a little push, and the dust from the butterfly spirit that seeped into her body served as a booster for her ability. And, without hesitation, the girl thanks him, and he can only think that from now on, she will evolve just the way he needs her to for the story. However, the surprise comes when, without saying a single word, Rachel attacks him with everything she's got. Luckily, the blow didn't hit his body directly, as he wasn't the target. And right then, she clarifies that she saw someone watching them from the other side of the forest. At that moment, Fallen begins to analyze who might be interested in looking for them, concluding that objectively, they are not the main target. And seeing that Rachel had spotted them, the person reveals themselves, turning out to be Lancaster himself, who begins to insult the girl and warns the MC that the power he has given Rachel will one day turn into a knife against him. The tension is so thick that it seems like she was about to start crying, but Fallen steps forward, stating that he doesn't have to worry about any of that. Instead, he recognizes that if the goal were to kill them, he would have attacked earlier when they were distracted, and asks him what he wants. Scared, Rachel tries to remind him that Lancaster simply hates her, but that only makes the guy mock her even more, telling her she's too arrogant to think he would go through all this trouble just to annoy her. That's right, to the blonde's surprise, Lancaster insists that she's not even the current target of his revenge anymore, and the only thing he really wants is to make those pay who discard their subordinates like insignificant trash, those who humiliate and falsely accuse them only to end up exiling them. In short, his revenge is directed towards the entire British royal family. She is just a means to an end. But Rachel isn't afraid, asking him if he's really sure that's the path he wants to take. And Lancaster replies that she knows very well the burden he has had to bear. However, now he has only come to talk and leave them a small welcome gift, at which point, a lifeless human body falls in front of them. It turns out that person is the agent who had been protecting her from the shadows all this time. So with that, he makes it clear that he is always watching her and could get rid of her whenever he wanted. And with that, Lancaster disappears. The protagonist thinks that this wasn't the reunion he had imagined. So even though he plans to report what happened to the Cube's authorities, the corruption in the place has only gotten worse, and they will surely cover everything up to avoid raising alarms. And later, Rachel tells the situation to one of the holes, who also finds it strange that Lancaster decided to attack in that way, and assumes that perhaps he acted so impulsively upon seeing her with Fallen, completely misinterpreting the whole scene with the bracelet as something romantic, and, therefore, exploding with anger seeing that she was moving on with her life, while he lost really important people during the London incident. More or less, he wants her to suffer the same pain he suffered, which definitely doesn't help Rachel get over what happened, acknowledging that a simple misunderstanding ended up causing the death of an innocent person. She knows her destiny is tied to her past, so she tells herself she can't afford to share those kinds of feelings with anyone, and she thinks about what Lancaster told Fallen, asking if the affection she showed him would be returned like a sword, wondering if the protagonist hates her for getting him into all this trouble. The thought hurts her, but at the same time she tells herself that maybe it would be for the best if Fallen became disappointed in her, distanced himself, and could live in peace. Just then, the man tells her that just by looking at her, he can tell how much she has changed, because in the past she used to love getting into trouble like a rebellious little girl. But now she carries a heavy burden, and to finish up, they need to coordinate her future escort. And the girl asks if the agent who died had a family, probably to make herself feel worse. And although the answer is no, she asks for a funeral with full honors, and, in the end, she throws herself onto her bed, thinking that another person has died to protect her, wondering how many more times she will have to go through something like this, and shedding some tears as she concludes that, despite what happened, she must become stronger and, in the midst of that deep pain, the only thing that comforts her is seeing the bracelet that the protagonist gave her, which was a completely ordinary object, but had already become her greatest source of hope. As for Lancaster, she reflects on everything that happened that day, saying, "Princess, affection is not something you can avoid just because you wish not to give it to anyone else." After that, some time passes and Fallen recognizes that the turning point of the main story is approaching, meeting up with the rest of the characters who will be part of the field trip. And the destination is Wind Mountain, located on the outskirts of Seoul. And in the original plot, Sujo and the others will be drawn to the spirits of the past, which will send them back to 1970, the very year that the rupture incident broke out, being a kind of magical space that recreates the past. Just then, Nayun asks him, what are they supposed to do there? Yin explains that the site has a high density of magical power, so they will take the opportunity to meditate, to which the protagonist thinks that this event will truly make them suffer like never before, but things will be different now that he is there to help them. Unfortunately, we see a time skip where, after walking for a while in the mountains, the kids wonder why the terrain keeps changing, and just then, they notice something even more chilling. Fallen had disappeared. Of course, to understand all that, we must go back a few hours in time. specifically to the moment they arrive at the base of the mountain and start taking things out of the car with Ayuna, who is excited that everything feels like a school trip. Just then, the driver tells them there is a guest house prepared at the summit, and a guest instructor will be waiting for them there. But their identity is a surprise, so they focus on climbing to reach the summit before 3. At first, everything flows very calmly as if they were on a normal stroll, until they notice that the time keeps passing and they simply aren't making any progress. So Jin, who had already been here several times, says that maybe they got lost. The problem is, we get to the previous scene where they notice the ground is flat despite having been climbing for a while. The worst part is that Fallen just disappears from one moment to the next. Of course, Nayun thinks it's some kind of joke from the boy and asks him to come out from wherever he's hiding since she saw him just minutes ago. But even though Jin insists he's probably just going slow, the tension keeps building until out of nowhere the ground beneath them begins to tremble, the sun disappears, and the grass grows up to their shoulders, considering that this place is full of mana, assuming it must be some kind of magical phenomenon. But then they notice the light of a lantern approaching them slowly, and they prepare to attack, only to be surprised that it's just an ordinary man, who assumes they're just a group of lost kids. That's why he offers to guide them, warning them that they shouldn't be alone in this area, as it was very dangerous and they could get caught in a mana explosion. That last part confuses them since they had read about it in history books, it being a phenomenon very common during the years after the UDCAL, where mana condensed unstably in the air. Logically, they have many doubts, but Sujo suggests they follow the man to find out what's happening, trusting that Fallen will meet them at the summit. However, things get weird when instead of going up the mountain, he arrives at a completely destroyed city, and the man tells them this is the city Zhangyang, the only safe place in the area. Nayun insists that's impossible since they just passed through there, and it didn't look so destroyed. However, Sujin connects the dots, asking him what the date is, to which the man says that no one keeps track anymore, but it must be around 1972. Everyone is astonished, but slowly everything starts to make sense. They have traveled to the past. And if that weren't enough, an unknown guy tries to threaten Sayun with a knife, earning himself a beating from Jin. At that moment, the man who helped them asks them to calm down. However, he doesn't, in a good way, but shows them they're completely surrounded, as he led them straight into a trap. Of course, the guys get ready to fight, but the worst part is that no matter how hard they try, they're unable to use mana. Little by little, the bandits start gaining ground, cornering them against each other until they reach a point where Sujo asks them why the hell they're doing this, to which the man insists they do it because they can. Fortunately, right then he's neutralized with a direct shot to the shoulder and falls to the ground while everyone panics, screaming, "It has appeared again! It was the beast that devoured people." That's when we see that more than a beast, it's a guy with a helmet and an impressive motorcycle, who starts taking them out one by one, until the guys are the only ones left standing, and everyone is stunned. But Chin isn't in the mood for mysteries, so he runs out towards him, hitting him on the head with his spear, only to realize it's the protagonist. However, to understand this, we go back to the past again, where he admits he was wrong, because he thought he was going to be sent to the same point in time as them, but he couldn't have been more wrong, and it only took getting distracted for a few seconds to be sent to the same city, but 5 months before the others. Of course, it was very frustrating for him at first. However, he realized it wasn't as bad as it seemed, and decided to use the time to prepare everything for the rest of the group's arrival. That meant setting up a hideout where he could see them the moment they appeared, and attacking the enemy gang to hinder their growth, so they wouldn't be such a horrible challenge when they met the others. And so, he spent 40 whole days eating and shooting, growing and escaping, until the present, where he decides to lead them through the grass, while explaining that they are in another timeline, and here only 1 year and 3 months have passed since the outcall, so the world is a living hell. And when they ask him how long he's been here, Phelan tells them 1 year, leaving them completely frozen, but then he clarifies that it's a joke, and it was only a time difference of 5 weeks, and desperately, Chin asks him if he has already discovered the cause of this phenomenon, to which the protagonist asks them to follow him to his base so they can talk in peace, and he leads them to an abandoned building where poor Suju almost starts to cry at the thought of him being here alone for so long. As for the girls, they are disgusted with the place, especially when a cockroach appears, until the protagonist shows them the real base and uses some stigma mana to activate an impressive tent. He also tells them it's time to eat something, but clarifies that the food he brought has already run out, so they must make a sacrifice. Someone will have to go hunt for something edible, and Suju and Yonggan take care of that, while Chin is assigned the boring task of fetching water from a nearby stream. And as expected, he refuses and is about to throw a fit when Fallen asks Nayun to go with him. As for Jana, she seems quite annoyed, and although the protagonist doesn't quite understand why, he decides to lift her spirits by announcing they'll eat ramen, to which the girl can't help but crack a smile, and so he puts effort into giving the final touches to the camp where Fallen takes the opportunity to explain to them that the magic they master can't be used in the past. But that doesn't mean they have become useless. They just have to wait a while, because in this era, the mana concentration is much more aggressive and difficult to handle. In fact, he assumes it will take them at least a week to adapt and insists that they start to eat, since that will help them recover, and even the animals have a lot of mana, so that will also be useful. And Nayun has some doubts. However, the moment she tastes the meat, she is delighted, discovering that the more mana it has, the more delicious it tastes, and they start eating like crazy until Fallen explains that it's time to bring them up to speed with what's happening. It turns out their time travel is not a coincidence or a natural process, but the work of a specter, which under normal circumstances should be impossible. However, that mountain used to be home to a tower of time that Qin's grandfather conquered, which caused a condensation of an unimaginable mass of mana in the form of a magic crystal, the remnant of the tower. Basically, a specter took advantage of all that power to achieve the impossible, transporting them to a recorded world, which means that technically they didn't go back to the past, but are in a magical space that has recreated the past of that area. Not only that, but a demon named Asura is also trapped in this space, who is eating power crystals to increase his mana, which should also be impossible, but apparently he can digest them without side effects. Fallen theorizes that Asura even made an alliance with the specter to be able to do whatever he wants in that place, and, although he thinks to himself that he has only become a little stronger than in the original story, they clearly shouldn't underestimate him. Be that as it may, he explains that what's keeping them in that place is the remnant of the tower, so to get out of there they must find it, with the particular detail that it was divided into 6 different pieces, scattered throughout various areas of the city, and they are being guarded by Asura and his allies. With that clear, they go to sleep, and at dawn, Fallen leaves the tent and runs into Nayun, supposedly to make sure she was doing her guard duty to the letter. But in reality, it's because these past few weeks he got used to never sleeping too deeply. And at that moment, she comments that his hair is quite long, and asks if it isn't uncomfortable, to which he confesses that it is, but he prefers not to cut it because the strands could be taken by curse users and complicate things. However, the interesting part comes when Nayun asks him if Seoul's St. Mary's Hospital is nearby, and he clarifies that it's about 30 minutes by motorcycle, insisting that she tell him why she's asking about it so suddenly, until she confesses that her mother was born there that year, and staying logical. Fallen doubts that the magical space they're in covers that area, leaving her quite melancholic, admitting that it's a shame. After that, they decide to start training, and we see her fighting against Sue, noticing that their bodies are indeed gradually getting used to this new way of processing magical energy, so it's possible they will soon recover their original conditions. Of course, that doesn't stop Nayun from being defeated for the 4th time, and she falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes, to the point where Qin throws a sweater over her, telling her to cover up and scolding her for having so little decency. The girl is spared from the lecture when everything is interrupted by Fallen's arrival with food, and they have another well-deserved feast, in which they agree that they'll never be able to eat the bland food of the real world again. However, Nayun tells them that she feels a lot of pain every time she uses mana, and the protagonist tells her it's normal, insisting that it will pass soon. But we see that he didn't suffer like them, since the magic resistance and extra abilities he has prevented it. Nothing more than making the most of the conditions in that world. Stopped. But it's close. Since 1 year in this magical space is equivalent to 1 hour in the present, so he's in no hurry to return, and they can take as much time as they need to grow. And once dinner is over, Fallen announces that the time has come to attack, and the first targets will be Mingi from the Northwest Water Tower and Parang from the South Tower, who are the weakest. The mission will take place in 3 days, and they will be divided under the leadership of Suju and Qin, so everything flows wonderfully until the moment arrives, and Qin starts to cry, seeing that Suju will be working with everyone else, while he will be left alone with Fallen. Luckily, the protagonist knows how to calm him down, insisting that Qin is the strongest of them all, while he is the weakest, so it makes sense for them to go together to balance things out. And that way he not only calms him down, but they also arrive at the water tower, where Fallen insists that Mingi must be inside, and that they need to hurry. Now it turns out that Qin feels bad just for having ridden on the motorcycle with him, and ends up being found by a guy who warns them to leave, because this entire territory belongs to Lord Azura, and Chin is so focused on arguing with the protagonist that they don't even pay attention to him, and the poor guy has to pull out his nunchucks to threaten them and try to be taken seriously. But they end up defeating him with a single blow, and Fallen offers to take care of the other 20 guards before proceeding. As he prepares to attack, Chin starts complaining again, insisting he has no reason to listen to him, but Fallen neutralizes him again, stating that he can handle the leaders, which is enough to calm him down and begin the slaughter. Although Fallen tells himself they aren't alive, the mental burden of taking so many lives is too much, and a part of him knows he can never get used to it, and then he wonders how the others are doing. And so we cut to them, trying to come up with a plan upon seeing that the tower has been enchanted, so they won't be able to take it down easily. The worst part is there are a total of 40 enemies, and they all seem to be of the same rank as them, so they won't be able to keep up. And the only one who feels like fighting is Suju, so Yona proposes that he be in charge of distracting the guards, trying to attract the largest number of enemies and buy time while they take care of eliminating the rest. Logically, Nayun is worried that he might be very dangerous for him, but the boy insists it's their best option. Without any warning from Sada, an overwhelming wave of mana propels him onto the battlefield, landing right in the center of the enemies and drawing most of the others from the forest, while the three of them handle smaller groups. And once they finish off those around the tower, John Gunn is left in charge of the place while the girls retreat to support Suho, and just then, one of the defeated enemies tries to attack Yona from behind, but she neutralizes him instantly, only getting a few strands of her hair cut. Until 2 hours later they are all gathered at the camp, successfully celebrating both operations, and so they toast, eat, and joke around. And the protagonist takes the opportunity to congratulate them for their hard work, clarifying that from now on they can take it easier and recover the crystals one by one. The problem is that right then, Yona starts to feel a bit unwell, claiming that she has some indigestion. The protagonist wonders if there could be something wrong with the food, getting a very bad feeling. Just then, he notices that the girl's hair looks a bit strange, and she confesses that some of her locks were cut during the fight, which is enough for Phelan to know they're screwed. And at that moment, he blames himself for not having warned them properly, as he knew they weren't the type to kill their enemies. And now it's clear that a warlock specializing in curses has Yona's hair, which means he must have placed a weakening curse on her. Seeing the worry on his face, the girl asks for an explanation, and he clarifies that it's serious, because if it's really, it could become a life-threatening situation. At that, Nayun remembers that he had said something related to that, but she was so tired from her watch that she completely forgot. And he insists that it's not her fault, since he was the one with the responsibility to warn them and he failed. The tension is so high that Yona steps in to calm them down, insisting that she is very resilient and can withstand a curse like that. But Chin shows his more human side, stroking her head and making her turn red as a tomato, while Phelan can't believe this is the same arrogant bad guy he wrote about. In fact, true to his personality, Shino doesn't hesitate to grab his weapon, stating that with the way things are, it would be best to carry out the next attack right away, which the others agree with. Although Yona tries to stop them, it's clear they have no time to lose. Besides, Fallen intends to take advantage of one of Chin's special traits, which causes his physical abilities to increase the angrier he gets. And we see him single-handedly take the armory, to the point that the infamous Asura receives a report of what happened. What's interesting is that instead of getting angry, he recognizes that it's Suho and his gang, so he gets excited thinking that if he takes their heads, becoming an executive won't seem like such a distant dream, and asks his ally to remove all the remaining crystals and take them to the city hall. A risky plan, since once they are removed, the strength of the guardians in each area will be weakened, but with the warlock on his side, he can be sure that the kids won't just sit back, sitting around while their comrade is on the verge of death, so he will guide them to where he can control them and annihilate them once and for all. And so, things start to get complicated, because Yona has not only gotten weaker every day, but by the time they realize Azura's plan to move the crystals, it's already too late. 1 week later, the girl isn't even able to eat on her own, and no matter how much they want to attack the city hall to end it all, it seems Asura has locked himself in there with his men, and has shown no signs of life. A completely different strategy from the one Fallen remembers from the novel. To him, it's obvious that Asura is waiting for them to come after him, and, although playing along means falling into his trap, Chin is the first to realize that they have no other choice, so it will be the 5 of them against all those men. The only good thing is that by having all the crystals gathered in one place, the magical space is weakening, which also applies to the people. So, even though they are outnumbered, they have a great chance of winning. And Nayun is so angry that, even if she has to fight 200 people, she feels she'll be able to kill them all herself. The problem is that it won't really be 5 against 200, since one of them will have to stay behind to protect Yona, and, Seeing that he has the stolen crystals, the protagonist decides he will take care of it, assuring them that with the motorcycle, he can escape with her if things get complicated, and Suju acknowledges that it's their only option. So Yongan asks them to get ready to attack at night, but in reality, Chin doesn't need any reminder, and he just sits and waits for the moment of battle, emitting a pure, terrifying aura of rage. And then at night, the five of them get moving, and Nayun notices that the grass is withering, confirmation that the space is losing its power, reaching an area near the city hall where at first they feel nothing, until they are completely surrounded by a mini-army led by Don Siak, Azura's right-hand man. Automatically, Chin asks for Azura, and Don Siok refuses to answer, so Chin warns him that he won't ask again, and attacks, unleashing a powerful black mana that none of them had ever seen before. Of course, Azura isn't here. Although at first they wonder what the point of that is, the guy reminds them that they left their crystals behind with the injured girl, so Azura just went to take what belongs to him. And even though the guys knew it was a trap, they didn't expect this kind of trap. They insist they have to go back as soon as possible. However, with every second that passes, more enemies start to arrive, which means they're surrounded. It seems to be the worst-case scenario, until Sue starts to laugh and Danok asks him what the hell is wrong with him, to which he just replies that their leader must be very stupid for having gone there alone. In fact, we then see the moment when Azura arrives at the camp where Fallen was already waiting for him because he knew he would come for him personally, and he took the trouble of setting a nice little trap for him, which he fell into completely. And desperately, Yona gathers all her strength to warn the protagonist to run. However, he smiles confidently, assuring her that she has nothing to worry. And for his part, Sujo tells everyone that the situation is under control, since, after all, Fallen is even stronger than him. And so the protagonist is left sitting relaxed in front of Asura, who acknowledges that the Spectre's assumptions were correct. Someone stayed behind with the crystal fragments and the injured girl, two factors that will make this fight a piece of cake. With that in mind, he approaches, stating that he renounced his humanity to avoid falling for the sentimentalism of weaklings like him. But Fallen interrupts him, telling him to shut up and asking if he was foolish enough to come alone. Asura insists that he is not alone, and that he has more than 2,000 soldiers in his army. However, the protagonist treats him as if was hallucinating, calling him crazy and provoking him until Asura prepares to attack with every intention of putting him in his place. And that's where things get interesting, as he uses a large amount of energy to summon different portals through which beings from the demon realm begin to emerge. Fallen recognizes it as an impressive skill, the wave of demonic beasts. And the whole scene is also witnessed by Jana, who again insists that he should leave her behind, but he just smiles confidently, letting her know that all of this will be over very soon. And with her last bit of strength, the girl apologizes before falling completely unconscious, and the protagonist prepares for battle by taking his weapon and activating the mark on his wrist, which causes it to turn into a rifle perfect for this type of enemy. The best part is that he's had the opportunity to increase the inherent attack power of his weapon, so it won't consume energy or mana, and he even infuses a bit of stigma into the crystal, releasing a power so overwhelming that it begins to modify the entire terrain around him. Asura realizes he knows how to use the crystal of the past, but still insists that it won't make much of a difference in the battle, something the protagonist disagrees with, and just prepares to attack. And on the other hand, Jana thinks about how people often refer to her family as house dogs, mocking the way they do things, so she always set out to prove them wrong. The problem is that to do so, she must succeed and bring greater fame to her name. A relentless struggle she has been in for years, and which somehow causes her to see herself reflected in the protagonist. That said, he starts shooting, and she realizes that he's smarter than he looks, as he created terrain that made it impossible for him to be surrounded, and is shooting the monster's vital points with absurd precision, making them disappear as if they were mere bubbles. In other words, his shooting technique is so flawless that he's not giving them time to attack or get close, which makes her feel calm for the first time in her life, a feeling of warmth and peace she can only have, knowing that someone is protecting her. And on the other hand, we see Sujo handling his own battle, using his Mistletoe with which he is able to neutralize the subordinates and exchange direct blows with Seok without any problem. And out of nowhere, Seok asks him if the guy who stayed behind is really stronger than him, which Sujo denies. To worry about, he doesn't like to lie, and he can tell even after fighting him just once. And just then, the fight is interrupted by a scream in the distance, and they both turn, realizing it's Jin, who is wiping out his own enemies, to the point that Don Seok admits they no longer have a chance to win. And Suju tells him that it's not too late to surrender, but he makes it clear that's not how things are done. So Suju decides, it's time to end this, preparing to unleash one of his most powerful blows. Interestingly, Don Sok gets excited and drops his weapon, and as his body begins to grow to twice its size, he claims that he will also unleash his trump card. And, returning to the protagonist, Asura confesses that he didn't feel anything worthy of mentioning about Fallen at that moment. At first, he just thought he was a simple boy fighting after being cornered. But with every passing second and every demon eliminated, he started to feel the pressure, realizing it makes no sense. He can't quite understand why even after summoning an entire army of demonic beasts, he doesn't have a single scratch. And no matter how much he tries to analyze the situation, there's nothing that explains how an ordinary student could possess such an absurd reaction speed, a power that allows him to shoot without any openings, even in the moments he's reloading. Asura realizes that at this rate, there won't be any demonic beasts left. But it's the protagonist who breaks the silence, admitting there are too many and asking him what he wants: revenge, wealth, or success. However, he immediately states that it doesn't really matter. What his answer is, nothing will change, because he won't be leaving here alive. And quickly, Fallen prepares to deliver the final blow. But just then, he pulls the trigger and nothing happens, realizing he's out of bullets. Interestingly, that doesn't make him feel pressured, and he just states that he understands. He probably became a djinn because he thought he had no other option to become stronger. And Asura realizes he's out of bullets, mocking him for just stalling for time. But the protagonist thinks that if Asura took that path, it's because he wrote him that way. A simple character with no backstory, whom he created as a mere tool for the game's progression. That's why he states that it doesn't matter what led him here. The reality is that his story is about to end, and he finds a magazine that still has bullets, but at first glance, it's too big to use in his weapon. And with that in mind, Asura gets a confidence buff, preparing to attack, not realizing that Fallen modifies the shape of his weapon and aims, telling him clearly, it's over, and a part of him feels sorry for the extra. But before he can shoot, they are interrupted by Nayun, who arrives, not only with the rest of her team, but with the rest of Asura's army, who have clearly already given up. And, seeing them, Asura understands that they have betrayed him, and the worst part is he doesn't even have the mana to pretend that he'll keep fighting. He has no chance of winning left. The problem is that, out of nowhere, a kind of dark energy begins to emerge from within him, and, although he tries to stop it, it goes completely out of his control, turning his body into nothing more than a vessel from which the specter he had made a deal with emerges. Everyone is scared, but the protagonist clarifies that it can't do anything on its own, and advises him that he already knows what to do. So the other guy takes out his mistletoe, which has the property of growing stronger by gathering souls. And so, in a single move, the specter is absorbed by Su, and Fallen collapses to the ground from exhaustion, thinking he has no idea how the guy managed to convince the enemies, and that, after all, things turned out similar to the novel, and due to his effort, his stats also improve a ton, with the Master Marksman attribute rising to rank 5 Mastery, and he analyzes everything that implies until he notices that Nayun is looking at him very annoyed, expressing that nothing that just happened makes any sense. Fallen thinks she's referring to the demon corpses and assures her that they'll show up soon, but blushing, she tells him he put himself in great danger and that she was worried about him, to which he assures her it wasn't that serious, showing her his weapon, which made things much easier. Of course, she takes the opportunity to ask Suho if he brought the crystals, and he hands them over, explaining that, to get out of here, the first thing they must do is put them back where they originally were. It sounds like it doesn't make sense, but Fallen insists that this place was created naturally, and that it's unfair to leave without restoring it, so they can stay a few more days to put everything in order and use that time to train with their new allies. And so, time passes, and some people come by, even showering them with gifts as thanks for taking care of Asura, insisting that if it weren't for them, they would still be suffering under his tyranny, and they also invite them to eat. And clearly the guys are unable to refuse a delicious meal, especially since Fallen offers to grill the meat, and he takes care of that until he overhears Chin and Nayun talking about the people, about how things are in that era, and the boy takes the opportunity to ask them about their ancestors. To be more specific, they start talking about his grandfather, Chin Myun Chechul, who, according to the inhabitants, was a great hero, responsible for bringing peace to the Wangkak area. The weird part begins when they tell him that he's even still out there saving people, which causes Chin to turn as pale as a sheet, and for his mood to change completely. The others don't notice, but the protagonist realizes the 180-degree turn in his attitude, to the point that Chin gets up and leaves without saying a word. While they continue the conversation, of course, Fallen can't help but wonder why he got like that when they were talking about his grandfather, since he was the one who asked, and believing that one of the key points of Chin's personality in the story is his admiration for his ancestors. A reaction like that could mean something has changed in the story, so he decides to leave the cooking aside and follow him into the forest, where Chin starts walking to calm down. And in the midst of all that silence, it doesn't take him long to realize that Fallen is following him and confronts him, causing the protagonist to freeze up, not knowing what to say. And he can't think of any excuses. The best excuse he can muster is that he followed him to let him know the meat is ready. Chin's face says more than 1,000 words, and while the protagonist tries to find a way to continue the conversation, Chin himself is the one who asks him what he thinks of Chin Myun Chechul. Fallen knows this will help him figure out what's going on, so he replies that he's a hero who saved the world, someone who should be revered for his achievements, and to his surprise, Chin scoffs, stating that's what common people would think of him. With that, Fallen confirms that the negative reaction from before was no coincidence, but before he can do anything else, Chin lunges at him to strike him, and although he dodges, he notices the crater, the impact left on the ground, recognizing that if it had hit him, he wouldn't have come out unscathed. For Chin, such a level of strength means he is very angry, and that the mere mention of his grandfather was enough to activate his berserker mode. And as the blows continue, Fallen understands that he had never seen him get so angry so quickly, so he must have a good reason for such an extreme reaction. Chin insists that people like him are the problem, and that if they hadn't been so weak, his grandfather wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself and would still be alive with him. That confession took him by surprise, and the next blow landed squarely, causing Phelan to fall to the ground, telling him that he's right, but he doubts his grandfather ever regretted that decision, and although his tone is peaceful, it only fuels Chin's anger, who grabs him by the neck as Fallen looks him in the eye, reminding him that he also protected his family, and that's why he admires him too. Thanks to that, Chin calms down and starts to walk away, threatening that Phelan will pay for it if he dares to tell anyone about this. Fallen tells him there's nothing to tell, and the boy leaves, feeling more at ease seeing that. Technically, his backstory hasn't changed that much. The problem is that out of nowhere, he receives a notification that makes it clear he has no authority to see the plot change, but not Chin's, his grandfather's. Of course, to Fallen that makes no sense because he's a central character in the world's lore, meaning his story shouldn't have changed much, and after that, the protagonist returns to the camp with the others, where they task him with taking dinner to Jonah, who apparently still hasn't fully recovered. The thing is, when he arrives at her tent, Fallen notices that she's doing wonderfully and asks if she's faking it, to which she lies, saying she doesn't even have the strength to lift the spoon, so he decides to tease her by feeding her, knowing she's probably putting on a show to get Chin's attention. And Jonah complains that the food is bland, so he promises to make it up to her with some ramen, and in the end, she just thanks him for never turning his back on her, to which he jokes that it'll cost her, but she's more than willing to pay with interest. Yona even comments that they could be good friends, and he thinks of all the ways that could be convenient, until the girl suggests setting him up with Ayun. Of course, Fallen makes it clear that he's not interested in dating her, or Rachel, or anyone, as he doesn't have time for that stuff, but Yona doesn't believe him and keeps teasing him until he threatens to leave her without her precious ramen. Still, in the end, he doesn't stoop that low and asks the guys to prepare a bowl for her while he leaves on his motorcycle, claiming he needs to go get some things. It turns out the main story, he left some special items in the background of that arc, so even though he doesn't know if they'll still be there, it's worth a try. However, we don't know what he found, since the next thing we see is Fallen finally getting a well-deserved haircut, looking so handsome that Nayun asks if they used magic, which is true, because the hairdresser has a buff to make his clients look perfect, even for several weeks, believing that the gifts are genetic, and Fallen is so impressed that he promises to find any descendant of the damn guy in the present so he can work his magic on him again. And meanwhile, everyone is quite melancholic, because that day they will return to the real world. And although they were only supposed to stay to train, the truth is, they ended up creating pretty strong bonds with all the people, and John takes advantage of these new friendships to find ancestors of famous people. John Gan and Nayun spent every afternoon playing with the little ones until they were exhausted. Chin created his own gang, and Sujo dedicated himself to rebuilding every home he came across. And despite all the good they did, Fallen can't stop thinking about the fact that he killed some people from the past, telling himself that they weren't real. But the more he lives with them, the blurrier that line feels. Even with what he did, everyone treated him like part of the family. And although the last few weeks there were like a dream, he knows it's time to go back, and right there, they say goodbye to everyone. Unconsciously, some ask if they will see them again. commenting that they at least hope to read about them in the newspapers, to which the protagonist doesn't have the heart to tell them that won't happen, since there are times when the less you know, the better. And so, the group gets ready to leave, and one by one, each of them approaches the protagonist to give him the respective crystal so he can activate the portal back home. The funny thing is that Yona doesn't hesitate to drag her companions out of the scene so that Nayun and Fallen can be alone during a sunset so beautiful that the girl asks him for some extra time to take one last look. He tells her she can do whatever she wants, and, after a few seconds, he prepares to take the step, infusing the magical power from the stigma of crystals, which causes it to fuse into a small sphere that later splits again between magical spaces and the real world. Impressed, Nayun asks him if she will forget everything she experienced in that place, confessing that she's afraid of ending up forgetting the beautiful moments, because the reality is that, no matter how hard she tries, she can't remember the voice of her mother. Even the happy memories she had with her are fading, to which the protagonist tells her she has nothing to worry about. Memories are precious, precisely because they aren't forever. Nayun tells him that's not very encouraging, but the truth is he also understands how terrifying it can be to forget, so he hands her a small box, claiming it's a ticket that will allow her to relive these moments, even if for a short period of time. It turns out to be a time capsule, one of the items he had been looking for, and that basically allows you to travel to the past to relive certain events, although in a more specifically, consists of exploring memories within the subconscious itself. Inayun asks him if he didn't look for it just so he could use it himself. And she's right, because Fallen planned to use it as a lifesaver in case the memories of his own parents started to fade, an item he never found a use for within that novel, but that now holds a level of importance he can't even put into words. The problem is that since his current body is that of Hajin Fallen, he honestly doubts it will work, and it would be best to let Nayun use it so as not to waste its mana. She doesn't fully understand, but she can see the sacrifice it entails, so she refuses to use it, to which he insists that she use it with confidence, since he knows that it won't break, because she will protect it with all her heart, and that's the only thing that matters. And although hesitantly, Nayun accepts, admitting she'd like to travel to March 13th, 2013, so she activates the time capsule and is transported to her own birthday in the body she used to have back then. Of course, she's amazed that it worked and starts admiring all the details, like the cake, and just then, a voice behind her asks if she was planning to eat it all by herself. When she turns around, she sees her brother completely standing and healthy, which makes her so emotional that she starts to tremble, but she tells herself not to cry on such a happy day. With all her might, she puts on a smile, and little by little, the others start to arrive. That day is very special, because it was the only time in her life that her entire family was together for her birthday. However, her plan not to cry fails when her mother appears, apologizing for being late, and that smile that Nayun had started to forget over time appears before her more vivid than ever, and in the end, the girl can't help but run into her arms while crying her eyes out, which initially worries her father, but they assume it's a normal reaction for a child, and her mother doesn't hesitate to comfort her by hugging her tightly, assuring her that she will always be by her side. And so, the day continues. When it's time to sing happy birthday, her mother explains that if she makes a wish before blowing out the candles, it will come true. However, Nayun can only think of one wish, and it has already been granted. She was able to see her again, she thinks. She tells herself that she can be a little greedier and blows, wishing to keep these memories for the rest of her life. Not only that, but she turns to look at her brother, wishing to meet him again someday. Meanwhile, on the protagonist's side, he wakes up on Wind Mountain, where Nayun is already waiting for him, showing him that the capsule didn't disappear even though she used it, but now it requires an absurd amount of mana to work so he can keep it. The girl insists on looking for the others, but Fallen starts walking in the opposite direction, saying he's going home and is too tired to continue with their original plans. Before they part ways, Nayun thanks him for today, and he can see the happiness shining in her eyes, making him wonder what kind of past she saw. Just then, he gets a message from Tomer, who has finally sent her account number for the loan, so he transfers the money and, automatically, she contacts the Truth Agency to tell her everything they know about her father. As Fallen walks through the forest, he wonders how to deliver the data, but out of nowhere, Nayun passes running desperately past him, and he wonders what could have happened, but a part of him knows there's only one thing that could worry her that much: her brother, Chain. Because of that, Fallen starts running after her, finding her right at the mountain's entrance, desperate because she doesn't know how to get to the city, so he doesn't hesitate to summon his motorcycle, asking her where she wants to go. That's how they end up arriving at the hospital, in a matter of minutes. And the girl is greeted by her family's agents who look just as worried as she is, and block the protagonist's way, insisting that only family members are allowed inside. Naeun thinks leaving him behind is a bad gesture and hesitates to go on, but Phelan lets her know it's no problem, and she thanks him for his understanding, going inside to see what's happening. Just then, Yona also arrives, revealing that her family must be present for every major affair of the Che family, so she took a helicopter as soon as she heard the news. However, what she wants to know is why he has that expression on his face. Phelan says nothing out loud, but he is one step away from collapsing, since even though the seed's estimated germination time in the Book of Truth is supposed to be in January and it's only October, he overlooked a very important scenario: the possibility of the consequence of Che Jinyun recovering before the seed sprouts. That might sound like a good thing, but if he really woke up, the plan to end all of this without major issues will go to hell. His worry reaches such a point that he starts to break out in a cold sweat and, as if she had been reading his mind, Yona clarifies that he still hasn't regained consciousness, but there has been a very significant improvement. The problem is that for Naeun, that changes everything, and the girl understands it's hard for her to stay calm, even at the slightest sign, and also takes the opportunity to thank him for bringing her friend, to which the protagonist insists on leaving before Naeun comes out, since he feels he doesn't belong there. Clearly, she doesn't understand what he means. However, her priority now is Naeun, whom she finds at the hospital entrance several hours later with an exhausted look that brightens when she sees she's not alone. Excited, Naeun explains to him that something on the chart has changed and, although it sounds insignificant, the doctors say they've seen similar changes in other patients, and in every case, most of them woke up after about 3 months. For now, her brother needs a quiet environment, so she had to leave, and she starts to cry, confessing that she feels like her heart is going to burst with excitement. It was strange, because even though she's happy and should be smiling, she can't help but cry. So Yona focuses on comforting her and thinks of what to say, but she holds back, knowing it would be too hypocritical, since she's never lost a loved one in a tragic event, let alone waited for a family member with no chance of waking up for more than 5 years. It sounds short. However, all that time, anger turned into regret turned into despair, and despair turned into the most bitter feeling of all, resignation. And now, just when she had finally given up, a glimmer of hope appears, so Jen focuses on supporting her the only way she can, with no empty words, just a shoulder to cry on. And at that moment, the rest of the guys arrive at the hospital very worried, which makes Naeun remember that Fallen was the one who brought her there, and she asks for him, to which Jonale says he just left, thinking he should have had the decency to wait, considering how worried he looked. And as for our protagonist, he arrives at the dorms feeling heavy and out of breath when he receives a message from the boss inviting him to join the Violet Banquet, offering him an account with over 300 million. However, Fallen can't stop thinking about today's events. He was lucky she didn't wake up, but he has to see this as an ultimatum, a reminder of what he has to do. And between killing a person confined to a hospital bed and someone capable of moving on their own, it's clear which is the easier and safer option. And in another message, the boss asks him when he can take the next mission, and the surprise here is that he offers to do it immediately, knowing that taking this path is the only lifeline he has left to cling to. And on the other hand, we cut to the offices of the Benevolent Creationist Guild, where her assistant congratulates Vice Captain Sunga for reaching rank 250 in the global rankings, and she asks if he has any interesting news. Her assistant thinks for a moment, until he remembers there's a big rumor about a new mercenary joining the Geronimo group, which excites Sunga, since they often turn to them when they need extra help on certain missions against the Yens, and she's even happier to discover he's a sniper. However, what most catches her attention is that not even intelligence agents have been able to access information about who this person is or if he even exists. The only thing they know is that he uses the alias Demonic Wolf, of course. At the same time, we see that it's Fallen, and that's the name he was assigned by the boss. So, although he finds it a bit exaggerated, as it's a direct reference to a mystical wolf that appeared in Europe a long time ago, she insisted that it suited him quite well, and at that moment, she interrupts the conversation, showing him the new trick she has up her sleeve, a kind of wolf-shaped plushie that she created herself as a gift for him. The most impressive part is that when he pets its back, the wolf comes to life, revealing itself to be some kind of spirit creature that pounces on him, attacking him to death. Or at least that's what it looked like, as the wolf simply disappears, and it was all a very good prank on the little girl's part, and in response, Fallen punishes her with some tickles until he notices something strange, a wolf-shaped tattoo, right where the spirit attacked him. It turns out that, after all, it wasn't a joke, as a notification clarifies that a spirit wolf now resides within him and has just recognized him as its master, so it will come out to protect him the moment it detects a mortal threat. offers other benefits. But the fact is that Van Engel just gave him the most broken gift he has ever seen. It all starts with a new skill he has just developed on his own. And Fallen thanks her, but he notices that the little one is so tired she falls asleep right there. So he lays her down on his bed, causing the kitten to happily approach and sleep next to her. After all is said and done, it is obvious those two have started to get along much better, and just then, a notification from the Violet Society appears, informing him that he has been given an item, and he opens it, assuming it is the reward for the mission he discussed with the boss, only to be astonished to find it is superior-grade underwear. Now, do not think we are talking about briefs, because it is a kind of item that fuses with his body, creating a protective layer that covers him in pure mana. Logically, it is a very valuable item, so he thanks her properly, which she uses as an opportunity to tell him to get ready, because his new mission has been decided. And on the other hand, thanks to the clue the protagonist gave her, Tomer arrives at her father's citizen's residence, asking for him. And although the receptionist seems lost, when she shows her the photo, she recognizes him instantly, explaining that he passed away 12 years ago. The information hits her like a ton of bricks. And here we see that the report from the Agency of Truth said exactly that. But it was a resolution she did not want to accept, and slowly, anger takes over her body as she thinks about how damn unfair it is that he ran away after ruining her life, only to end up dying peacefully. In a place like this, and with the little composure she had left, she asks if he left anything for her, clarifying that she is his daughter. So she shows her identification and explains the issue with the fake names, to which the receptionist clarifies that she does not know much. Because in the past, the man only went out to interact with a male student who came there as a volunteer. She also says that the boy returned recently, and while Tomer keeps getting messages, berating her for her mission's failure, the receptionist searches the records, revealing that the student is a certain Jaejin Fallen. Of course, the girl's reaction is none other than surprise. But here we switch back to the protagonist, who returns to the academy only to find a vibe of love in the air, enhanced by the beauty of the autumn leaves. Fallen is so lost in thought that he barely hears anything when Leo approaches from behind and hands him an envelope with a small tonic, explaining that they used part of the ginseng he gave her last time to make it, while the other half is being researched by the development department, and his help has been so valuable that she is willing to compensate him with company shares. And if everything goes well, another tonic equivalent to the other half, and although it is obvious that he gave her the ginseng on a whim, Fallen blindly trusts that she is not the type of person who would stab someone in the back. In fact, he thinks it might be the opposite, since she has shown that she can be too trusting of people once she considers them on the same side, something that he would probably like her to change when she faces the bloody internal power struggles that will come in the future. And analyzing the situation, the MC realizes it won't be long until her guild faces a crisis due to an abuse of power scandal. Power. But returning to the present, Yona explains that she can only take one pill a day, and that she might want to treat them with care, because each one costs 100 million won, and at that moment, Fallen can't. And although Yona admits the price is a bit inflated, the fact is that each dose is capable of permanently increasing strength, resistance, endurance, and mana stats. The downside is that it has a 0.5% chance of developing insanity as a side effect, but that only happens if she overdoes the dosage. So, as a thank you for her work, he gives her another one, which excites her quite a bit, and she agrees to contact him if there's any progress, and the two say their goodbyes. And that's when Fallen receives a rather strange message from Tomer, so she assumes he must have visited the care home and opened Pandora's box, so she decides to give him some time to clear his head, and after that, she receives her new mercenary mission, which is to raid a human trafficking truck operated by the demonic group Yjon, in China, more specifically, in a lawless zone on the border with Mongolia and Russia, where demons organize and carry out the worst kinds of crimes. In fact, the place is known by many as Pandemonium, and she doesn't hesitate to get moving the next day, arriving in the vicinity, where she starts to get a very bad feeling, and reads the messages from her boss. Her boss warns her that not all demons are the same, and that's because they are classified by rank. And the most ironic part is that the weaker they are, the more prone they are to committing brutal crimes without a second thought. Long story short, she will encounter scum without a shred of guilt, which doesn't reassure her much, but right then the cargo trucks begin to arrive, so she summons her sniper rifle and starts taking out the drivers one by one. Of course, this catches the attention of the guards, who get out of their cars and try to secure the merchandise, but they also start to go down, and only then does Fallen decide to reveal herself to them, who feel quite confident seeing that she's alone. However, at that moment, she takes the opportunity to take one of her pills, which, with all her extra bonuses, cause all her stats to increase by a factor of 1.55 for 5 minutes and counting. Adding that to her new armor, she's more broken than ever, allowing her to fire a triple shot that annihilates them all in a single move, and just like that, the only thing left is to free the hostages, and she's about to do it, when one of the smugglers gets up and starts charging at her with everything he's got, ready to stab her in the chest. Everything happens so fast that Fallen can only think about how stupid she was for letting her guard down, and she braces for the hit when a powerful blue energy starts to flow from her chest. And that's when we see that it's the wolf, which doesn't hesitate to clamp its jaw around the attacker's neck and bite down, tearing him apart bit by bit until he breathes his last. The shock is so great, the MC can't quite process the situation until several seconds later, remembering that strange notification that appeared when she accepted the gift from the goddess. The little one, understanding that she was saved by a hair, decides to end it quickly and opens the door to the path where they meet the kidnapped people, letting them know that everyone in Jeans is dead, and without wasting time, he gives them a communicator watch with which they can call for help to get home. And just like that, the next thing he does is send a message to the boss, notifying her that he has completed the mission. But we see that it's not necessary, as both she and the rest of the team had been watching everything in real time, amazed that he needed only 21 seconds to eliminate 20 enemies. Of course, what draws the most attention is his weapon, which is clearly capable of being upgraded and transformed using magic. And the long-haired man does not hesitate to state that. For a rookie, he must be in the high intermediate rank. The blonde girl thinks he's exaggerating, as she just believes that he is an intermediate, and if she had to compare him to someone, she would say that Fallen is as strong as the famous Kim Suho. Of course, she doesn't know how strong he will be in one-on-one combat, but at least against several people he has proven to be very competent. And she insists that Jun Yun is the best at evaluating people, only they would have to wait for him to return from the demon realm. At this point, the doubt they all have is what the heck was that wolf that came out of his chest, to which the boss mentions that she will ask him personally, and although the others doubt that he will tell her at the first chance, she assures them that Fallen trusts her. For his part, the protagonist arrives at the dormitory thanking Evangel, as he has no doubt that he is only alive thanks to her, confirming that the wolf is a familiar created with a piece of her soul, which has insane stats, and being his first familiar, it has impressive growth potential. Not only that, but being tied to the little one, the more powerful she becomes, the more broken it will get. And just then, she wakes up a little, sleepily asking for food, to which he just hugs her asking her to sleep, as she can eat everything she wants later, and he still hasn't fully understood what he feels, but he can be sure that this person has become a source of comfort, an impressive one on this lonely path that he started a year ago, and even though at first he was desperate to go back, he wonders if he will really be able to leave all that behind when it's time to return to his old life. And later we see him in zombie mode, trying to concentrate in class after having slept 1 hour, and he thinks that Tomer has not communicated with him again since that strange message he received last time. Be that as it may, he has prepared something that will make her his ally, and he wonders if she has already found the letter, to which she sits quietly by his side. She passes him a note and asks if he has ever worked as a volunteer. Quickly, he answers yes, and she continues asking him if he met someone named Argus. So knowing where this is going, Fallen tells her yes, and that they were very close, emphasizing that he was always a very lonely man. And little by little, Tomer delves deeper, asking him how he got close to him, and Fallen insists that they just were in a similar situation in which neither of them had family, so they simply connected. Maintaining his act of knowing nothing, Faline asks her why she's asking all that, and Tomer confesses that that man was her biological father, and the girl's aura grows darker and darker as she reveals that that bastard killed her mother and fled. She always wanted to know why he did it, but when she finally found a clue, he was already dead. So knowing how close they were, she asks him if her father left anything behind. With that, Fallen realizes the girl hasn't read the letter yet, so he decides to tell her directly where to find it. So as soon as class ends, Tomer stands up, revealing that she's leaving the cube today, but that he doesn't have to worry, since she won't forget to pay him what she owes. Fallen thinks that he never doubted her, and is relieved, thinking he'll take the weekend to get some proper rest. But just then, Nayun appears, asking him to not forget their plans for tomorrow, and at that moment, the protagonist freezes, as he has no idea what the heck she's talking about, while she gets a little indignant that he doesn't know. And Sujo seems to clarify that she invited him to a meal as a thank you, and they agreed to go out after the practical exams. Fallen racks his brain and remembers very clearly saying no. But Leona shows up, insisting that they later change the plan so that everyone who was on the previous trip would go. Not only that, but they're also going to karaoke. And our protagonist was just about to say no, when Nayoon instinctively fixes his hair, leaving him so flustered that he forgets what he was saying. And she makes it clear that, so he knows they won't fall for his excuses, he has to go. Meanwhile, we cut to Tomer, who is running through the cemetery searching for her father's urn, until she finally arrives and is astonished to see so many flowers, which doesn't make sense for someone who spent his last years completely alone. And then she sees they have a note from Fallen, confused as to why he would still be visiting after so many years, and notices the flowers seem to be treated with mana, keeping them from withering. And slowly, her anger returns, outraged that he spent his final moments in such a peaceful place and that he even receives flowers on his grave. After taking her mother's life and ruining her own, she angrily throws the flowers to the ground, wondering what the point of everything she's done in her quest for revenge was. And finally, she finds the letter. In it, her father let her know he was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Because while he hoped she would never read it, he also wished with all his heart that she would. He also wondered what kind of emotions would be going through her mind as she read it, knowing that no words would be enough to heal the wounds in her heart, wounds that he himself had caused. Still, he hoped he could clear things up and tell her what really happened. The fact that her mother had sold their souls to the jinn, and with that, we flash back to the past, where a young Tomer insists on going to the amusement park with her mother. However, Argue was very uncomfortable about it, saying they needed to go home because mom and dad had something to talk about. Back then, the whole context went right over the little girl's head, but the look Argus gave the woman was one of pure distrust. When they got home, he started yelling at her, asking if she was crazy and if she was really going to sell their own daughter to the jinn. The worst part is that the woman saw nothing wrong with it, claiming that it was the only alternative. They had to become even stronger, and that Tomer would eventually understand her decision. Of course, that was enough for Argue to realize that his wife had gone crazy, and when she asked him to stop interfering in her affairs, calling for Tomer so she could go to the supposed amusement park, and Argue did what he had to do. From there, everything happened so fast he didn't have time to think, so he threw her to the ground, knocking her unconscious. Just then, Tomer was coming down the stairs, and he realized that if she found out her mother was a jinn, his little girl would be seen as an accomplice and her life would be ruined. So he grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to go get help, to say that her father had hit her mother. After that, he took her life, and, in the present, Tomer can't help but start crying, understanding that everything that happened was part of her father's plan, to allow her to move to Korea and live a normal life. Of course, he had hoped that they could reunite years later, but when he arrived in Korea, he couldn't find a single clue that led to her. And even though it all makes sense, Tomer is unable to believe his words and starts to rip the letter apart, until she finds something else inside the envelope, that brilliant yellow item she once gave him for his birthday, that matched perfectly with a brooch he had given her. That night, Fallen was ready to go to sleep when he received a message from Tomer with a single word, "Thank you," and it was also the last message sent by the girl before she disappeared without a trace. And although Fallen knows they will remain connected by the debt they share, he also has a feeling that they will become great allies. And after that comes the outing with the group to the very famous restaurant that Nayoon had promised, and our protagonist admits that the food is even more incredible than he expected. Meanwhile, she just watches him eat with a smile, assuring him that he can keep his expectations high. However, she says it with an attitude that doesn't go unnoticed by Fallen, who wonders if something has changed between the two of them. But Nayoon quickly diverts the conversation to the others, pointing out that this reminds her of the days they spent together in the past. And she also explains that her skills have improved a lot, and she's on the best streak she's had in a long time, to which Jong-gun jokes that she still ended up in a draw with Rachel, and then Chin asks Fallen how he's preparing for the final exams, bragging that he doesn't need to study, and that's the difference between them, because they come from opposite lineages, and blah blah blah. The funny thing is that the tone he uses isn't particularly bad, and Sujo laughs as if it were a private joke between them, so Fallen is surprised to see them acting so close, something that could have never happened in the original story. But regardless, all that analysis takes a backseat when he tries another bite and the meat melts the moment it touches his mouth, so he eats in peace until Nayoon serves him another plate and winks at him as if she were his sugar daddy. He's left with doubts. Things between the two of them have changed, and he wonders if it has to do with the time capsule, or if she could possibly be interested in him. Automatically, Nayoon feels his stare, thinking he wants more, and she doesn't even bother waiting for his answer when she orders another serving of that delicious meat. Her intentions are a little obvious, but Fallen convinces himself that she's just very grateful. And after that, they go to karaoke, where everyone does their respective performances, live streaming them on their accounts. And unlike Rachel, everyone is pretty decent, but the one who stands out the most is Fallen, who leaves Nayoon completely immersed in the song, something Yona notices instantly. And just then, the protagonist messages the girl to go outside so they can talk about something quickly, appearing surprisingly cheerful and asking her to make him a new batch of bullets. The interesting part comes when he hands her an envelope, insisting that he needs the bullets to be filled with what's inside, a request that Yona's team can do with their eyes closed. However, the girl doesn't recognize exactly what that strange plant is, but she knows very well that Fallen isn't willing to tell her, so she just tells him that she'll let him know when they're ready. With that, of course, the protagonist decides to leave, asking her to say goodbye to the others on his behalf. And everything proceeds normally until Yona receives a message from her subordinates, informing her that they have urgent news. It turns out they are still investigating the protagonist and have finally found something very suspicious, as the boy was born in the same year as the Wango incident, an event that seems to be important, but for some reason, all related documents were sealed. The weirdest part is that during the investigation, one of the informants was attacked and, although he is recovering without major issues, this is a sign that they are getting into something serious. For that very reason, Yona asks to temporarily halt the investigation and wonders what the Wango incident is and why it sounds so familiar. Thinking back, she remembers reading something similar in her father's diary and that he reprimanded her for it. So the plan is to go home and start digging, and as she's about to return to the building, she bumps into Nayoon, who had gone out looking for the protagonist. So she tells her that he went home, and she gets a little jealous, trying to ask what they were talking about without being too obvious. Of course, Yona is still able to read her clearly and tells her she's too adorable. After that, the girl gets home and, taking advantage of the fact that her parents are on a trip, she goes in ready to find out what that book contains and why her father insisted on keeping it a secret. And so she enters her father's study, feeling nostalgic for all the time she's been away from it, and uses her powers to move the desk where the secret safe should be. The difference from the last time she was there 10 years ago is that now it has a password that she clearly doesn't know, so she tries the most obvious options, their birthdays, but none of them work. That's when it occurs to her to combine her date of birth with her mother's, and this time it opens, revealing that the box contains a single book, the diary, her father's personal belongings. And at that moment, Yona also receives a report with all the information they could gather about the protagonist, including the fact that right after the Wango incident, he was admitted to an orphanage in that same area. The girl smiles, confident that she is getting closer to her goal, so she begins to investigate, through her tears, until she finds an entry dated September 9th, 2008, which specifically deals with what happened in that place. There, her father wrote that the first reports about Wango had finally arrived, but no matter what, it is an event he could never forget. Meanwhile, we switch to Fallen, who is enjoying watching the sun, look of concentration on Van Angel's face as he watches cartoons, wondering if Van Angel is really smart enough to understand what the heck is going on the screen. And he remembers that he has Homer's ring, which is capable of increasing its wearer's intelligence percentage exponentially every 24 hours. As you can imagine, he wonders if it could be used on non-human beings, and the Book of Truth basically tells him there's no problem, although its effect will be slightly more limited, and for a moment he thinks it's crazy and that he should use it on himself, but upon seeing the close relationship between Haiyan and Van Angel, he knows it wouldn't hurt to help them become closer. That's why he ends up putting the ring on the base of his tail, wondering just how smart he can become. As for Yona, the girl can't help but start trembling right there as she reads that her father was in charge of carrying out that massacre. However, to better understand this, we must delve deep into the past, where her father explained that Jin Jongun was an honest and respected man who always opposed injustice. Unfortunately, that made him a thorn in the side of President Jim Soha, who decided to get rid of him by accusing him of being a spy for Jin. The worst part is that Changul also wanted Jongun 6 feet under, so he went ahead with the false claim from Konijin and, to avoid suspicion of murder, ordered the elimination of all his followers. As you can imagine, Yona's father was the one in charge of carrying out that massacre, and he did it by planting a monster in Wango, basically leading Jin and his people to certain death. What's more horrible is that by doing so, he ended up involving many civilians, and in the end, both his target and a lot of collateral damage, everyone was massacred, and Yona reads the words without understanding what the heck it all means, how her father could have done something so vile. And the diary continues with him confessing that he tried to bury what happened deep in his heart. But the next day, he was informed that one of Jin Zhang's men had been at the location with his wife, and that she was pregnant. Quickly, Yona understands what that means. And although she tells herself that they can't be the parents of Fallen, the diary continues with the woman giving birth at the scene. But we never found the newborn's body. That, plus the fact that Fallen was placed in a nearby orphanage right after the incident, confirms that she is right. However, the most disturbing part is that her father confesses that he dedicated himself to finding that baby to finish his job and kill him with his own hands. And on the other hand, Fallen receives an invitation from the travel club to participate in a festival in Busan, and although he's not thrilled about it, he has to go for the sake of the plot. However, he decides to reward a vandal by taking her with him, and the story from Yona's father continues with the idea of murdering a baby. Knowing that his wife had just given birth to a daughter sickened him, so in the end, he let fate decide the creature's future, and in those pages, he admits that he's nothing but a coward, but leaving a record of his greatest sin is the only way he has to appease the guilty conscience he will carry for the rest of his life. And after reading everything, Yana can't even hold on to the doll anymore and lets it drop as she thinks that the baby who almost died risking his life to save her even called her a colleague, so her body reacts in the only way possible, screaming and writhing at the horrible truth. And after a few days, Fallen arrives in Busan, and together with Evandel and Yana, they stay at Lotus Hall, the best hotel in the city, after thoroughly enjoying the first few days of the festival. Besides, he's in a super good mood, since by pure luck he managed to book the most exclusive suite of all, which turns out to be a spectacle, not only for its overflowing luxury, but also for the impressive view it offers. However, everything changes in an instant when, watching the crowd walk down the street, he notices a rather strange person who, even from a distance, feels his gaze and turns to stare right at him. The worst part comes when the man just smiles, as if to say, "I've got you." And although Fallen tries to convince himself that it's impossible they saw him, the logical part of his brain knows this can't mean anything good. That's why his first instinct is to hide behind the railing, while his instincts as the novel's author activate, screaming at him that this is a being from another world, just like Kim Soo-ho. And second by second, information starts to flood his body, revealing that this is a villain shaped by a sense of loss and constant betrayals. A complete opposite version of this story's protagonist. The type of final boss that either kills you or gives you the best development of your life. And just then, the guy greets him with a smile far too different from the one he originally wrote, which lets him know that the co-author has sunk their claws into one of the core elements again. And, out of nowhere, the woman next to the man looks at him and emits a murderous aura that reveals his assumptions are a bit wrong. Yes, he just ran into one of the main villains of the story, but it's not the man, but the woman, Jin Sayuk, destined to be the total antithesis of Kim Soo-ho, and who in the original story is a boy, being the greatest threat of the final arc. After that, the man beside her asks who that guy was who was watching them, and although she claims he's a nobody, it's obvious to them that he's on the same level as Soo-ho. And as for Fallen, he can only think that if he had a bullet with a mistletoe leaf, he would burn all his SP to eliminate her on the spot, but he can't act recklessly, especially when he doesn't even have a clue who the guy next to her is. And, without a doubt, he's someone smart, as he insists that to be able to spot them from such a distance, the protagonist can't be an ordinary person, and would surely have the guts to fight her, which, Jin Sayuk sees it as a challenge and almost attacks the protagonist. But the man tells her he was just kidding and forces her to continue on her way, but not before giving a final taunting look at Fallen, and when they finally disappear from his sight, the protagonist lets out a sigh, relieved to have identified her at this point in the story, though he still doesn't understand who that guy is who seems to be just as strong as she is. Just then, Van Angel asks for permission to swim with Jaeon in the pool, and they start competing with each other, while Phelan wonders what the hell good the original plot is with so many changes to the story. And considering that Sayuk has disappeared, he assumes they'll have to face each other soon, so it's time to start preparing. And the next day, he meets with the guys from the travel club, after leaving Evangel in a safe place. There he meets Ayun, Jonggan, and Sujo, who are surprised to see him arrive early for the first time, and he learns that Jana will join them later because she is sick and was hospitalized for an emergency. Nayun reveals that the poor girl suffered from stress-induced gastritis. He hasn't seen her in a week, and most worryingly, every time she asked how she was, her friend simply ignored her. And thinking about it, Fallen realizes he hasn't had a chance to see her either, but he doesn't think too much about it, assuming she might have eaten something bad, and with that, they cross the portal and arrive in downtown Busan, where the plan is to explore the street food stalls, as well as some antique shops, which does excite Fallen, who thinks he might find some strange item. And just then, Na-yoon surprises him by putting a cap that is ridiculously expensive on his head and buying it without even asking him, something that happens over and over again throughout the trip, and still unwilling to accept the girl's feelings. Fallen thinks it's because of his brother's good condition, and he just goes along with it, until Na-yoon even takes his arm, and although they have a good time, he can't stop thinking that he shouldn't be so close to her, and he's supposed to have a mission, to kill her brother, and getting along with Na-yoon will only make her feel betrayed and hurt when he can no longer postpone it. And Fallen knows he must keep his distance, and tries to do so, but just then, Na-yoon covers him with a scarf, and the moment is so magical that he can't do it. It all feels so good and dark. Cowardly thoughts appear in his mind, telling him that everything will be fine as long as Na-yoon doesn't find out what he eventually has to do. Yes, a very selfish idea that he regrets almost instantly, giving her back the scarf quite abruptly and rushing away from her without even saying goodbye. Of course, Na-yoon is left very confused, but we move on to the final event of the day, the amusement park, a place seemingly full of dreams and fantasy, that was being used as a stage by several groups of smugglers, and in the original story, after a deal goes wrong, a group of smugglers ends up causing a scene, and, the way things are going, Sujo will handle any distraction that Sayuk will use to attack, and Fallen thinks about all this as he walks with the others until they are interrupted by Jonna's arrival, who is acting shy around him, and although he tries to ask her how she's feeling, the barrier created between them seems impossible to overcome. That's why he decides to give her some space, and they enter the park, saying they will explore the place in groups of 2. At which point Yana musters up her courage and grabs the MC's wrist, making it clear they will go together, and both Na-yoon and he are astonished, but seeing her serious face, Fallen decides to play along, assuming she has something to tell him, and they arrive at the Ferris wheel, ending up completely alone in a car. There, he confirms his suspicions, noticing that she won't stop looking at him, sighing, and moving her hands excessively nervously, so he decides to break the ice by asking her what's going on. And we remember that everything Yona read is Kim Chung-dong's past, not Phelan's, although she believes it is. So he imagines all the possible scenarios except for what's really happening. That's why he asks her if it has to do with the bullets or the blade, emphasizing that he doesn't care if it worked, since they are allies, which unintentionally just ends up making her feel worse. So Yona decides it's time to muster her courage, insisting there's something she has to tell him. Of course, Fallen tells her to spill the beans, but just then the Ferris wheel suddenly stops, and in the distance he can see that the encounter between Sujo and Sayuk has already begun, and cutting to them, the woman tells him she has heard a lot about him, so it was quite easy to recognize him. And the strange thing is that Sujo recognizes her, asking how she got there, and his reaction is just what Sayuk expected, and she mocks him, insisting that it's a very stupid question, or did he think he was the only special one that day? Automatically, the boy changes focus, asking her why she is there, and beside him, Na-yoon notices that she had never seen him so angry, while Sayuk refuses to answer and just insists that he should treat her more politely, and even if they are in different worlds, he can't forget the relationship they had in the past. Sujo. He tells her she hasn't earned his respect, and Sayuk points out that he has become insolent, activating her powers to teach him a lesson. However, everything is interrupted by Na-yoon, who takes a step forward, telling her that she won't let her treat him like that. The problem is that, before Sujo can react, Sayuk hits her so hard that she sends her flying to the other side of the park, crashing against a wall and falling to the ground completely unconscious. He tries to go help her, but Sayuk surrounds him with spears, warning him not to even dare turn his back on her, or she'll have no choice but to eliminate him. And in the distance, Phelan watches everything petrified, as he didn't think Sayuk could land a blow strong enough to knock out Na-yoon with a single one. And this can only mean that things have escalated much further than in the main story. And with that in mind, he decides it's time to join the battle. But before he can get out of the car, Yona grabs his arm with a trembling hand, asking him to wait, because she won't have the courage to tell him everything later. And Phelan doesn't understand what could have her so worried, and wonders if the episode of Yona's authority scandal has already started. And little by little, everything starts to make sense, assuming that's what has her so worried. And for that very reason, he jumps out of the car, telling him that he doesn't have to tell her anything, everything will be fine, because she will help him no matter what. And so, the protagonist enters the battlefield and runs straight for Na-yoon, who is trying to get up without much success, and there he notices she isn't badly injured, or at least not seriously. So he gives her a healing potion and focuses on getting her to a safe place so as not to make things worse, and thanks to that, Sujo is assured that the girl is in very good hands, and finally focuses his attention on Sayuk. asking her why she has changed so much. However, she just repeats that she won't let him speak to her in such a condescending tone and prepares to attack by gathering her mana spears. Meanwhile, Sujo has no choice but to shield himself with a metal beam he found in the rubble. And although he seems to be at a disadvantage, he's making it work and insists there's no need for them to fight. But Sayuk tells him that's not for him to decide, and, just then, the spears he dodged come back to life, returning to attack him from behind, and Sujo is barely able to dodge them, which makes Fallen unable to believe that this version of Sayuk is so ridiculously strong. The worst part is, as you might have guessed, she doesn't really need to carry weapons into battle, since the dense energy of her mana has the property of compressing to such a point that it forms powerful spears she can control at will. Not only that, but Sujo doesn't have his Mistletoe with him, and although he manages to hold out for a while, the metal beam he's using eventually gives way, and he takes the full force of every blow and, in the blink of an eye, the hero who should be her equal falls to the ground, and Sayuk prepares to deliver the final blow when Fallen intervenes, getting in the middle and warning her that it's been enough. Of course, she gives him a nasty look and recognizes him as the meddlesome guy from last time, asking if he's these kids' master or something. The protagonist denies it, but, out of nowhere, 2 spears fly past his face at full speed, followed by a third that he barely manages to dodge thanks to his skill. That impresses Sayuk, but she makes it clear that no matter how much he asks, she's not willing to stop and could kill him, right here, if he keeps sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Her attitude lets Fallen know that a confrontation is unavoidable, and, lacking any weapons, he decides to pull a little ace from his sleeve. He knows that Sayuk is an arrogant person, easy to provoke, so he shows her what he has to attack with, a coin, which seems simple, except that he uses it as an area to concentrate his mana, activating the effect of the Genon elixir, and even uses the random upgrade system, which allows him to throw it with a power of up to 40%. The problem is that not even Brack, using all his strength, is he able to knock her down, and although Sayuk admits it hurt, it's obvious they are on completely different levels. Still, Fallen just wanted to buy some time, because the moment she attacks him ready to kill, she is stopped by the man who had been accompanying her earlier, who manages to immobilize her while telling her that it's been enough. Of course, Sayuk insists on continuing the fight, but he tells her that the coin strike affected her mana control and, before she can complain, he lands a direct blow to the back of her neck, knocking her out instantly. Curiously, he also recognizes the protagonist and thanks him for teaching her not to lower her guard next time, and with a single leap, he's gone, leaving him paralyzed by the madness that just happened. After that, the man moves a short distance away and observes the scene, somewhat dismayed, understanding that in that brief moment, Fallen was able to understand Sayuk's personality and provoke her, which makes him a very interesting person. Just then, he is intercepted by Jaini, and although we don't know the relationship between the two, things get tense when the man asks about the child, and she admits she didn't bring him because he could die. After all, not even the boss can beat him. In fact, she admits that the only reason she came to see him was to find out how he was doing, but she can relax. It seems I found a new toy, and the man looks at Sayuk, clarifying that he's his apprentice, and, although he's always looking for ways to kill him, the interesting part is when he's able to remove the girl's camouflage with a single snap, stating that she has become recklessly fearless and trying to keep her cool. Jaini says she can at least try to kill Sayuk, but the man just leaves, and she admits to him that the boss found a new member, a demonic wolf that she's specifically training to kill him. She also hints that he already knows him, referring to the protagonist. However, he doesn't seem the least bit worried, just telling her he hopes she tries, because it seems quite possible. After that, the police and the local heroes take care of catching the smugglers who unleashed the chaos. But not only did they not find Sayuk, but Nayun had to be admitted to the hospital, and as for Sujo, his face says it all. And without wasting any time, the protagonist asks him if he knew the woman from before. At that moment, the boy admits that he knows her, a little, and again seems to want to tell him the truth about his past. However, he backs down and Fallen decides he shouldn't push him, leaving and asking him to please take care of himself. By the end of the day, Fallen can imagine very well what's going through the boy's mind, who after seeing Sayuk, who comes from his same world, must have entered a kind of spiral of loneliness and pain upon remembering his hometown. The protagonist believes that he understands because he feels the same way, but what he doesn't know is that Sujo doesn't even have the hope of returning home. All he can do is look back from the pain of everything he lost. And for her part, Jana thinks about the words from Fallen, lamenting that in the end she couldn't tell them the truth, and she's interrupted by Nayun, who, thanks to the potion he gave her, has already recovered almost completely from her injuries, and she plans to send him a message to thank him, while Jana avoids thinking about how much the girl respects her grandfather. And even though, just like her father, he was one of the figures responsible for the protagonist's horrible past, and for a moment she wonders if she should tell her, since it's most likely that the girl has only known the kind side of her grandfather. But no matter how much she deserves to know the truth, is it worth it for her to know that one of the people she respects the most was behind Fallen's suffering? And from one moment to the next, the answer is no, since even though she tries to tell her, the words get stuck in her chest, and she just tells her kindly, joking that whenever she writes messages to Fallen, she ends up sounding super grumpy. After that, she just walks away, hoping not to regret her silence. And back in the dorm, Fallen amusingly watches Evangel's new techniques for sharing his food with Jayan, but more importantly, he notices he's received a lot of SP from the last event, so he decides to use them to add a new, super broken setting that he had even planned for months in advance. It is the ability to remember the effects of consumed drugs and reproduce them internally, which means he can use them again naturally, depending on his luck percentages. The downside is that it costs him 1000 SP, and the good thing is that when he activates it and tries some elixir on his body, he automatically retains 4% of its effect. In other words, his stats are permanently boosted. Fallen thinks it's not bad at all, but suddenly he loses his balance and falls, noticing that his stigma activated on its own, something he half expected. However, he had no idea it would hurt so much. And from the other room, Evangel asks if he's okay, and he tells her everything is fine so as not to worry her, swallowing the pain that grows to the point where he falls unconscious. After that, Fallen doesn't wake up until morning, realizing that the little girl eventually found him lying on the floor, and, worried he was sick, she lay down to sleep next to him, which touches him deeply, and without waking her, he apologizes for the trouble. And we cut to Jin, Suho, Yuna, and Nayun, who are meeting up to study together at a cafe, and Nayun starts teasing him, noticing that he's been talking for a while with Sung-ah, which definitely doesn't sound very appropriate. However, things get interesting when they say it's time to pick a date for a trip, and she suggests next week, only to be shot down by the fact that Suho already has plans with none other than Fallen. Of course, this takes everyone by surprise, and although he claims they're just going to hang out, the real plan is to clear a dungeon together. Interestingly, Suho insists they're just going for a ride on his motorcycle, as if he knows the protagonist's intention for them to get stronger without interference. For her part, Nayun gets a bit jealous, and later that night, we return to Fallen, who arrives at an abandoned house, not quite sure if this is the meeting spot, asking aloud if anyone is there, until, out of nowhere, he is attacked with deadly intent, and his spirit wolf automatically comes out to protect him. The strange thing is, his attacker isn't a person, but a flying nightmare, a 6th grade monster, that would have definitely torn him to pieces if not for the wolf. And the protagonist doesn't quite understand why he was summoned to this place, but then the boss appears, inviting him inside her house and asking him which of the conditions he dislikes. He clarifies that he has no problem with the contract, at least not with the things listed on it. He would just like to add one important condition, on which it will depend whether he wants their help to kill someone. Clearly, after understanding that eliminating Che Na-yoon is not something he can do on his own, not only because of how difficult it is to get into the VIP room where he is, but because, even if he managed to do it, it's so heavily guarded that his identity would be revealed immediately. At first, that wasn't a problem, since he wasn't interested in getting on good terms with the people of that world, but things have changed, and, even if it's selfish, he'd like to keep the few friends he's made and, as for the boss, he just asks her who she wants to eliminate, and Fallen gave her an envelope with a bunch of photos of Chai Jin-yun, without offering many details as to why. The only thing he says is that he can kill him, he just needs her to help him create the perfect opportunity for it. And despite this being what she does for a living, she's left with some doubts, and the protagonist just looks at her seriously and, for the first time since they've known each other, calls her leader. However, we don't know her exact answer, as we have a small time skip to a short practical activity, just before the end-of-term exam, where Phelan is genuinely curious about what will happen, since this is a stage of the story he never actually bothered to write. In any case, the test consists of climbing a tower full of traps, and to do so, everyone is transported to different random areas, starting right in a space that is completely dark, where Fallen uses his powers to scout before they give the signal to start, and, in doing so, he finds a route. But it's not much use to him, since they turn on the lights right then, and announce that they must follow 3 rules: cooperate with those in white, be careful of traps, and maintain trust. Definitely. Very strange instructions that to Phelan can only mean that a very strong enemy will end up appearing. In any case, he starts moving forward until he reaches a bridge, and, although it seems to be a trap, there's no other way out, so he prepares to cross it when he's almost pierced by a shower of arrows and, in the end, they're nothing to him. He even destroys the crossbow, but the surprise comes when something clicks, and from 1 second to the next, the bridge splits in 2, making him fall straight into the void and crash onto the ground. Phelan admits that was a very bad way to start. But the surprise is that he's not alone down there. But with him are Rachel and Nayun, who fell at almost the same time he did, and they're amazed to see that the test indirectly turned them into a team. For his part, Phelan wonders why it had to be those 2. But they realize they didn't fall into the trap just by chance, but because the 3 of them broke the first rule by breaking the white-colored crossbow from which the arrows were fired. It sounds ridiculous, but that's the only explanation they can think of. And while the girls argue about it, Phelan notices that from that distance he can see several elite units of a small goblin army, and he thinks they shouldn't be a problem if they manage to work together. The problem is that Nayun and Rachel are like oil and water, so he decides to go on ahead while they chase him, basically forcing them to stop arguing and get to work. That's the only strategy he can think of to win this, since the dungeon is specifically designed, so it can only be overcome as a team. So, if they want to get out of there, they have to start cooperating. Funnily enough, the strategy works, because seeing that they're being reckless, they start to collaborate to protect him, asking him to please cover their backs from a distance, while they take care of the main enemies. And with a smile, Phelan accepts, happy that they fell for his trick, and notices that, in fact, the 2 of them form a very good duo in combat. Of course, he also has to do his part, and starts by identifying that the goblins are being led by some kind of shaman, which he plans to annihilate in a single shot, but that causes him to get distracted, and Nayun is almost eliminated. Fortunately, Rachel notices in time and shouts, pulling her out of the way while Phelan finishes off the enemy. And although it's obvious they care about each other, the girls refuse to admit it and continue to argue with each other. At that moment, Phelan also notices that Nayun seems a bit annoyed with him, but he doesn't have time to think about it, because after that the goblins keep coming in almost endless waves. The worst part is that a troll so large appears out of nowhere that they can't help but panic automatically, and the protagonist is the one who reminds them of the strategy. They attack, and he covers them. And seeing that it's not a simple goblin, Nayun asks him if they'll be okay with just a gun, to which he tells her that with her here, he has nothing to worry about. That helps boost the girl's confidence and spirits, who actively takes the initiative and leads Rachel to start attacking at full speed with everything they have. At first, it seems useless, because the creature's skin is very tough and, despite its size, it's also agile, being able to grab Rachel and nearly crush her in the process. The worst part is that its grip strength is brutal, and the girl can't get out, causing Nayun to freeze once again, not knowing what to do, until the protagonist shouts, "Focus," and a surprising maneuver unleashes a monumental energy, with which she almost cuts its hand in 2, and in the end, everything turns out fine, as Rachel is freed. But Phelan can't help but notice that Nayun is looking at him with a worryingly serious face. The shocking thing is that, after that, everything went black, and Phelan wakes up with a jolt from her. She thought he had died, as he had suddenly fainted and had been out for about 30 minutes. Of course, that's time they've now lost to complete the practice, and the protagonist insists she should have woken him up sooner. Also asking about Rachel, who decided it was best to scout the area in the meantime. And again, Nayun's mood sours, and we can get an idea why, when the girl asks him if he really likes the princess that much, showing she's jealous because since the trial began, all he's done is talk about the blonde. As usual, Phelan ignores what the girl really means and states that if he doesn't pay her as much attention, it's because he doesn't need to worry about her. To which Nayun complains that it's obvious he's decided to completely ignore her since their last trip, and making a quick save, Phelan clarifies that he means she's strong and doesn't need his protection, which leaves her even more confused, and explains that Rachel has been learning a new combat style recently, so she hasn't gotten used to it, and he should be more alert in case she needs help, ignoring the fact that they're training together. Nayun is glad to know that at least she's stronger than Rachel now, and to clear up her doubts, she asks him, directly, if he isn't ignoring her because he hates her, and Phelan doesn't understand why she thinks that way, but remembering the whole issue with her brother, he realizes he made a mistake. He thought that by avoiding the girl, he could spare her great pain in the future. However, That ended up causing her great pain in the present. Of course, he makes it clear that he doesn't hate her, as he has his own style of affection for all the characters, but he can never go any further than that. And at that moment, he asks about her brother, remembering how upset he looked at the hospital when he took her. She tells him everything that has happened lately, not knowing that Fallen isn't listening, because what he really wants to ask, what truly matters to him, is how she will feel if her brother is killed. Of course, he doesn't say that out loud, but instead plays along until Na-yoon confesses that she plans to go to her master's camp again this winter, to train for 3 whole months, but before that, she'd like to go on a trip with everyone, specifically with him. The girl's tone and her expression turn the moment into something magical that quickly disappears when Fallen tells her no, because he doesn't have time and a bunch of other excuses. Right then, he stands up, stating they should move on, but Na-yoon insists on adapting her schedule to his, and Fallen was about to reject her again when they are interrupted by Rachel, who found a stone wall that seems to be the entrance to the next area. Fallen follows her. To take a look, however, Na-yoon grabs his arm and looks at him with determination until he agrees to think about it, and the poor girl smiles full of hope. And after that, they arrive at the mysterious stone wall where Fallen asks Rachel to summon a spirit to scout ahead and let them know if there's anything beyond that route, which works, because although they don't find a path, it's able to perceive a powerful murderous intent coming from the other side. In short, they have to be very careful and start to go through the door, because whether it's Lancaster or any other demonic human, either option is problematic enough to mess up the flow of the story. And in the end, they enter a kind of cave where a large portal automatically appears, with a hooded figure who looks at them and smiles, greeting them with a "Hello, cadets." The most surprising thing is that he introduces himself as Black Electricity, the supervisor of the final stage, and although it makes no sense that someone should be evaluating them while emanating such a level of killing aura, he just invites them to find out by facing him. At that moment, he summons more portals accompanied by clones of himself, but Na-yoon doesn't hesitate to order the protagonist to focus on attacking the main body, making it clear that he can still trust her. And so, Fallen starts to advance, and the supervisor sees everyone's attitude as a challenge, so he also begins to attack them with dozens of swords that come out through the portals with great agility. Na-yoon clears them out of the way, assuring them that he can take care of the clones. But since the supervisor keeps moving from one place to another, he needs Rachel to use her spiritual power to locate the main body. Although she's not sure she can do it, the blonde accepts the challenge and, in a matter of seconds, finds the original, noticing a particular tattoo on his arm that marks him as a member of the Crescent of Ascension. So she doesn't hesitate to attack him, asking who gave the order. For his part, the protagonist hears this perfectly, thinking that he has heard that name somewhere before, until he remembers that it's one of the groups associated with the Chameleon Troupe, basically collaborators with whom they make deals with from time to time, and most of the time, they are indirect transactions, to the point that they don't even realize they're dealing with the best criminal organization of all. And what he finds strange is that the Crescent of Ascension usually operates in pandemonium, so it makes no sense for them to have come all this way just to sabotage a simple test. At the same time, the supposed supervisor admits he didn't expect to be recognized and begins to summon some sort of blood-colored spheres, causing a mana flow that Fallen identifies as the same one that made him fall into the void at the start of the test. In other words, the fact that Rachel and Na-yoon made it this far is no coincidence or part of the test, so he starts shooting at the target, but it's useless, and he only has time to shout, "Watch out, Rachel," before the artifact expands to absorb her completely. It is a magical spatial transport artifact. Fortunately, Na-yoon arrives just in time to save her, and while Rachel tries to figure out what's going on, Fallen asks them to get away, taking advantage of the fact that the magical effects can only transport things within a limited range. The good thing is that he also has his own arsenal of tricks up his sleeve and summons a magic rope to capture him and keep him separated from them as much as possible. Moreover, he doesn't hesitate to slam him to the ground as if he were a sack of potatoes, neutralizing him on the spot. He even points his weapon at him, warning him that if he moves, he'll pay dearly. At this point, it's obvious that the supposed supervisor came with the goal of kidnapping Rachel, which makes sense, considering that the leader of the Crescent of Ascension is also from the United Kingdom, meaning it's highly likely that he has some kind of connection with Lancaster, and so he asks him who gave the order. The man does nothing but mock him, so he gives him a little taste of what he can do, modifying his weapon and placing it right on his forehead, since he was serious and he had better start telling him everything he knows. Of course, now the man doubts that he's just an ordinary cadet, and although it seems like the protagonist is the one with control of the situation, the fact is that he needs information to know what to do. Next, unfortunately, it's all for nothing, because right then, the guy activates the magic artifact, and the worst part is he doesn't use it to escape, but to take the protagonist with him. And just like that, Fallen is plunged into a deep darkness that disperses, seconds later, transporting him to a cave that seems to be part of the same tower. Of course, that's a relief, since it means they didn't go too far. But the problem is, right then, the hooded figure begins to attack him with more swords, while warning him that he only came for the princess, and that if he knows what's good for him, he'd better get out of his sight. And despite the threat, the protagonist remains calm, focusing on the fact that the enemy seems to control a total of 16 short swords with just his mana, and considering Rachel had trouble facing him, he must be an intermediate level threat. Moreover, that magical tool he used to transport them must be extremely expensive, so he has resources and is desperate enough to make a deal with Lancaster. In short, he's a very complicated enemy, and Rachel was lucky that he and Nayun were there to cover their backs, so it's now or never. He must capitalize on all the damage he has inflicted so far to defeat him before it's too late. For that very reason, Fallen decides not to hold anything back for the rest of the battle, and automatically recreates the effect of Jinin's tonic, which he begins to spread throughout his body at an impressive rate, applying a level of physical enhancement that not even he himself expected. And, unaware of who he's facing, the hooded figure throws a sword in his direction, which Fallen stops in a matter of seconds using bullet time. Unfortunately, he responds with several consecutive shots that the man is able to stop instantly, demonstrating a reaction speed equal to or even more impressive than his own. And the worst part is, this causes our protagonist to get distracted, barely being able to dodge an attack from behind that, an inch closer, would have easily killed him. The strange thing is that it all happened so fast that Fallen didn't have time to activate bullet time. But even so, his body reacted as if he had been using that ability at an even higher level, not only moving at impressive speeds but also being able to predict the slightest changes in the direction of objects. At first, he thinks it's a mistake. However, as the fight progresses, it becomes clear to him that his enemy is using a strategy that is part of ranged attacks. And since his gift is expert marksman, he's at the pinnacle of all variants of ranged attacks. Basically, he can see through his opponent's moves, of course, to predict their attacks, but that's no guarantee he'll be able to dodge them, so he must quickly think of another strategy that can give him the extra edge he needs. And searching through all the progress he's made so far, Fallen realizes that he hasn't been able to materialize many things because he's lacking marks on his stigma, but he has to try. So he activates it, and manages to position himself right behind him. The hooded figure doesn't understand how he did it. However, he insists it doesn't matter, because he can stop his bullets with his swords as many times as needed. The problem is, even though it seems like his plan has failed, Fallen smiles, stating that all he needs is an opening, and, now that he has one so close, he releases his spirit wolf, ordering it to finish off his enemy once and for all. At that moment, the wolf grabs him by the arm, tearing through his skin without any leg, and would have continued with the rest of his body if Fallen hadn't ordered it to stop. He takes advantage of the weakness to pin him from above and aims his weapon, while asking him if he really didn't plan on saying anything, even if the guy refuses to talk, and the protagonist warns that he can't be wasting his time playing detective and will have to kill him. But just as he's about to pull the trigger, the guy desperately yells for him to wait. It seemed he was finally going to tell him everything. However, out of nowhere, the entire cave is flooded with strange music and a voice, announcing that 1 hour has passed since a cadet completed the entire tower, so the trial has come to an end, and all the students will be transported out of the tower in a few seconds. The worst part is, it all happens so fast he doesn't have time to even ask a single question. He just manages to look at him with a smile, unable to believe someone with more luck than him exists. That said, at least he remembers his face and name, Black Electricy, confident that as long as he keeps doing things like this, they will meet again, and when that time comes, he won't hesitate to teach him a good lesson. Of course, he also has to talk to the boss about today. And just then the protagonist arrives at the lobby, along with the rest of the students, where Nayun runs desperately towards him upon seeing that he's alright, and although her way of showing concern is to tell him he looks even uglier than usual, she doesn't hesitate to go get a potion to help him, and just then the boss herself contacts him, informing him that she had a meeting with the rest of the members of the Chameleon Troupe regarding his request. And the results were complicated, with 5 against and 5 in favor, which Fallen had already expected, since even people as powerful as them would think twice before messing with someone as important as Chainong. The good news is, the boss herself clarifies that the decision will then be left in her hands. Her question now is understanding why it's so important for him to take the life of a guy who is in bed, when, until recently, he even hesitated to kill criminals who undeniably deserved it. It's not just that she can't understand it, she's also worried about him, as she's sure that something like this will definitely leave a deep psychological scar that he might not be able to bear. That's why she proposes that they meet again to talk about it, and Fallen accepts, a bit worried to see that even they have doubts about this mission, and just then he hears someone crying and follows the sound until he finds Rachel, who was swearing that the poor guy had kicked the bucket and was telling some actual supervisors all about it. Upon seeing Fallen in one piece, he insists there's nothing to talk about, but the girl insists there was an intruder, and he basically calls her dramatic, sparking a huge fight where Fallen intervenes, telling her that it's not worth arguing and that it's best to tell the professor in charge, and as for the hooded man, he tells her she won. And Rachel's reaction is so adorable that it makes them both very awkward. And so, we move on to his journey with his go, advancing through the dungeons as if it were a walk in the park. After defeating one of the bosses, Fallen receives a notification that his understanding of stigma mana has increased, allowing him to imprint the mana of a stigma onto a defined concept, something similar to what he did in the last battle to teleport. And despite how smoothly this mission is going, the protagonist starts to get tired, while his companion shows more than excitement at seeing how interesting the enemies in this place are. And just then, the girl receives a message that automatically brings a smile to her face, and Fallen decides to tease her a bit by asking if it's from a certain someone. Judging by her reaction, he's right, but Sojo can't help but wonder why someone like she would be interested in him and tries to change the subject, insisting that he should really join them for the next trip. She even offers to give him her share of the dungeon rewards, including a magic relic called the Jar of Desire, which tempts him quite a bit, and the girl insists they'll be away for 3 months, so he'll be able to use that time to get closer to Nayun. As always, Fallen avoids the topic as if he were talking about something taboo, but in the end, he agrees to go with her. And the next thing we see is everyone on a journey through the hellish cold that will change their lives, and so they arrive at an impressive vacation house that Nayun managed to book by a stroke of luck, and she asks them to drop off their luggage while she lists the long lineup of activities they have planned, such as billiards, bowling, jet ski races, swimming, a spa, board games, and many more. Jangun asks her if they're on vacation or at a military academy, but spirits don't drop one bit, and everyone can tell that the girl is even more cheerful than usual, probably because she got her way and is happy that the protagonist decided to join them after all. In fact, after dropping off their bags, she and Fallen are left as the ones in charge of preparing dinner, and the poor girl is so bad at it that she turns a delicious steak into an impressive piece of charcoal, to the point that Fallen asks her to just leave everything in his hands for peace of mind, and despite that, you can feel a vibe of pure flirting, at least from the girl's side, and that doesn't go unnoticed by the others, including Chin, who tells Nayun she doesn't have to force herself to help since she's already done enough, and Sojo shamelessly states that they look good cooking together and trying to stay calm, but blushing heavily, Nayun asks them not to get the wrong idea. However, her facade disappears the moment Fallen feeds her a piece of meat. Of course, the protagonist's idea was to test if it was ready, but the effect on the girl is immediate, and after that they spend the rest of the night. Under the stars, Nayun tells him that for someone who wasn't convinced to come, it's obvious he's enjoying himself. She then reveals that she also bought a motorcycle and has it in the parking lot, so she invites him to go for a ride. A bit later, as usual, Fallen doesn't say no, but he doesn't say yes either, because in that beautiful moment, with the familiar sound of crashing waves and surrounded by people he now considers essential to his life, an old and bittersweet feeling invades his body, something he definitely hadn't felt before, since he arrived. He thinks it wouldn't be so bad if things stayed this way for a little longer, and later that night, they're playing cards peacefully, until Nayun gets a call that leaves her so paralyzed she falls to the ground, with tears in her eyes, saying she has to leave. Everyone tries to figure out what's wrong, but she's so shocked that all she can do is grab the MC's arm, begging him to take her to the hospital, because her brother just woke up. Obviously, for her, this is great news, but for Fallen, it's the worst possible scenario, since Chainong waking up can only mean that his transformation is complete, and through tears of joy, Nayun explains the hospital called her directly so there's no room for error. Yona suggests they call the driver, but the MC thinks he needs to see this for himself. That's why, going along with Nayun's idea, he decides they'll go on ahead while the others follow in the car. And when they get on the motorcycle, he tells her to hold on tight, creating a moment of pure bliss for her, but one that's absolutely bittersweet for him. On the way, the MC tells himself he shouldn't have postponed the assassination. He knew it was something he had to do no matter what, but he was so tormented by it that he decided to intentionally ignore it. And now he's reached the point of no return, wondering if there's really any way to avoid it, or at least not have to be the one to do it. All the while, Nayun is crying tears of joy on his back, and after a moment, Fallen, paralyzed, realizes this isn't something he can put off. Even though it's even harder now, it's his duty as the author of this story to put an end to Jin's life. When they get to the hospital, the emotions are so intense that Nayun is genuinely overwhelmed, barely able to get off the motorcycle. It only gets worse when she admits her family will be a little late because they're on a business trip abroad, meaning she'll have to face this situation all alone. That's why, once she calms down and goes inside, she doesn't hesitate to explain that Fallen is a friend, asking them to please let him come in with her. The MC doesn't know if this is a good or bad thing, but he follows her in silence to the doctor's office, where the doctor explains to them that it's a miracle, and although he isn't fully recovered yet, her brother's condition is very good. The only thing to keep in mind is that, even though he's awake, having been in a coma for 4 years, his memory hasn't completely returned, so it will take some time and a lot of rehabilitation for him to get back to his old self. In fact, she can only visit him for a couple of minutes, but that's more than enough for her, as she can't contain her excitement. Meanwhile, Fallen feels like he's standing on a bed of thorns, since he's going to be the executioner who will eventually be responsible for wiping that smile off her face. And when they enter the room, he opens his eyes and, with a smile, says Nayun's name, causing her to fall to her knees in tears of joy. The worst part, or the best, depending on who you ask, is that the guy can speak perfectly, telling her that she's grown up so much these past 4 years, and he asks if she kept her promise to find what she really wanted to do. With a smile, Nayun tells him she started using the sword again, and the reunion is magical. That is, until Jin notices the MC standing in a corner and Nayun happily introduces them, explaining that this is the friend who helped her find her passion and be honest with herself. The look on Fallen's face says it all, but we cut to the boss, whom she visits with a report on Jin Yan's situation, asking if she really plans to go ahead with the protagonist's request, although she says nothing. Her gaze makes it clear that she's already made a decision, clarifying that there's no need for everyone to know. Jain admits it's a good way to earn Fallen's loyalty. However, they don't even know why they want to get rid of Jin Yan, and will end up making an enemy of the old man. At that moment, the boss tells her not to worry, because the Dantian where Jin Yan contained his mana was destroyed that day. So she doubts that someone as ruthless as Chao would care what happens to someone with no potential to become a hero, not even if he is his grandson. And even with that in mind, Jain has a very bad feeling about the protagonist, because she already spoke with the detective, and he got very nervous when she mentioned his name, as if he had discovered his past and it was something very dark. She has no way to prove it, but she's sure there's something strange about Fallen, a truth that could endanger someone if it's discovered. The boss admits it's a reasonable deduction and suggests that they look for more information externally, to which Jain suggests going to the Fallen Flower Guild, which in just 6 months has gained an enviable reputation, as well as the popular Truth Agency. And upon seeing the card, the boss comments that it has a lazy-looking design, but Jain insists that they specialize in finding even the most hidden truths, and she thinks about it for a moment before asking her to please only contact the Fallen Flower Guild. The interesting thing is that Jain also tells her that all the preparations for Jin Yan are complete, and the plan is perfect. All that's left is for Fallen to look it over and give the green light so they can begin. And after that, a few days pass, and the rest of the kids go to the hospital, where Jin Yan is able to recognize all of them from his sister's descriptions. This leads to some funny and happy moments, showing that his condition has done nothing but improve over the passing days. The problem is that, as he recovers, Fallen notices that the demonic energy has reached 97% progression throughout his body, which means there are only 2 months left before he becomes a Jin once and for all. And amidst the others' laughter, the protagonist can't help but think that there's no time to lose, but he's interrupted by Jana, who notices how stressed he is. He assures them he's just tired, but Jin Yan takes the opportunity to thank them for coming to visit him and keeping Nayun company every day since he woke up, which they clearly see as a kind gesture, when in reality he's just waiting for the chance to be alone with him. Unconsciously, Nayun tells her brother that Fallen is his fan and jokes, offering to take a picture of them together. Of course, the protagonist refuses, but he takes one of them and in the end, It's Jin Yan who notices his sister is in love with him and practically forces them to spend time together. And after a while, the kids leave the room and the opportunity Fallen was waiting for appears as he stays behind, not knowing what to say or do in a situation like that. And in the end, he starts by asking him how he feels. Jin admits that he's not really sure, to which Fallen is more direct, questioning if he has felt any kind of strange impulses, like malice boiling in his chest or demonic energy instead of mana flowing through his veins. Of course, he doesn't understand what he's referring to, but Phelan feels he can't say anything more because what he really wants to ask is if he knows that he will become a demon and if he is willing to give his life for the sake of his sister. And Fallen hopes that Jin can help him alleviate the guilt of what he is about to do. Gets stuck in his throat, and feeling like the pressure is about to crush him, Jin strokes his hair, innocently, stating that he seems to need some support. And the moment is interrupted by Nayun, who jokes a little upon seeing them like that. Although, of course, on the way home, she doesn't hesitate to thank the protagonist for being there with her. And for years, what she wanted most was for her brother to wake up. Of time, had turned them into strangers. So his presence at this time has been a vital support. That's why she shyly asks him if he's free on Christmas, explaining that she's going to a camp, but that they can go out together until 6. Fallen accepts, and when the day comes, we see them watching the news where they announce that the Creationist Benevolence Guild declared a future raid on the Tower of Miracles, which is the tallest of all, causing their stocks to rise by 10%. Speaking with Suju, he asks if he's worried, to which the boy is sure that they will return safe and sound, something the protagonist is not so sure about, since although things can always change, in the main story this raid ends in failure. At this point, the truth is he doesn't know what other changes the co-author might include. The only thing he knows for sure is the true identity of the boss. In that moment, Suju asks him if he's not going to meet Ayun at 7, something he had completely forgotten, since he hadn't really wanted to say yes. And although he's already late, thinking the girl must have already gone home, seeing the snow fall gives him a very bad feeling, and with that in mind, he starts to move, telling himself there's no way the girl would have stayed waiting for him in the snow, but that it wouldn't hurt to go check, and he's just going to verify to make sure she went home. However, at the meeting point and, freezing to death, Nayun was waiting for him, and she scolds him for being late, insisting that she had a whole list of planned activities, to which Fallen just tells her to get on the bike. He will decide where to take her, because after all, dates are supposed to be